In this episode of the Junior Pentester Training Series, we are going to begin our network security module, and the very first step is going to be talking about passive reconnaissance. And obviously, there's going to be yet another one, which is active reconnaissance, which will be the video after this one. And recon is where everything begins. If you do really good recon, then the rest of your pen testing attack and essentially the rest of your campaign as a pen tester, ethical hacker, whatever it is, it'll be that much easier if you spend a good amount of time in recon and really try to figure out exactly what it is that you're trying to do and what the network is, the infrastructure setup of the network is, what the systems inside of that network consist of, what operating systems you're going to be attacking, the versions, the services on those operating systems, all of the details that you possibly can. You know, if you're going to be doing social engineering, how many employees are there, what types of employee profiles exist on social media, and what type of social engineering attacks could you do against them, and etc. All of this falls under reconnaissance. And so passive reconnaissance, as the name implies, is passive. Active reconnaissance would be active. And the key difference between those two is that passive does not show up on the network monitoring tools, so on the security appliances, on the defensive appliances. Active scanning, active reconnaissance shows up on those logs, and it's louder, right? You are noticed. When you do active reconnaissance, you're actually scanning a network. And so I don't want to get too far ahead of the criteria and of the curriculum, but that's essentially the key difference between passive and active reconnaissance. And in this particular video, we're going to be talking about passive reconnaissance and all the different avenues that you can take, all the different tactics that you can use to do passive reconnaissance. So we'll be doing with the introduction, we're going to talk about the passive versus active recon. We're going to talk about Whois, nslookup, and dig, DNSDumpster, Shodan.io, which is unbelievable. It's one of the most powerful tools. It's one of my favorite tools that exists inside of the recon category in general. And of course, we're going to do a review, summary, final thoughts kind of a thing, and we'll wrap it up. So this particular room is a free room that's available inside of TryHackMe, meaning anybody with just a username and password can get access to this room, and you can deploy virtual machines inside of this room and go through all of the good stuff that is available here. One of the very many free rooms inside of TryHackMe. I think there's like several hundred, probably over 300 free rooms inside of TryHackMe, and this just happens to be one of them. It was developed on the TryHackMe platform, as you see right here, by Strategos or Strategos. I want to say Strategos because it's like strategy, so Strategos maybe. And of course, Ashir Masood. That's one of the easier names to pronounce because I think that's actually the person's name. So shout out to these people right here, and very grateful for them to put in the time and effort to actually do this. All of these elements that you see right here are going to be timestamped in the description below, so you can jump to each one of the sections as you want. And all of my videos always have timestamps in them, so you can always find what you need if you just want to jump to a specific category. So that's pretty much it. That is the overview of this particular video today. A quick shout out from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we'll jump into it. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into passive reconnaissance. All right, as I mentioned before, this is going to be the very first video in the network security series of videos. And in this specific module, the network security module, we're going to be talking about these various topics. And this video is going to be talking about passive recon. So the next one is going to be active recon. Then we're going to do Nmap live host discovery, Nmap basic port scans, advanced port scans, and post port scans. And then we're going to do protocols and servers part 1 and 2. And then we're going to have an official challenge that we will face, which is the network security challenge. So in this particular video, after we actually define what the difference between active and passive are, we're going to talk about the essential tools that are related to passive recon. So the Whois tool and the nslookup dig tools and of course looking at the various databases that those specific command line tools, or nslookup even has an online tool that we'll kind of cover as well, and just looking at what they can do for us, what type of database records they're going to pull. And all of these things are publicly available records, meaning this is open source intelligence. So OSINT is going to be a really big phrase that you're going to hear a lot. It stands for open source intelligence, and all of the stuff that we're doing with these tools, and even with DNSDumpster and Shodan, the stuff that we're doing is all considered publicly available knowledge and open source knowledge, free publicly available knowledge. So these are the reasons why we do passive recon, because you can actually get a lot of information by just using these tools by themselves, just this handful of tools. But there are so many other ways that you can do passive recon. And when we go through, or I actually have already recorded it. So if you go to the CompTIA Pentest Plus training series, which is basically a giant playlist that I'm building out right now, the first module was engagement management. The second module was all about enumeration and reconnaissance and gathering intelligence. And we dedicate one specific video to all of the passive recon tactics. And there are very many tools on top of these tools right here that we cover in that video that teaches you how to find publicly available information and get as much information as you possibly can about your target, so that you can be fully prepared when you go into your active recon and then just further along with the pen test process. So these specific services, I should say, allow us to collect information about the target without actually connecting to the target. And you can even get IP address information and the types of services that are running, the types of servers that they're running. You can get all that information from Shodan without doing a single scan against your target, which is amazing. You do need basic networking knowledge to go through this entire module that we're going to go through, because we are doing network security. So it really does help to know that. If you don't have networking knowledge, then there is the CompTIA Network Plus playlist that's available on this channel as well, which is a comprehensive playlist when it comes down to networking, and you can learn a lot of information from that playlist. So I always say that having a strong foundation in networking will allow you to be really good in any other area of IT, essentially. So whether you're going to go into hacking and cybersecurity, or you want to go into network engineering, or if you want to go into system administration, doesn't really matter. If you have a really good understanding of networking, you will be able to do anything in IT more efficiently. So that's it's like one of those topics that, because everything is connected to the internet, at the very least, you need to have a good understanding of how the internet works. And the World Wide Web is just a giant network. So just understanding how it works and the various protocols and the means of communication, all of those things will make you more proficient as a security professional and as an ethical hacker. So the modules, network fundamentals inside of TryHackMe, and of course Linux fundamentals are really, really useful. Because they also say that you do need a good understanding with the command line as well. And all of the stuff that's in Linux fundamentals is already on this channel, so you can go find that in the CySec 101 playlist. There's also the crash course for Linux command line, and then there's of course the CompTIA Linux Plus playlist. So all of those things are available on this channel for you as well. And you can go through that information in advance, or you can just go through this stuff over here and try to make up for your gaps in knowledge with just some independent study as I go through. I'm going to try as much as possible not to do overly simplistic and fundamental explanations of things, mainly because I want to be respectful to everybody else who has gone through those fundamentals, so that we don't kind of bore them and repeat information that already exists. But I will do some basics, and being that technically we are in junior pentester, but it is expected that by the time that you get to junior pentester, you've already gone through at the very least CySec 101. CySec 101 playlist has essentially an introduction to everything that you would need, including networking, including Linux, and basically everything else. If you're not subscribed, the attack box won't have internet access, so you'll need to use the VPN, which is OpenVPN, to complete the questions that require internet access. So that's a really big deal. Just to give you a heads up. And that's pretty much it. We're not going to be using a target virtual machine here, but we will be using the attack box. And I can use Whois and DNS servers and DNSDumpster and Shodan.io and all of those things inside of my browser. And it'll be a little bit faster if I do it that way, just inside of Google Chrome. But I'll also use the attack box just to kind of make it easier just for people who will be using the attack box. So yeah, we'll do it that way. Now, let's talk about passive versus active recon. This is probably one of my favorite quotes ever, which is by Sun Tzu from The Art of War. And it says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, your victory will not stand in doubt. Essentially saying that if you are playing the role of an attacker, you need to gather as much information as possible about your target so that you can guarantee your success. If you're playing the role of a defender, you need to know as much about what your adversary is going to be doing, about your systems and what they're going to be attacking and what your vulnerabilities are. And ideally, you will find out that information before the attacker can find them. So this is why companies have pen testers on payroll inside of their company, because they want to be proactive and they want to attack themselves and find their own vulnerabilities before a malicious attacker will find them. Reconnaissance, also known as Recon, is the preliminary survey to gather information about a target. If you've seen any movie that has to do with espionage or the military, you have most likely heard about Recon, and it's the initial information gathering process. In the unified kill chain, we refer to it as the first step to gain the initial foothold on a system, and it can be done either passively or actively. In passive recon, we rely on publicly available information, intel, right? And this is the knowledge that we can access from resources without directly engaging with the target. So imagine that you're looking at the target territory from afar using binoculars without actually stepping foot on that territory. That's what passive is. Passive recon activities in the digital realm would be things like looking up DNS records from a public DNS server, checking job ads related to the target website, reading news articles about the target company, going to LinkedIn and seeing what their company profile looks like, seeing how many employees have that company listed as one of their employers, seeing if there is a email address, a work email address that person has put in their bio. If it's a company that has a physical location, going to one of those physical locations, mingling and talking to them as if you're inquiring about their services, getting somebody's business card to see the email address on the business card, and then finding out the format of the email address. So for example, hank.hackerson@company.com, that's usually a really common format for email addresses. And if you know that that's the format for email addresses, and then you go to LinkedIn and you find out, okay, let me see who the CEO's name is, and you find out that it's John Smith, and you're like, oh, you know what? So most likely his email is also john.smith@company.com. And then from there, you have at least the initial piece of information that you can use for a password attack, for example, because you know if you get the CEO's username, then you can go ahead and, or get the CEO's credentials, I should say, you can get into the system at a really high privilege level, right? Active recon, on the other hand, can't be done very discreetly, right? It requires direct engagement with the target. And technically, the example that I gave where you go in and you pose as a customer, that technically can be active and or passive. And it can be active because you actually have direct engagement with the location of the company, right? So you check the locks on the doors and windows among other potential entry points. That's definitely doing some active recon right there. So examples of active recon could be connecting to one of the company's servers like HTTP, FTP, or SMTP, calling the company in an attempt to get information, social engineering. So I guess what I gave was an actual example of active recon, and I can see why it would be categorized that way. Entering company premises, pretending to be a repairman, right? All of this is considered to be active recon. The invasive nature of active recon, you can get into a lot of trouble unless one obtains proper legal authorization. So just keep that piece in mind, right? If you're doing this without permission, it is a felony and it can get you in a lot of trouble if you get caught. So just keep that piece in mind. So you visit the Facebook page of a target company hoping to get into some of their employee names. What type of reconnaissance is this? Is it active or passive? And that would be passive because we're just looking at social media profiles and doing just OSINT, open source intelligence gathering. You ping the IP address of the company, that is definitely active because now we are actually doing some kind of a ping or an attempt to connect with them. You happen to meet the IT administrator of the target company at a party. You try to use social engineering to get more information about their system. This would also be considered active because now we're doing social engineering. So we can kind of see what the different types of recon are like, right? So now that we know what the difference between passive and active are, let's look at the first one, which is going to be that Whois query. All right, while we wait for the attack box to load, let's read through this. So Whois is a type of request and response protocol that follows the RFC 3912 specification, and it listens on a TCP port 43 for incoming requests on a specific Whois server. So the domain registrar is responsible for maintaining the records for Whois for the domain names that it's leasing. And it replies with various information, or the server itself, it replies with various information related to the domain. For example, the registrar, right? So which registrar was the domain registered with? Contact info of the registrant, unless it's hidden. So a lot of companies, in an attempt to secure their information, they will actually make these records hidden and they will make them private. But a lot of times you'll actually find public information, for example, the name, the organization, their address, their phone number, and a lot of other things as well, email addresses. The creation, update, and expiration dates. When was the domain name first registered? When was it last updated? And when does it need to be renewed? And which server do we ask to resolve the domain name? So what is their name server, right? So to get this, we can use a Whois client or an online service. So this is another one of these things. It's like, because of the fact that these things are so open source, they're so publicly available, you can literally go to a website and just do a search for a Whois record. And it's generally faster and more convenient to use your local Whois client, which would be on your computer. So we're going to end up using the attack box or a Linux machine if you have one, for example, Parrot or Kali. The machine that we have is also a Linux machine. And you can just access Whois client because especially on Kali Linux, it comes pre-installed. So you would basically do Whois and then give it the domain name, and then you'll get more information. So if we did Whois TryHackMe.com, we would get all of this information about TryHackMe, for example, their registrant organization, etc., etc. So you can see a lot of information. We can be redirected to whois.namecheap.com to get the information. And in this case, at the time being, the namecheap.com is maintaining the Whois record. So for this particular scan, it could have changed by the time that I actually go through this exercise. But at the time that they ran it, it would be namecheap.com. Furthermore, we can see the creation date along with the last update date and the expiration date. And we can obtain information about the registrar and the registrant, find the registrant name, contact info, unless they're, of course, being private. And though it's not displayed, we can also get the admin and tech contacts for this as well, unless they are private. So you can actually get the admin email, for example. We see the domain name servers that we should query if we have any DNS records to look up as well. So the information collected can be inspected to find new attack services like social engineering or technical attacks. Depending on the scope of the pen test, you might consider an attack against the email server of the admin user or the DNS servers, assuming they're owned by the client and fall within the scope of the pen test. And it's important to note that due to automated tools abusing Whois queries to harvest emails, many of these services take measures against it, meaning they redact email addresses. So many registrants subscribe to privacy services to avoid those things being harvested by spammers and keep their information private. So again, just keep that piece in mind. It's not a bad thing to do. It should be like one of those basic things that you do at the very beginning of your exercise just to see if there is publicly available information that you can get from a Whois record. So we are going to now check the Whois record of TryHackMe to get the information that we need to answer these questions. So I believe by now the attack box should be up and running. So we're going to open it in a full screen just so it makes it a little bit easier on us. So we're just going to do Whois TryHackMe.com and see if we can find all of this basic information. So this is what it looks like every time that we log into these machines, the attack boxes. And so we'll open up the terminal right here. And just kind of zoom in on this a little bit and then just run the scan, right? So run the query. So Whois TryHackMe.com, basically. And you go through that, registry database, only.com, and registrars. Okay, so what does this mean? Does this mean that we can't? Oh, there we go. It's towards the top. So we have domain name TryHackMe, their registration ID, Whois servers, whois.namecheap.com, their URL, updated date, creation date. So creation date would be 7/5/2018, I believe. And that would be the main date. I wonder if they want the time as well. No, they just want that. So it would be 2018 0705, like that. There we go. Who is the registrar of TryHackMe.com? So if we go here, the registrar is Namecheap.com. So Namecheap.com. And which company is TryHackMe.com using for their name servers? So if we go over here, name server is kip.ns.cloudflare.com. So it would be cloudflare.com. And there we go. Just like that, we found some key information about TryHackMe, and we did it very easily with a very simple command, Whois, and then provided the domain name. So let's now talk about nslookup and dig. So now we can find the IP address of the domain name using something like nslookup, which stands for name server lookup. And we would use a similar command. We would do nslookup and then give it the domain name, for example, nslookup TryHackMe, or more generally nslookup, and then give it whatever the option might be. And so you can use the H command, the -H option with nslookup, just to see what the various options are on the help menu. The options contains the query type as shown in this table that we see right here below. So we can get the A record for their IPv4 address. We can get the quad A record for their IPv6. The domain name would be the domain name itself. The server is the DNS server that you want to query. You can choose a local public DNS server. So for example, 1111 or 1001 or quad 8, 884, 9999, etc. And then there's also this one that actually looks like more of an IP address, like an actual IP address. All of these are technically IP addresses as well, but they're more obvious that they are default, type of DNS servers to query. So there are a lot more public DNS servers that we can always choose from if we want alternatives to just to the IP addresses that's available from the internet service provider that we're using. So these are the various records that we can use with nslookup. So A would be the IPv4, quad A would be IPv6, C name would be their canonical name, MX would be their mail server, SOA would be the start of authority, and of course their TXT records. So nslookup type A, for example, would give us this information from TryHackMe, and then we would be using 1111 to use that as one of the default servers that would be scanning TryHackMe, right? So this is what it looks like. Type A, TryHackMe, and then we give it that server. So it's saying that this server is the one that's doing the scanning, and then now we're getting the TryHackMe.com, their IP address, and then there's another one, this IP address, and there's another one, this IP address, right? So these are the various A records that belong to TryHackMe. And it's not out of the ordinary for a company to alternate through their IP addresses, right? So the A and quad A records are used to return IPv4 and IPv6 respectively. It's helpful to know from a penetration testing perspective. In the example that we just looked at, with one domain name, we obtain 3 IP addresses. They can be further checked for insecurity, so each individual one might be configured differently. So you can do nslookup mx TryHackMe, and this would be the mail records that you would get, right? So mail servers, and then you can see that they're using Google for the most part. And what we get is when a mail server tries to deliver email at TryHackMe, it'll try to connect to this specific Google address. If it's busy or unavailable, then it'll attempt to connect to the next one or the next one or the next one. Google provides these listed mail servers, so we should not expect the mail servers to be running a vulnerable server version because it is, after all, Google. But if you find mail servers that are not adequately secured or patched, you might be able to find some interesting information that way. So you can find all of this information, and it can be valuable as you continue the passive recon of the target, and you can repeat similar queries for other domain names and different types like TXT records, and you just don't know what's going to come up. And again, this is another one of those things where it's like, it should just be something that you do, because there is something called low-hanging fruit. It's like a phrase that we refer to a lot in pen testing, and you just don't know what you're going to find. You know what I mean? So you do it anyways. Most likely you're not going to come up with anything, but there may be a chance that you actually do strike gold and you find some really, really good information. So for advanced queries, you can use dig, right? And so it stands for the Domain Information Groper, which is just such a very weird name. But you can use dig to look up MX records and compare them to nslookup to see what else you would get. And this is another tactic as well. You would use multiple tools that kind of serve the same purpose to see if there's other information that's discovered by either one of the tools that the other one didn't discover. So we would use dig domain name type, and then we would try to get the record type. So for example, dig at server domain type. That could be one of the things that we could do. Server is the DNS server, domain name is the actual domain, and then the type contains the DNS record type. So dig tryhackme.com MX will try to retrieve the MX records for you. The comparison of nslookup and dig shows that dig returned more information like the time to live, and if you want to query a 1111 quad 1 server, you can execute this using TryHackMe and the MX record, and then we can see what other information is available. So we're going to open the terminal in our attack box, use nslookup and dig to get the information. So check the txt records of thmlabs.com. What is the flag there? So we'll just do, why not? We'll do the we'll do dig, and then we'll do TryHackMe, and then we'll just do txt. Or not TryHackMe, I'm sorry, it's THMLabs. So we'll do dig THMLabs, and then we'll do txt. Let's see what we find. So here we go, dig thmlabs.com, and then we'll do txt like that. And there it is. So the answer for THMLabs, we have this flag right here, this whole thing, and I'm just going to copy that. And there we go. Just like that, we got the answer. Not that bad, right? So let's talk about DNSDumpster. So expanding further now, what we want to find more about the target would be things like directories or subdomains. Subdomains are actually very helpful, especially when you're trying to find login portals. So for example, admin.tryhackme.com, if it does exist, that would be one of those portals where it's like, oh, this seems like it's the admin login portal, right? So finding any subdomain can actually be extremely useful to you, and there are ways that we can do it actively using a tool like GoBuster or something like that. But then there are also ways that we can use a tool like DNSDumpster, right? So if tryhackme.com, for example, has the subdomain wiki.tryhackme.com and webmail.tryhackme.com, you want to learn more about these two, and because you can potentially get a lot of information from the target. So one of these subdomains can be set up and is not updated regularly. It's misconfigured, right? And the lack of proper regular updates can lead to vulnerabilities for us. So how do we actually do this? How do I actually find them? And it's kind of been given away in the title or the subtitle for this section, which is, of course, DNSDumpster. So there are ways that you can get it through search engines, just being upfront here. There's literally ways, and this is a Google dorking exercise essentially, where we can just go to Google, right, and type in something like site, and then we would give it an *.tryhackme.com, and if it's available, it'll show us whatever we possibly can find for it. So for example, business.tryhackme.com, careers.tryhackme.com, and then blog.tryhackme.com, etc., etc. So this is actually what we call Google dorking or Google hacking. This is just one of the advanced queries that's available with Google. And one of the things that I always talk about in the conversation of Reconnaissance is the exploit database. Now, the exploit database has a bunch of actual exploits that have been coded that you can use for an attack. But towards the bottom right here, there's also a link that will take you to Google hacking. And so when you go in there, these are all queries that you can just use inside of Google to see the type of information that can potentially be brought up. So in the text of the website, you want to see if there is a proftpd.conf or index, whatever. Like, these are all queries that you can literally paste into a Google search and see what type of information you can find about your target that would be available through Google advanced searches. And on the, trillions of indexes that Google has done throughout their history, right? So now another one could be, of course, using a tool like DNSDumpster. So instead of doing a bunch of different queries on Google Dorking or on Google, then you can just go ahead and use a tool like DNSDumpster. And if we use DNSDumpster for TryHackMe, we'll be able to see that you can find blog.tryhackme or whatever else, business.tryhackme, which is what I found from Google, and a bunch of other things. So this is just one little tiny glimpse that you would get. So there are a list of DNS servers for the domain that we're looking up. It also resolved the domain name to the IP addresses for us. It also sees the MX records and all five mail exchange servers to their respective IP addresses and information about the owner and the location. And we can see TXT records. So one single query was enough to retrieve all that information. So if we go back, right, so this is kind of where it starts, is the Whois and then the nslookup and dig. But technically, you can just go to DNSDumpster and you would get all of the information that you would have gotten from nslookup and dig, from Whois, and all that information as well. So we're stacking. Essentially, we're stacking all of these tools on top of each other just to see what type of records that we can find. So this is just what it looks like when we're looking at, I believe, the TryHackMe. Yeah, we're looking for TryHackMe on DNSDumpster, and these are the things that we'd be able to pull. So their DNS servers, the IP addresses for those DNS servers, their MX records, their TXT records, their host records for their subdomains, all of that stuff is found through DNSDumpster. And it can also represent this information graphically, which is what you see right here, which is quite handy if you're a visual person. And then you can see what maps out to what and which records can be pulled from each one of these individual elements of TryHackMe. So very, very handy, very useful. There's a beta feature that allows us to export the graph as well, so you can manipulate the graph and move the blocks around if you needed to, and try to organize the records for your own visual stimulus, or for your own visual preferences, I should say. So we are now going to go into DNSDumpster and look for tryhackme.com. Now, if you're using this as a free user, remember that the attack box does not have internet access, so you might have some challenges to it. So I'm just going to go to DNSDumpster and then just look for TryHackMe on my own browser, so we can hopefully find the same information that we'd be able to find if we were using the attack box, and then be able to find the information. And obviously I've done this before, so we're just going to autofill. We're going to do the test, and then let's see what information we would be able to gather about TryHackMe. All right, so here are our results. Very, very good amount of results. Let's move this over here so we can go back and forth between the tabs here. So here it's a bunch of information, right? So we have the A records and the subdomains for the data set. We have all of the subdomains themselves. We have the MX records. We have the NS, the DNS name server records. We have the TXT records. And then here's the map that you just saw right here that we could potentially export. So this is a really cool freaking tool. I'm telling you, it's really, really cool, very useful. So what's the question? It says, look it up. What is one interesting subdomain that you would discover in addition to www and blog? So we look at the subdomains, and I guess we could zoom in and out of the map right here as well. So what is one interesting one? We have blog, we have help, we have insights proxy worker, we have remote. Ooh, that could be actually interesting. And then www. So I'm going to say it's remote. That one sounds the most useful. There we go. That was it. And now we're going to go talk about Shodan. And I could do an entire training series on Shodan. Very cool tool. You can learn a lot about a company, a lot about the services inside of a city or the machines inside of a city by using a thing like Shodan.io. And it's very, again, just very, very, very powerful. So there are different services from Shodan that we can use to learn about connected and exposed devices that belong to that organization. So to try to connect to every device reachable online to build a search engine of connected things, in contrast with a search engine for web pages. So connected things are the IoT, right? Internet of Things. So when you look at IoT devices, it could be something like a CCTV camera. It could be I don't know, a TV that's connected to the internet. It could be their garage door that's connected to the internet so that they can connect to it from their phone and open it in advance or from different locations. There are a lot of different things that fall under the Internet of Things category. And it's basically everything other than actual computers and mobile devices that are connected to an internet connection that would fall under that IoT category, which is massive. There's a lot of stuff. Your microwave connected to the internet could be one. Your little vacuum cleaner could be. There's just so many different devices that, as long as they're connected to the internet, they fall under the Internet of Things. So once it gets a response, it collects all the information related to that service and saves it in the database to make it searchable. So if we look at the saved record of one of the TryHackMe servers, if we just search for tryhackme.com, for example, we can see this information, right? So we have the IP address right here. It's obviously been moved permanently. So in an attempt to connect to it, it got a 301 response code and it has moved permanently. But apart from that, it was, through Amazon AWS, Ireland, Dublin was the location of it. These were the various bits and pieces of it. And this was just one information this was just information about one of the results that was connected to TryHackMe. So it collects information related to any device. Searching for TryHackMe on Shodan will display at least one record or one device or one website, etc. So we can learn the IP addresses, hosting company, geographic location, server type, and version, which can be very, very handy because you can actually search for server types that are vulnerable, that they are actually vulnerable, and then you can combine that search query with the company name to see if that company has any servers that are vulnerable in their network anywhere across the world. And then from there, that they're connected to their overall network. So if you get into this one server, you can bounce around and laterally move until you find the location that you want. It's very, very interesting what can happen once you know what the vulnerable service or services are that you can attack. So you may also search for the IP addresses you've obtained from the DNS lookups, and they're of course more subject to change because IP addresses actually do change and they are rotated. So once on the help page, you can learn about all the search options available on Shodan, and you're encouraged to try it by looking for TryHackMe, right? So it would be best to visit it to answer the following questions, but you can also find the answers without needing a premium account because they are limited. Your queries that you can run on Shodan are limited when you just use a free account. Even without logging in, you can do queries and you just get limited. So what is the second country in the world in terms of the number of publicly accessible Apache servers? So what are we going to do? We're going to go to Shodan right here, right? Shodan.io, and then we're going to search for Apache, just like that. And then you're going to get a bunch of results. Now, on the sidebar here, so we see there are almost 18 million results returned from across the world that have Apache servers. So the first country is by a very, very big margin, is the United States. The second one is China, and then Germany is a close third, Japan is a close fourth, right? So what? China would be the answer. It says, what's the second country? It would be China. Now, based on Shodan.io, what is the third most common port that's used for Apache? So now we're going to go to the list of ports. So we have top ports, port 80, which is the HTTP port, port 443, which is the HTTPS port, and then we have port 8080, which is something that we found a lot through our exercises. So that would be the port. That would be the third most common. And what is the third most common port used for Nginx? So we can again go back here, go to the top, and just search for Nginx, which is another server type. And then Nginx is actually 60 million results. So there is way more Nginx servers. China has 13 million Nginx servers. US has 10. And then Hong Kong comes in a third, much, much farther behind, which is interesting because I thought Hong Kong was in China. So I wonder if these numbers are separate from the numbers in China. I want to say Hong Kong is in China. I apologize for my ignorance if I'm wrong, but I feel like it was. Maybe I'm not that good at geography. So what's the question here? Third most common port for Nginx is 5001, but port 80 is largely the primary, 443 is the second, and then third one is 5001. So let's see if that's still the case here. And it is. And just like that, we were able to find really, really interesting information. So now here's the other thing, just before I move on to the final piece. These are the companies, right? So these are companies that actually have Nginx servers. So now check this out. Let's say we want to look at the Metaverse Limited servers. So now it says that we got to log in. So let me actually log in to be able to use those servers. All right, cool. So here's the login version of this. So I'm logged in. I did a search for Nginx, and then at the bottom I clicked under Organizations Metaverse Limited. So here's what the search query turned to. So now you can do Nginx, and then you do org : and then inside of the quotes you would just put the name of the company, assuming that you actually know the name of the company. So that's basically it, right? So we could technically turn this into Microsoft. I don't know if that'll work, but and see, there you go. So now we actually see all of the Nginx servers for Microsoft, right? And you can go down here and you can look at the operating systems that are under it. So, you know, Ubuntu is the largely the operating system that's running on Nginx servers, because they are servers, and the preferred operating system for servers is Linux. So Ubuntu is one of the more common distributions of Linux, right? But again, you can go ahead and find a bunch of different types of products or things like that. And then any of these that you add, so I can do N8N, I guess that would be it. And so now it changes the query. So as long as you learn what these parameters are, so that you can go ahead and feed a value to them, you can then combine the various search elements to try to find information about a specific company, right? So I can now click on United States, right? Now we're looking at all of the servers that are inside of the United States that have this product. So I'll actually remove the products just to expand our search a little bit. So now we can see that for Nginx, with the organization of Microsoft in the United States, we actually have 176,000 results. And then we can even go further. So we can go and look at the various cities, right? So these top cities that actually hold these Microsoft Nginx servers. So San Jose, Reston, San Antonio, Flint Hill, Washington, So I can click on Newark, and it'll take me into Newark. And then now I have 581 servers that are available in Newark that belong to Microsoft that have the Nginx server installed on them. You see how crazy it is, and how like you start all of a sudden going deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you start finding information about localized servers or localized devices that would potentially be accessible, and then from there you can start going and digging further and further into it. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do with Shodan, and this is all falling under passive reconnaissance. This is one of the most powerful tools that's available to you in your tool belt when it comes down to passive reconnaissance. So highly encourage that you create one of the accounts. It's a free account. So you create a free account with Shodan, and then just go and practice these queries and see what other ways you can use Shodan to find information about a target company. And of course, if you've been hired to do a pen test, you would come here, search for the organization, right? You would just search for the organization, and then we can even do this. Search for the organization, just in general, just do that. And then from there, you would see, okay, so this organization has 7.2 million devices that have been connected to the internet. These are the various ports that they're connected to. These are the various organizations they're attributed to. The top products, open secure shell. That's pretty crazy. These are all used for remote connections, right? So remote connections to these devices, 396,000 devices have OpenSSH product attached to them. Windows, Linux, Ubuntu. It's really insane when you really think about it. So if I click on OpenSSH, now it's turned to 396,000 devices, organization Microsoft using OpenSSH. And it's really crazy. And of course, the OpenSSH default port is 22. So by a large number, that's the port that's being used. And then some of the other ones, they've changed it from the default port, because we know that OpenSSH can be used for remote connection. Therefore, it's best to change the default port so that if somebody's trying to do a remote connection to us, they can't just do it by default connecting to port 22, right? And so this guy's like person saying, okay, we're going to do 2222 just to make it seem like it's not the default port. And it's like, all right, bro, whatever. But again, you can see how easily you can find all of this information by just a couple of clicks inside of this really amazing service called Shodan.io. And just like that, we finished our intro to passive reconnaissance. If you're interested in learning more about passive reconnaissance, then I would encourage you to go check out the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist on this channel. And from there, not the first 5 or 6 videos, because those are more for the first module, which is the setup of the engagement and the rules of engagement for a pen test. But then after that is when you get into the module for reconnaissance, and then you'll learn a lot about passive recon. And of course, our next video in junior pen test is going to be for active recon, and then you can go refer to Pentest Plus for all of that information. So bunch of stuff that we covered in this video today, and this is literally just scratching the surface. We talked about Whois, nslookup, and dig. We talked about DNSDumpster and Shodan.io, and then you just have these references. And again, this is one of the things that's available for free inside of TryHackMe. So you can just go create a free account and then be able to get access to this, and then use this little cheat sheet that they've created for you to be able to see the various types of usages for these tools and everything else along those lines. So that's basically it. That's the overview of what we talked about in this particular video today. So I hope this actually was serving useful to you. And of course, if any questions or any kind of comments come up in your mind, please drop them in the comment section below. If you found this video useful and you would like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially inside of the Junior Pentester playlist and the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist. And then there's going to be a bunch of other stuff that's going to come out as well. So this channel will just continue to update you and create more things. And then there are so many other things that I have planned for the future once we're done with these elements. So there are so much stuff that's going to be coming out, and you don't want to miss it. So make sure that you are in the community. If you have any questions, drop them in the comment section below. If you have any comments, drop them in the comment section below. Go check out the rest of the stuff that's available here. So if you go on the homepage, you'll be able to find the created playlists from most recent and then backwards. So Pentest Plus is the most recent that I'm working on. Every Friday, there's a new episode that comes out. Network Plus is finished. This is exclusive to the Hackaholics Anonymous community. Security Plus is finished. Linux Plus is finished. And of course, CySec 101 is finished. And these are very, very powerful and very, very useful. CySec 101 does kind of like an introduction to all of these topics. But if you want to go deeper into Linux, for example, I encourage you to take Linux Plus. It's a very, very powerful playlist, and people have used the contents of that playlist to pass their examination. So I know that it's useful and it works and it's good information. Same thing with Security Plus and Network Plus and all that good stuff. And then we have, of course, SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, and Security Engineering down here, and the posts and all of the other things that's on this channel. There's a lot of stuff on this channel. So go ahead and browse and find what you're looking for. And you can always just go over here and click this little search button and search for the things that might be most interesting to you. Apart from that, just make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell below, that little bell, so that you can go ahead and get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comments section. It's your boy Hank Hackers, and at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. In this episode of the Junior Pentester Training Series, we're going to go through active reconnaissance. And active reconnaissance is the counterpart to passive reconnaissance. And this is going to now show up on the security devices, right? on the endpoint detection, on the intrusion detection systems, and everything else. This is actually going to show up mainly because of the fact that we are now going to be scanning. We're going to be using tools like Traceroute or Ping or Telnet or any other information or any other type of tool that will actually get you much more detailed, nuanced information about your target. And maybe things like your web browser scanning or your web browser looking at the source code of a web application. Maybe that might not show up on the actual security defense tools, but for the most part, the way that I differentiate between passive and active is that active recon shows up on the security devices, on the endpoint detection and all of that stuff. So that is what we're going to be talking about in today's video. And of course, we're going to talk about the intro, the web browser itself. We're going to use the Ping tool, Traceroute, Telnet, Netcat, and then we're going to put it all together and actually run a couple of exercises together to be able to get the final kind of full circle wrap up of this particular video, of this particular episode. This is another free room that's available through TryHackMe, meaning that you can actually launch the virtual machines, the attack box, and all that good stuff inside of this by just having a username and a password. So it's one of the hundreds of free rooms inside of TryHackMe. It was developed by Strategos and TryHackMe, of course. The timestamps for every single one of these are going to be in the description below. So if you just want to jump around and find specific information for your task, where you're at, you can go ahead and do that. But apart from that, that's what we got for today's episode. So quick note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we'll jump into it. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacks, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into active reconnaissance. Now, I mentioned in the last episode where we were talking about passive recon, I mentioned that we do go much deeper into reconnaissance in general in the CompTIA Pentest Plus training series, and all of those videos are already up, so you can actually go find them in the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist. Now, in this particular video, we're going to be going through some of the most, or surface level, I should say, some of the more surface level introductions to these tools. And of course, we're going to be looking at a web browser to see what we can find about a website or the target. We're going to use Ping, we're going to use Traceroute, Telnet, and Netcat to gather more information about the network system, their services, all that good stuff. So passive recon, again, allows you to gather information about the target without any kind of direct engagement or connection. You're watching from afar, like using binoculars to look at your target. Active recon allows you to make some kind of contact. So it could be a phone call, right? Or you visit their company under some kind of pretense to gather more information, like a customer. I just want to introduce myself, or I want to see, I want to get more information about your services. Oh, by the way, do you have a business card? And then you get their business card, and then you get their email address on the business card. And there's a lot of other things, right? So it's a direct connection to the target, and it could be a direct connection to their system, looking at their website or checking if their firewall has an SSH port open. This is much more active than anything else that we've talked about so far. And it's much more active than just looking at their website, right? So I honestly, I would consider looking at their website as passive reconnaissance. As long as you don't do any kind of scan on their website and you're just looking at the website, clicking around, looking at the source code, all of that, in my opinion, is considered passive recon. But it's been listed here as active recon because technically you're engaging with the target. So think of it as closely inspecting windows and door locks, right? Going up to somebody's car and pulling the car handle to see if the car opens and it's unlocked. That's kind of what we're doing in this sense. Except we're just doing it in the digital realm, right? So it's essential to remember not to engage in these things before getting signed legal authorization from the client, because the instant that an organization finds out that you're doing active scanning, of course they're going to block you, but depending on what you're doing in your active recon, they may actually report you and you may get into severe legal trouble. So just remember, when you're doing pen testing, you are hired to do a penetration test, or you're going through a website like HackerOne or something like this, where they have publicly contracted the all of the hackers of the world and saying, okay, you are allowed to attack us, and we'll even pay you if you find some kind of a bug bounty, or if you find a bug in our services, we'll actually pay you to point that out to us, and then they'll give you the rules upon which you can act and what you should and should not do, and then from there you're free to go work along it. But that's like the furthest that you can go without getting direct permission from somebody via a signed legal authorization. So just keep this piece in mind, right? It's illegal to do this without permission. So what we're going to be doing is doing the active recon element of it, and it looks at direct connections made to the target machine, and the information will leave that connection that you would do. It'll actually leave information in their logs showing the IP address that you're using, the time of the connection, duration of the connection, and many other things. And we're not going to be talking about using things like proxies or proxy chain and things like that, but there are ways that you can technically hide your specific computer's IP address. And you can go through the Tor Onion browser, which has technically a proxy chain embedded into it. And then you can even expand on that proxy chain. But even that can be reverse engineered. And ultimately, they can find out, if they have a really good security team, a defensive team, they can find out who you are and where you were and what you did. And it's just, again, make sure that you do all of this with permission so you don't have to worry about getting into trouble. So not all of the connections can be suspicious, because your active recon can appear as a regular client activity. So you can actually disguise yourself and shield yourself against seeming malicious. Web browsing is one of those things where it's like you're a browser, you're connected to their website, you're going to their target web server. Unless you're trying to go to their admin login portal and you're not an admin and your IP is not listed on the list of admin IPs that they have, that can be suspicious. But if you're just going through their website, clicking around, trying to find information, it's not really suspicious. It's just like somebody's going and browsing their website. So you can use these types of techniques to your advantage when you're doing red teaming, where you're on the attacking team and you don't want to alarm the blue team, which are the people on the defensive side. So we're going to be using these types of tools that come mostly they come with most of the operating systems, or they're easily attainable. If you have Kali Linux, all of these things are already embedded, pre-installed into Kali Linux. So the web browser obviously is already pre-installed, right? So web browsers are really easy to access, and we'll show you how a web browser can actually be armed to become an efficient recon tool. Then we're going to go through the rest of the tools, for example, ping, traceroute, telnet, etc. So all these things establish a connection to the target. Therefore, your activities would fall under active recon. And if you want to get into the pen testing realm and you want to get familiar with these tools and how you can use them in active recon, this is the video for you. And if you want to go deeper into it, then you can go ahead and use the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist and go through those videos for the section of Reconnaissance, and you'll get even more tools and even more strategies and tactics that you can use to do active recon. Now, if you're not a subscribed member of TryHackMe, meaning if you're not a paid subscriber, the attack box is not going to have internet access, so you'll need to use the VPN to complete the questions that require internet access, meaning you can actually be a free member of TryHackMe and use OpenVPN to establish a connection to your own computer and then use the internet that's available on your computer to run the exercises. So that is what we're going to be doing. And now let's talk about the web browser. You can use the web browser in a variety of different ways to get information about your target on the transport level, which has to do with the OSI model. So if you aren't familiar with that, then I would refer you to learning a little bit more about networking. So on the transport level, the browser connects to the port 80 by default, and this is through HTTP. Now, HTTP is plain text, right? So when you're connecting via port 80, you're essentially looking at the entire communication between you and the website without encryption. Port 443 is the secure version of HTTP, which would be HTTPS, the HTTP secured, and that is an encrypted connection. So that information would need to be decrypted somehow if you want to really get good information about the website. And most modern websites, if the web developer knew anything about anything really, they would be operating via port 443, which is protected with SSL or TLS certificates, okay, or those levels of encryption. So since 80 and 443 are default ports for these communications, the browser doesn't show them in the address bar. However, it's possible to use custom ports. For instance, 127.0.0.1, this is the loopback local address on every single computer, right? So if you do 127.0.0.1 colon 8834, it'll connect to your local host on port 8834 via HTTPS. And in this piece right here, this is where you're declaring that you're going to use HTTPS. If you were to do HTTP without the S, then it would do it without the encryption, right? If there's an HTTPS server that's listening on that port, we'll then receive a web page. But most likely there isn't, because typically this is like and if there was, this would also be something that would be only accessible from that local machine, because it's the local host's IP address. So if you have something on your local host at this port, me trying to connect to this specific IP address, even though I use the right port, it's not going to bring up anything for me because it's on your local host. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, this is the IP address for my local host and your local host. But if I don't have that website on my local host, it doesn't matter what I do here. It's just not going to show up for me. So while browsing the web page, we can do Control-Shift-I, which if you're on a Windows PC, or Option-Command-I on a Mac, or I guess I would say Linux as well probably, to open the developer tools on Firefox, okay? You can also just do right-click, and then you can go to Inspect, and usually when you do this, it'll actually open up the developer tools. So these are the developer tools on Chrome, right? So anytime that you do that, it'll just open this up. And then what you'll see at the top right here, well, you can't really zoom in it like that. What you see at the top right here, these are the various elements or various categories, tabs inside of the developer tools, right? And on Chrome, they're named a little bit differently than what you would see on Microsoft Edge or what you would see on Firefox, but they all have them. So all of the browsers actually have these various tabs, and they'll do the same functionality. It's just they might be named differently. So this is what the developer tools looks like. You can obviously also go to the menu over here, and then from there you can pull up developer tools. So there are a lot of different ways to do it, but I usually just right click on something and then I'll do inspect and it'll open it up. And then what I really like doing when I'm trying to find something specific, or the details like the source code for something specific. So let's say this image right here. So let's say I want to find what this image is being pointed to. So I will right click on the image and I'll do inspect. And what happens is that it actually pulls up that image. It pulls up the section of the code that houses that image, which is obviously on TryHackMe-images- or TryHackMe-images.s3.amazon AWS, etc., etc. So now we can see, okay, they're using an AWS S3 bucket to store their images. And if we went to that address, maybe we'll find something, right? So I can technically just copy this. It might be blocked because I don't have access to their S3 bucket, but maybe it is accessible. If I go here, and so it says, yeah, it doesn't appear to have any style associated with it. The document is shown below, and the access is denied because I am not one of their developers for their cloud infrastructure, right? So, but you can find that information, right? You get to see, it's like, oh, wow, this is actually being housed on an S3 bucket in Amazon AWS, etc., etc. So you can find a lot of interesting information about specific elements. So let's say there's a button, right? So this button, I can just do the same thing, right click on the button, do inspect, and it'll open it up and it'll take me to that button. So it says button color primary and then it'll even show you what it would point to if it was being redirected to a different page. Same thing with links and everything else. So that's how you can use your browser, and then you'll be able to see all of these different elements. So this is what Firefox Developer Tools looks like. And so look at this, right? So it says debugger, right? So let me actually kind of zoom in on here. So it says debugger, and then debugger shows all of the various sources for this web page. But for Chrome, it doesn't say debugger. So if I go to the developer tools, for Chrome, it's actually sources. When we click on sources, then we get to see, oh, these are all of the different elements that loads when this specific web page loads, right? And that's what it will look like if you were using Chrome versus Firefox. But again, it's the same thing. It shows you the same thing that's available for this thing. So this is the login page for TryHackMe. And when you look at the source code of that, or the inspect element of that, you'll get to see under their debugger sources, you'll get to see all of these elements right here. So let's move on. There are plenty of add-ons for Firefox and Chrome that can help with this kind of stuff. But Foxy Proxy is native to Firefox. So this cannot actually be downloaded and installed into Google Chrome. And this is a proxy plugin that allows you to connect to a tool like Burp Suite, which we did a bunch of videos on it in the previous module for Junior Pentester, which was actually the Burp Suite module. So not the video before this episode, but all of the 5 videos prior to the video prior to that one. So I think it goes from episode 17 to episode 21. All of those episodes in Junior Pentester have to do with Burp Suite. And then we talk about how to use Foxy Proxy, how to capture traffic using it, etc. And you can always download it if you have Firefox using the Foxy Proxy installation page, which is the add-ons for Mozilla, which is what it looks like, right? So download it and install it. And literally it says right here, you need Firefox to use this, and I'm using Google Chrome, so it's not accessible to me. There's the user, agent, switcher, and manager, which gives us the ability to pretend to be accessing the web page from a different operating system or different web browser. So this is actually really handy. So you can disguise yourself, basically. Pretend to be browsing a site using an iPhone when in fact you're accessing it from Firefox, right? And then you can go get that for Firefox here. Now let's see if this is actually available for Chrome. Nope, this is also available only for Firefox, so boo. Then we have Wapalizer. So this is cross-platform. It's available for pretty much every web browser. And I actually have it installed on my web browser here. So I can click on plugins, and then it's right here, and click on Wapalizer. And then it pulls up all the information about TryHackMe right now. So it says for analytics, this is what they're using: marketing automation, tag managers, development, JavaScript frameworks, their live chat CRM, issue trackers, font scripts, JavaScript libraries. Platform as a service is being, of course, Amazon. Miscellaneous stuff over here, text editors, UI frameworks, all of the with one little plugin. And it's actually really, really handy when you're doing web application reconnaissance, because if you have it installed, it'll just tell you, hey, they're using WordPress as their client content management system. And so from there, we can use WP Scan. If we know that they're using WordPress, we can use WP Scan, which is a free command line tool. That'll get you so much information about their website. You can actually use it to enumerate all of the user accounts that are attached to it, including the admin accounts that are attached to it. So a lot of stuff can be found using Wapalizer, and then from there you'll know which way to direct your activity. So we're going to browse to this website and ensure that you have opened your developer tools on attack file, and then browse the computer using the developer tools, figure out the total number of questions. So what's the website? It's this thing right here. Oh, interesting. Okay, I remember this website. So, this is using the TCP Connect or the TCP protocols, not protocols, I want to say packets. So there's a SYN packet, a FIN packet, an acknowledgement packet. These are the things that can be sent when we're trying to connect to something using the TCP IP connection. So this is the website that we're going to use for the questions. And so it says using developer tools, figure out the total number of questions. So let's go over here, inspect, right? And we're looking at the total number of questions that could potentially be asked. So we can just click on this, right click on that, do inspect. So it opens that up for us over here. And then we have what? We have the Alice bubble that has 1, 2, 3, right? And then we have the Bob bubble that has these different bubbles here. So there's 1, 2, 3 for here, little tiny bubble. And then there's another Alice bubble, which has to do with the Alice image. There's another Bob bubble, which has the Bob image. So in total, we're trying to find out the number of questions. So I guess it's what, 2? Because it says, can you hear me, Bob? And then what? And then Bob's answers would potentially be this, but we have to populate Bob's answer. So we're going to do, can you hear me, Bob? And then he says, see you later, incorrect answer. And it says, yes, I can hear you. Okay, great. And it says, okay, great. And then here's another, oh, I see. See, more things populate as we go along. So, okay, so cheesecake is on sale. He says, what? And he repeats it. Okay, so acknowledgement, I hear you. And then I'm all done, fin acknowledgement. And then, yeah, me too. And then there you go. And I guess that would be like the full conversation. But really, I mean, I still feel like the number of questions were 2. I don't think there were very many questions. So, okay, goodbye. And then I got the answer. I don't know if this is a flag that we'll need later. So THM TCP chatter. I don't know if this will actually need this for this exercise. We probably do. But we were just trying to find the number of questions. So let's see what the hint says. It says, look at the JavaScript file I see. Inspect the file and figure out the total number of questions. So let's look at the JavaScript file inside of sources. So we can look at the script JavaScript file. There we go. So we have that. And let's go and see how many questions there are here. So Alice has, and let me see if I can kind of expand on this a little bit to make it easier. So we have, can you hear me, Bob? That's 1. What? That's 2. And then what else do we got that ends with a question? So 3, technically, what is a question? So 3, is that what it is? So those are all of the questions that we got, right? So 3, potentially. So let's see if that it is. No, it's not. So is it 2? No, it's not that either. Oh, wow. So it's more than 3, huh? All right, let me see if I can find them. Oh, you know what? It's actually, so if we go over here and look at this, the let questions portion element. So if we look at the questions variable, we can see that inside of the questions variable, we have all of these and they've been numbered for us. So there's 8 technically. And then even if we scroll down a little bit further right here, we can also see the flag right here, the THM TCP chatter. So let's try 8. I feel like 8 is the number that we're looking for. Yep, it is. So that was it. It was actually outlined for us inside of the questions variable at the very, very top right here. We can see that we have this questions variable, and inside of that questions variable, there are 8 questions in total for us. So we were able to find it. Excellent. Let's move on to ping. And for this one, I got to start the virtual machine, and I got to probably start my attack box as well. All right, while the virtual machines and the attack box loads, let's go through the contents here. So ping is a really simple tool. It's like one of the basic tools that we can use. And it basically is like ping, and then you give it the domain name. So it's like ping tryhackme.com, or ping the IP address, and then it'll try to ping that. And what we're trying to see is more than one. The key thing that we're trying to see is whether or not we can establish a connection to whatever the endpoint is. And if it's up, right? So if it's up, we'll actually get a response. If we don't get a response after very many attempts, then it'll well, I can't talk. It'll either say that the thing, it'll either imply, I'm having such a hard time talking for some reason. It'll either imply that it's behind a firewall, or ping has been disabled, so we can't establish that connection, or it's actually down. So it's like those are one of the 2 expectations that we can have if we don't get a response from ping. But more often than not, you will get some kind of ping response or a reply, which then implies that that specific endpoint is up, right? So think about it as a game of ping pong or table tennis, right? So you throw the ball and you expect to get something back, and that's basically what it is. The primary purpose is to check whether or not we can reach the remote system and that it can actually reach us back. So this was used to check network connectivity, and is still used to check network connectivity, but there are more interested different usages that we can actually find from it. So checking whether the system is actually online is one of them. So the ping command sends a packet to the system. It's an ICMP packet. It'll send a packet to the system, and the remote system will reply. And we can conclude that it's online and that the network is working between the 2 systems, yours and theirs. If you want a pickier or a more fine-tuned definition, it sends an ICMP echo packet to a remote system. If the system is online, the ping packet has correctly routed and not blocked by any kind of firewall. The remote system will send back the echo reply, right? Similarly, the ping reply should reach the first system if appropriately routed and not blocked by any kind of a firewall. Now, a lot of firewalls, just giving you some extra information, a lot of networks and a lot of firewalls, they'll block the ICMP echo ping because this can actually be something that's used for a denial of service attack or a distributed denial of service attack to bring the website down. So it doesn't really do much other than just flood the endpoint. It'll flood the remote system with millions upon millions of echo packets sent via ICMP, and so they block it from any IP addresses that aren't allowed to do the ping because they want to prevent a potential denial of service attack from taking place. So the objective of this is to ensure that the target system is online, right? And before we spend any time carrying out more detailed scans or whatever, we just want to make sure that it's up and running. So on the attack box, we can actually use ping 10.10.31.29. This is a virtual machine that was just launched, so the IP address is up. Or we can do ping and then give it the host name. And in the latter, the system needs to resolve the host name to an IP address before actually sending the packet. So if you don't specify the count, it'll just keep going until you do Control-C to actually force it to stop. So you can actually do ping and then do -C10, and it will send 10 packets, and then it'll stop automatically after it sends the 10. This is also the equivalent of doing ping N10, which is done on a Microsoft Windows system. So on Linux and Unix, it would be ping C10. On Microsoft and Microsoft Windows, it would be ping N10, and it achieves the same thing. So it falls under ICMP, the Internet Control Message Protocol, supports many types of queries, but in particular, we're interested in the echo type 8 and the reply, which is reply type 0. Getting into this is not required to use ping. So you don't need to know all of the details of ICMP to use ping, to get the results from it. So this is what they've done to do a count of 5 to this specific IP address. And then we can see that it's up and it's not blocking any kind of a request because we get to now see reply. So when it says 64 bytes from the endpoint and then the time to live, the number of milliseconds that it took, so on and so forth, this is letting us know that we're actually getting a reply from this and it's up and it's running and it's not blocked by a firewall. It's responding, right? The ping output is an indicator that it is online and reachable. We've transmitted 5 packets, and we notice that on average it took 0.475 milliseconds for the reply to reach our system, the maximum length being 0.636. So from pen testing, we'll try to discover more about this, and we can learn as much as possible, for example, which ports are open and what's running, and we would do other types of attacks, or other types of scans, I should say. And we're going to be doing a good series of videos on Nmap inside of the network security module that we're in. So we're going to be talking about advanced Nmap scans and things like that as well. So we can shut down the target virtual machine and then try to ping this, and then we'll see that we're not going to get anything, right? It says destination host unreachable. So if we actually turn it off, if I turn this thing off, then these were the types of responses that I would get. From the attack box IP address, it was sent, but the destination host was not reachable. And this is what you'll see when the destination host, being this thing, is not up, or maybe even it's behind a firewall, right? So we already know that we shut down the target. For each ping the system is using, the attack box in this case is not responding with that the host is unreachable, and we've transmitted 5 packets, but none of them was received, meaning that 100% of those packets were lost. The packets that we sent, none of them were actually received in return, so they were lost. We don't get a ping reply back if we don't. There are a few explanations. The destination computer is not responsive, so it's still booting up or turned off, or the OS has crashed. It's unplugged from the network, so there's no internet connection, or there's a faulty network device. The firewall is configured to block these types of packets, and it could be a software that is running on the system or on a separate network appliance. In either case, it'll stop it, it'll block it. And on Microsoft Windows, it's blocked by default, and on Mac OS, it's also blocked by default because, again, we want it to be protected against denial of service attacks. And finally, the system is unplugged from the network, so it has no internet connection, therefore you can't establish that connection. So which option would you use to set the size of the data that's carried by the ICMP echo request, the size of the data would be something different. So if we look at the manual for ping, we can see that C would be for count, I would be for interval, capital I is for the interface, capital W is for timeout, P is the pattern, S is the packet size, T is time to live, capital T is timestamp, etc., etc. So S is what we're looking for here, which is the size. So we can just do a -S here. And what is the size of the ICMP header in bytes? So I think we can probably get that over here. So it says 84 bytes of data, but that was on the failed connection. Over here, it also says 84 bytes of data. So it's either 56 or 84, but I want to say it's 84. So let's try 84. Oh no, it actually says what's the size of the header in bytes, and it's a single digit. So what would be the size of the header in bytes if we actually went ahead and did this? I feel like I actually need to run it in order for it to work. So let's go ahead and find that answer by doing an actual scan or a ping attempt with our target machine. I need to go ahead and take this because I know this is the thing that we're going to be trying to scan here. I'll leave this thing open just in case we need to refer back to it. And now we can open up the attack box here and go into full screen and then do our ping command. So this is a Linux machine. It is Ubuntu distribution. So we will go ahead and click on the terminal button, open it up, and we're going to do ping, and we're going to paste the IP address. Oh, come on. All right, so I guess I got to go and copy this now and paste it. Very good. Boom. And I forgot to limit the number of counts. So the header, it says 56 84 bytes of data. So I don't understand why it's giving me a single digit. So let's stop it from running. You see how it keeps running until I stop it, right? So I'm going to do Control C to stop it. So at the bottom, let's see if we get any information right here. 19 packets, 19 received, time, minimum average, etc., etc., etc. Doesn't give me a single digit number of bytes, which is what I find interesting. Now, I know that each, maybe this is the thing, that this is actually bits and they're saying that it's bytes. So if we divide it by 8, maybe we'll get our answer. Let's see what it is. Okay, the hint says to use the ping manual to see what it is. So maybe that's where we can find the information we need. So we will go ahead and pull up the manual by just doing man ping, and it'll pull up the manual. So let's see if we can find the number of bytes that is sent. All right, under packet size, we can see that the default of the bytes that's being sent is 56, which translates into 64 ICMP. When combined with the 8 bytes of ICMP header data. So the header would be 8. Now, does the Windows firewall block pings by default? We already read that it does. And deploy the virtual machine for this and issue this right here. How many ping replies did you get back? I'm going to say if I'm going to send 10, I'm just going to say that I'm going to get 10 back because it was up and running. So we already did the ping ourselves, and it gave a response to every single one that we sent. So actually, sorry about that. If we go look at it right here, we can see that 19 was received from the 19 that was sent. So we can just assume that if we send 10, we're also going to receive back 10. So that was ping. Now let's go and talk about traceroute. As the name implies, the traceroute command traces the route that is taken by the packets from your system to another. The purpose is to find the IP addresses of the routers, and these are referred to as hops when we use traceroute. And it's looking at the addresses of the routers that a packet traverses as it goes from your system to the target. It reveals the number of routers between the two systems, and it's helpful that it indicates the number of hops or routers between you and the target. But the route taken might actually change as many routers use dynamic routing. So it most likely, every single time that I've done it, I get different results. It's rarely ever the same number of hops or the same number of routes that it takes. The maximum is 30, and you'll also see that when we actually run the command. And somewhere in the middle, you will also see the router of the internet service provider, because it'll go from us to whatever, and then it'll go to the internet service provider's router, and then whatever, and it'll end up at the destination of the IP address or whatever that we're trying to connect to. On Linux and Mac, the command is traceroute, and on Windows, it's traceRT, and it tries to discover the routers across the path from your system to the target system. There's no direct way to discover the path. We can run ICMP to trick the routers into revealing their IP addresses. We can accomplish this by using a small time to live on the IP header. And in this case, TTL stands for time, so the T in TTL stands for time. And then TTL itself indicates the maximum number of routers and hops that a packet can address or it can pass before being dropped. So it's not a maximum number of time units in this particular context. It's the number of routers that it will hop across. So when a router receives a packet, it decrements the TTL by 1 before passing it to the next router. So if we start at 30, it'll decrement by 1, and it'll be 29, and then 28, etc. So the following figure will show that each time the IP packet passes through a router, the TTL value is decremented by 1. Initially, it leaves with a value of 64, and it reaches the target with a TTL of 60, meaning that there were 4 hops that it took, right? So if we go, oh, this is way too zoomed in, or zoomed out, excuse me. So if we start here, it's kind of hard to tell because it's dark colors right here. Let me see what the recording looks like. It almost, you can't even see it in the recording. But so there's an IP address that belongs to this computer right here. And then there's the information that's down here. Maybe this might be better. I'll just zoom in here manually for you. So this might be a little bit easier to notice the information. So this is the first one, the first set of images that we see right here. So these are all routers, okay? These are the icons typically universally for routers. So it's coming from this and it's trying to end here. And the fastest route that it can take is these 4 hops that you see, these 4 direct hops that it took. So the TTL 64 is what we see right here. So the time to live 64, right? And it goes through each one of these hops. So you can see this one will turn it into 63. The next one will turn it to 62, then 61. And ultimately it ends at 60 by the time that it gets to this end device that we're trying to connect to right here. So it decrements by 1. It starts at 64. Decrements by 1. If the TTL reaches 0, it's going to be dropped, and an ICMP time to live exceeded would be sent to the original sender. In the following figure, the TTL is set to 1 before sending it to the router, and the first router on the path decrements by 1, and it reaches 0 immediately. The router will discard the packet and send in time exceeded in transit. So we can see this one right here. It's much quicker than the other one that we saw, right? So we have a bunch of routers. But initially, what we see right here is TTL was sent to 1. And so literally after the first hop, it's just going to discard it. And then it will come back and it said time exceeded in transit because it takes more than 1 hop to get to this one. No matter what route you take, you can take the shortest route. It's still at least going to take 4 to be able to get to the end. And if we do it by 1, usually if you set a TTL of 1, it's always going to come back as time exceeded. So traceroute will start by sending UDP datagrams with IP packets of TTL being 1, and this is on Linux. Thus, it causes the first router to encounter TTL 0 and send an ICMP time to live exceeded back. TTL of 1 will reveal the IP address of the first router. Then it will send another packet with TTL 2, and it will be dropped at the second router, and so on. So if we try it on a live system, we'll get some interesting results. So same command, right? From TryHackMe's attack box, we notice that different runs will lead to different routes being taken. So this is the first example. And so we ran right here. It starts right here, right? This is where we're at. It starts right here, and then it goes, and then you can see that it's going to go, and then we have the number next to each hop that's being taken, right? And then it takes 14 hops to get to the destination right here. So we can see that right there. And then we'll come to the next one. And so let's actually look at this element right here. So the line reading 1299 shows the time in milliseconds for each reply to reach our system. So it says consider line 12, which is this one right here, the 12th connection. Depending on the the 12th router which listed IP address has dropped the packet 3 times and sent an ICMP time exceeded in transit message. So if we look at the end of it right here, so line 12, we can see there were 3 times, right? And then there was no connection to the next one. It just stopped. There's nothing else after it. This one right here, it actually says, so it sent it, this was number 11, 19.7 milliseconds, and then this was the destination, and that you can see that, and then this one again, destination, you can see that, this one you see, so you can see the IP addresses of each connection that it actually attempted. This one, it doesn't give us anything, right? That's it. It just stops. It drops it. Stop, drop, kaboom. So that is what we have over here, and it shows us the time in milliseconds for each reply to reach the system. These are the ones right here. So on the other hand, we can see that we received only a single reply on the 3rd line. The 2 stars in the output, you can see 1, and then you can see 2 right here, indicate that the system didn't receive 2 expected time exceeded in transit messages. And in the first line of the output, we can see that the packets leaving the box take different routes. We can see 2 routers that responded to the TTL being 1, and our system never received a 3rd. So this is in the very first line of the output right here, right there. And it says that there was just 1, it seems like, right? I think, because if we're counting this as the first one, this is leaving the Amazon AWS cloud, because that's technically where it started from. And so that would be considered the first hop. And it says that the packets leaving the attack box take different routes, and C2 routers that responded to it being 1, and the system never received a 3rd one. So that was the first example. Now this might be over your head if you don't have any experience with networking, or if you don't know what traceroute is. I can understand that this could be a little bit overwhelming, which is why I always recommend you study a little bit of networking to understand what this is. There's CompTIA Network Plus playlist on this channel, and that is comprehensive, and it'll teach you a lot about networking. So if you're interested in that, it'll help you become a more proficient hacker, because you will understand what all of these things actually mean. So now this is the B scenario. So the last one, so in example A, it took a total of 14 hops. In example B, we can see that it's taken 26 hops, right? The package took a longer route, being 26 routers. If you're running it to a system within the network, the route will unlikely change. However, we can't expect the router to remain this fixed when the packets need to go via other routers outside of our network. So if it's inside of our network, we know that we have a handful of routers, so the packets should remain relatively the same. The path should remain relatively the same. But if it's going outside of the network to a different country, to a different state, whatever, it's leaving your local area network, then it's not going to be the same, right? It's not going to take a fixed route. So to summarize, we can notice the number of hops and routers between the system and the target depends on the time that you're running traceroute. There's no guarantee that your packets will always follow the same route. Even if you're on the same network or you repeat the traceroute command within a short period of time, most likely you're not going to get the same route, because there's dynamic protocols in place to make sure that it takes different routes to prevent predictable patterns from being tracked, and people doing things that they can find, or that people tracking your activity so that they can see which routers they need to go ahead and manipulate and which IP addresses, etc. So all of that stuff is now accounted for when you take a dynamic route, so that if somebody's watching this and doing traceroute every single time, there will be different routers with different IP addresses that show up. Some routers return a public IP. You might examine a few of these based on the scope of the intended pen test, depending on what you're doing, and some of them don't return a reply. So in the first example, what is the IP address of the last router hop before reaching TryHackMe.com? So if we are trying to reach TryHackMe.com, in this particular case being this IP address, so this is what we're trying to reach. So this would be the last one right here. So what's the address of the, in the first example would be right here. And the IP address that we're trying to reach is this, which would be the last place that it would land. So what's the IP address that we were at before we got to the last one? That would be the one. So we go to here and we paste that in here, and it says it's wrong because the format is not right here. So the IP of the last router before reaching TryHackMe.com, I want to say that it's that, but it seems to be the wrong answer. So let me see here. I mean, I guess we can take this and try this. I don't know why, because I feel like that was the destination, but maybe it's not. So let's see if we try this here. Okay, all right. So in traceroute B, what's the IP address of the last router hop before reaching TryHackMe? So there's going to be this one example right here. So this would be the answer if that's what they're referring to as the last router. So we can go ahead and drop that here, and that should be an answer. In traceroute B, how many routers are between the two systems? So I guess, well, I'll try it. I'll do 26. Going for the obvious answer here. And okay, that is it. So start the attached virtual machine from task 3 if it's not already started. On the attack box, run this. How many routers hops are between there and the target VM? So we'll run it. There is no actual answer for this because remember, it's going to be a different number every single time that we run it. But we'll run it just to see what we actually get, right? So we'll copy this, go over here, and we'll run the command. And then let's see what we actually get as a response the first time. So the first time it took one hop. That's kind of crazy. So let's go and we'll run it again, and it took another hop, and still one. So this kind of it's interesting. It's taking one hop every single time that I run this. The time to live is different each time. Yeah, it's taking one. That's so interesting. Okay, so complete. Maybe it's because they're inside of the same exact network. We're using the attack box on a virtual machine on the TryHackMe network, so that might be the one. Now it says if traceroute is not installed, you can install it with running traceroute install apt install, but it's already installed because it's actually working. Just it's very interesting that it's only taking one hop, and it can only be presumed that it's taking that one hop because they're already inside of the same cloud environment, the same network. So, all right, let's move on to Telnet. The teletype network, not to be confused with Teletubbies. So the teletype network is a protocol that was developed in 1969 to communicate with the remote system via the command line. The command telnet uses the Telnet protocol for remote administration. The default port is 23, and from a perspective of security, this sends all the data, including usernames and passwords, in clear text. So we don't want to use this. This is something that is definitely outdated. So whenever you're connecting to something, you definitely don't want to use Telnet. And when you're scanning something and you see that port 23 is open, you can rest assured that whatever's going on that port is all in clear text. It makes it easy for anyone who has access to the communication channel to steal the login credentials. The secure alternative is Secure Shell, so on port 22, right? So when you try to connect via Secure Shell, everything is now encrypted, not decrypted. So nothing is in plain text anymore. You can't, even if you're watching the traffic on that port, you won't be able to see anything without getting some kind of a decryption key or going through that whole process to decrypt it, because everything is now encrypted. So knowing that this relies on the TCP protocol, you can use Telnet to connect to any service and grab its banner. So you can do Telnet and then the IP address and then give it a port. And you can connect to any of the services running on TCP and even exchange a few messages unless it's using encryption. So let's say we want to learn more about a web server that's on port 80. So we can connect to it on port 80 via HTTP. You don't need to dive into this protocol. You just need to issue the GET, and this specific / represents the home or the root location, and then you give it the version of HTTP. In this case, it's getting the page HTML. So it's not just looking at the root, it's looking at root page HTML, right? So it's getting this data, not just what's on the root. And then which will request the page HTML. We also specified to the remote web server that we want to use HTTP version 1.1. To get a valid response, instead of an error, you need to input some value for it. So for example, the host itself, and then hit enter twice. This piece is very important. Executing this will give us the requested page. So telnet, IP, and then the port. It says trying to connect, connected, escape character is that. So then we say get / HTTP 1.1. And then it'll say host. Once we press enter on this, I should say, then we give it a host, which is going to be telnet. And then the first enter that they entered is this empty space that you see right here. The second enter is where they got the 200 response, the success response, and then this data was retrieved from the server. So of particular interest for us is discovering the type and version of the installed server, which is what we can see right here, the server Nginx 1.6.2, because from there now we can do recon against this version of Nginx to see if we can find any vulnerabilities. So if we connect to a mail server, we would need to use proper commands based on mail. So for example, SMTP or POP3. Since we're using HTTP, or we're trying to connect to an HTTP, we would be using HTTP commands. For example, a GET request, which is all about HTTP. So start the attached VM. On the attack box, open the terminal, use the Telnet client to connect to the VM on port 80. What is the name of the running server? So let's go here and let's run it, right? I'm just going to clear the screen just to make it a little bit easier for us to see what's up here. And we're going to do what? Telnet. I totally forgot what the IP address is. So let's do this and we'll do that. Not that. We'll do this. So there we go. There's the IP address. So we'll do Telnet 10.10.31.29, and then we're going to do port 80 like that. Press enter, trying to connect, and the connection is established. So now we're going to do the other piece of it, which was what? We need to go and do the get request. So we're going to get the request. And does it say what to get? What is the name of the server? No. So it doesn't say what to get. So we can just do a basic get request and then give it a host of Telnet. So we'll do the same thing. Get in all caps /HTTP /1.1 enter, and then host is going to be Telnet, enter, and then enter again, and there we go. So now we have Apache 2.4.61 is going to be the name of it. And so there we go. So we go down here, and actually we just need the name Apache, it seems, because we don't need the version. So what's the version of the running server? There we go. So what was it? It's 2.4.61, 2.4.61, and there it is, just like that. And now we can use Netcat to do something similar. This specific task has its own virtual machine, so I'm going to go ahead and crash this one, and then we're going to wait, and then there we go. We're going to start that one. And while that is loading, we're going to read through this specific documentation. So NC refers to Netcat, and it can do a lot of things, because you can actually establish a connection, a remote connection, using a reverse shell or a shell via Netcat and some kind of other payload to establish that connection from you and the target server or the target machine. So it supports both TCP and UDP. It can function as a client that connects to a listening port. Alternatively, it can act as a server that listens on a port, and it's a convenient tool to use as a simple client server or TCP UDP. So you can connect to a server as you did with Telnet normally, and to connect to it, you just do Netcat. You give it the IP address that you want to connect to and the port number that you want to connect to, and it's very similar to what we were just doing with the Telnet command that we did. And you can do the get connection again, very similar to what it is. Now it says doing shift enter. What just happened? Doing shift enter after the get line might be necessary so that it doesn't just send it. So after this you would do shift enter, and then you would do host, and then you would do your enter, and it should receive the same information. So we're establishing connection as a client right now by trying to request to this IP as a server. Okay, it connected to that on port 80. Next we issued the get command specifying the target, HTTP, whatever. Then we needed to give it the name of the host, very similar to what we did with Telnet. And then based on that, we saw the output on port 80, and we have Nginx, right? So now we can do this to listen, and now we need to give it, in order to do that, we need to give it these queries, these options right here, and then we give it the port number that we want to listen to. Now, if we are, or listen on, I should say, what we're doing right here is combining all of these flags as if we were doing them individually. So this will actually look, or it'll do the same thing as if you just did individual flags like that, right? So we can also look at the meanings of this. So if we do -L, we're in listen mode. -P, we're looking for a specific port, or we're trying to listen on a specific port. -N is numeric only, meaning that it doesn't do resolution of the host names via DNS and try to get you words or names or IDs or anything like that, user IDs and things like that, host IDs. It'll just give you the numeric. And then V is for verbose. You can also do VV for very verbose, which will give you detailed output essentially. And then -K will keep listening after the client disconnects. And I rarely use that, but that is a really interesting option, a useful option. So the option P should appear just before the port number and will avoid DNS lookups and warnings, and port numbers less than 1024 require root privileges, so use something higher than 1024 to make it work for you. On the client side, so this is a server, right? So when you do this right here, you're now turning your machine into a server that is listening, and then the client side would try to connect to it. So on the client side, they would do the connection right here, and then they would use the port number that you just issued right here, this thing, and that would be to use to establish the connection to the server that you just set up. After you successfully establish the connection, whatever you type on the client side will actually be echoed on the server side. So on the server side, for example, we can listen on port 1234 with the command, netcat vnlp 1234, which is the same thing as lvnp, doesn't really matter. The last piece is that P needs to be there so that we can assign the port. In our case, the listening server has that IP address that we see right here, so we can connect to it from the client by doing this, and this setup would echo whatever that we type on one side to the other side of the TCP tunnel. And we can find that below, meaning the recording of that process below. The listening server is on the left side of the screen. So I guess we're going to try to do that. So on the VM, open the attack box. We already did that. And on the attack box, we're going to use Netcat to connect to VM port 21. What is the version of the port? So the virtual machine that has been assigned, which is this thing right here, basically, that's the one that I clicked on, the start machine. This is now the new one that we got. So that is now acting as our server. So our attack box is going to be the client that's trying to connect to it. So we would then do netcat, and then we would try to connect to the IP address, which is this thing right here. So let's see if we can just copy this and hopefully it'll work. So I'll do paste, and then I'm going to try to connect on port 21 like that. Press enter, and it says that it's ready. So let's try to connect, same. So we'll do get / and then we'll do HTTP / 1.1, shift enter, and command not understood. So okay, let's see here. It says try to connect to it. What is the version of this running? So let me see, maybe did I do something wrong here? I think the big issue or the mistake that I made is that I was trying to connect to port 21, which is FTP, using an HTTP connection, because this example that they gave us over here was for port 80, which is HTTP, and then GET is a request that's done through HTTP. So the command itself was not recognized because we are not doing anything for HTTP. We're actually connecting to an FTP that you see right here. So we're talking to an FTP server. So I guess I would, if I do ls, will that work? No, this doesn't work either. So let me see what it is that I need to do here. I think the answer is actually a lot simpler. So the connection was established, and it says, right, the West Compute Internal FTP server version 6.4 OpenBSD Linux FTP 0.17. So it seems like all of the information that we need was that initial response that we just got. So what is it? I think it's 0.17 maybe. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. There you go. So I didn't even need to do anything else. You just need to do that first command to actually establish the connection. And once you've established the connection, the response that you get will tell you what kind of server that's running and the version, etc., etc., etc. So just like that, we have now wrapped with Netcat. So let's put it all together. So if you went through the CompTIA Linux Plus playlist, the very last video has a lot to do, or everything to do, with scripting and creating some shell scripts inside of Linux. And you can use just some very basic commands to create a shell script that will be what they're calling over here a primitive network and system scanner using Traceroute and ping and telnet. And it'll basically, you can design that shell script to output the results for you into a file, and then you can use that report later on to get the results of all of these things that were ran to see what happened, right? So you would do just a traceroute command, next line, then the ping command, next line, and then you just output all of that stuff to an external file, an output file, and then you'll be able to look at all of the results just to see what information you can gather about your target. So what we're going to be doing is using Nmap in future videos to make a more complex scanning attempt against our targets, and you can get a lot of information with Nmap. So all of this stuff is just to lead up to it, just so you can see what's available for you without Nmap and the stuff that you can find without Nmap. But then Nmap will end up being kind of your godsend. It'll end up being your favorite tool when it comes down to active scanning and reconnaissance and things like that. And you can even do vulnerability scanning with Nmap. So not just recon, but you can even try to find vulnerabilities against the target and the various services that are running on the target. So really, really powerful tool. These are just some of the commands. We did the ping, using the count of 10 on Linux and Mac OS. If you do N10, it'll be Windows version of it. Traceroute on Linux and Mac OS, or TraceRT on Windows. Telnet works across the board on whichever device it actually has it installed. Netcat as a client, so you're connecting to the server, and then Netcat as a server, meaning to turn your device into a server that's listening. So these are fundamental tools, but they're literally available on pretty much every distribution of Linux that you actually install, especially if you do Kali Linux and Parrot, because I believe Parrot is also designed for pen testing. So web browser is installed on pretty much every single computer. If it's not, then that computer is so freaking old. And if you want to gain more information about what you can do with the web browser, you can go through the room walking an application, which is what we did at the very beginning of Junior Pentester. It was like one of the very first videos that we did, maybe like the third or fourth video that we did, that we were talking about walking an application and the information that you can find through your web browser. So Linux and Microsoft Windows, you can do Control-Shift-I to get into developer tools. On Mac OS, you can do Option-Command-I, or you can right-click on the screen and then go to Inspect, and it'll immediately just open up your developer tools, and then you can find information from the web browser that way. So a lot of different options that are available for you, and hopefully this was serving useful. This actually served as a useful maybe reminder if you've gone through this before, or if you've never been exposed to any of this stuff. Then now you have a really good understanding of what it means to do active reconnaissance. And as we go along with the network security module that we're on right now for Junior Pentester, then you'll be able to see what we can do using Nmap and the power that is available inside of Nmap. So really, really excited for you. I think there's a lot of cool stuff available in your future, and you're going to get a lot of value from everything that we're going to be doing inside of the network security module. And with that, I'm going to click complete, and we're going to do our wrap up. If you found this video useful, and if you would like to get more videos like this one, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And the notification bell is literally a bell that's underneath the video. And there's a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, including the finishing of the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist. So this is new episodes from this one, drops every single Friday. And of course, we're inside of the Junior Pentester playlist as you're watching this. So we're going to wrap up everything inside of Junior Pentester, which is a part of TryHackMe. The CompTIA Pentest Plus training series is something that I developed based on the guidelines of CompTIA for the most recent version of Pentest Plus, which is the PT0003 examination. So even if you don't go through that certification exam, it's just useful to know this information, because the skill is more important than the cert. I say this all the time. If you can establish a portfolio or a GitHub repo or something like that and demonstrate your skill sets, you are just as valuable as anybody that went through and got the certification. Maybe even more valuable, because a lot of people are really good at studying, but they don't apply it, so they don't have a portfolio, they don't have a GitHub repo, and for that reason, that might be the, the reason why you would get the job. If you're looking for a job in this world, you would get the job over somebody else who has the cert, because you actually have the skill set, you have a repository, you have a portfolio, etc. Network Plus is already finished. This is exclusive to Hackaholics Anonymous. Security Plus is already finished. Linux Plus is already finished. And of course, there's CySec 101. If you have not gone through that, highly recommend that you go through CySec 101. And then we have, this is the members only section. We have SOC level 1, SOC level 2, security engineering. These are all completed playlists as well. And then if you're looking for anything specific, for example, Python, let's say, you can go and search for Python, and then you'll find the Python algorithms for cybersecurity video, which is also one of the more popular videos. I teach you the very basics of Python, and then we build on it. And then by the end of that training series, we end up building algorithms for cybersecurity. So a lot of really, really cool stuff available on this channel. And if you haven't done it already, I highly encourage you to browse through the contents to find things that you want, or maybe even search to see if there's anything in particular that you're using or looking for. And until then, in anticipation of the next video that comes out, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, drop a comment if you have any questions or anything like that. If you're serious about your CySec training and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. In this episode of the Junior Pentester Training Series, we are going to begin our education with Nmap, and the very first thing that we're going to do is live host discovery. Now, Nmap, if you've never heard of it before, stands for the Network Mapper, and this is one of those industry standard tools that pen testers across the board, doesn't matter where you're from or what you do, what level you're at, Nmap is kind of one of those tools that will end up becoming your best friend, especially as you go through network mapping, obviously, since we're in network security. And of course, when you're trying to do any kind of active reconnaissance, and it even has a lot of scripts internally that will allow you to find information about the operating systems or the services or the endpoints that you're scanning, and even find vulnerabilities for them. So this is a really, really good tool, very powerful tool. It's free, so you can actually install it pretty much on any machine. If you have Kali Linux installed, it will come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and most distributions of Linux will also have it installed on there. So really, really good tool, really powerful tool, one of my favorites, and it's one of those tools that has a graphical interface, but the real hackers, the real ones out there, will only end up using the command line version of it. And I think there's even a website version of Nmap. I don't know exactly how functional it is and what you can do with it, but I do know that there is a version of it that I think is accessible through a website. So we'll find that out for sure. But for now, we're just going to be talking about live host discovery specific to Nmap, and we're going to go through the various types of scans that it offers to do live host discovery. The overview of our video today is going to be obviously the intro. We're going to talk about subnetworks, enumerating targets, discovering live hosts, the host discovery using ARP, using ICMP, using TCP and UDP, and then Reverse-DNS lookup. Then we'll do our summary, we'll do our wrap-up review kind of a thing, and that'll be it. You'll be dismissed for the day. This room was developed by Strategos, still don't know how to pronounce that. There was a really good comment that came in the comment section that was like, you know, it's pronounced Strategos, or like they just spelled it out. And it's like, yeah, it's actually pronounced this way. And I couldn't help but laugh because you can read it in either way. So it's anyways, I thought it was funny. This room is free. This video that we're doing is inside of a free room with TryHackMe. They've been doing a lot of good free rooms inside of the network security section here. So anybody, as long as you have a username and password, you can get access to the virtual machines, the attack box, all that stuff inside of this room. There are hundreds of free rooms inside of TryHackMe. I highly encourage you to have at least a free user account with them. And of course, there are going to be timestamps for everything that we talk about in this video today. So if you want to skip around and jump to any specific section, you can look into the description below and you'll be able to find the timestamp for that section. That being said, a quick note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we'll jump into it. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into Nmap live host discovery. There are 2 key questions that you want to answer when you're targeting a network. The first question is which systems are up. Second is what services are running on those systems. And you want a tool that can reliably do that for you repetitively, meaning one after another, it can reliably deliver those results to you. This specific tool is called Nmap for me and for many other people in the offensive security world, in pen testing and hacking. So the first question about finding live computers is answered in this video, and this is the first in 4 videos that's dedicated to Nmap. And the second question about discovering running services is answered in the next videos that we're going to be doing right after this one. So the one that we're doing right now is Nmap live host discovery. The next video is going to be basic port scans, then we're going to do advanced port scans, and then we're going to do Nmap post-port scans. So in this video, we're going to talk about the steps that Nmap carries out to discover the systems that are online before we start port scanning, right? So you want to see whether or not they're actually online before we start doing everything else. Otherwise, you'll be wasting time and energy. So this is crucial because you want to try to do port scans offline, or if you try to do port scans on offline systems, you'll be wasting time, right? As I just mentioned. So we present the different approaches that Nmap uses to discover these things, and it's known as the ARP scan, Address Resolution Protocol, the ICMP, and of course TCP UDP ping scans. So the ARP scan uses ARP requests, the ICMP uses ICMP pings, and of course TCP UDP uses packets for TCP and of course UDP ports to determine those live hosts. There are going to be 2 scanners specifically that we're going to be talking about, the ARP scan and the mass scan, and we can explain, or we will explain, how they actually overlap, which parts of Nmap's host discovery. And as already mentioned, we're going to be using Nmap to discover systems and services. It's created by Gordon Lyon, just got kind of as like a backdoor for you. It's either Leon or Lyon, also known as Fyodor, network security expert and open source programmer. It was released in 1997. It's short for Network Mapper. It's free. It's open source, released under the GPL license. It's an industry standard. I mean, literally, I said all of these things. There's also the scripting engine that can further its capabilities, and it can usually go through the steps that we can see right here. It can enumerate targets, discover live hosts, reverse DNS lookup, scan ports, detect versions, detect operating systems, do traceroute, scripts, and even write the output into a report that you can use later. This is why we love Nmap. So some of the questions will require the use of a static site to answer the task questions, while the other ones will require the use of the attack box and a target virtual machine. So the very first one for Subnetworks is the static site that we're going to be using. So let's do that. Before we actually use it, we need to cover a couple of terms here. So a network segment, okay, also known as a subnet, is a group of computers that are connected using a shared medium. So for example, the medium could be an Ethernet switch or Wi-Fi access point. In an IP network, a subnetwork is usually the equivalent of one or more of these network segments connected together and configured to use the same router. The network segment refers to a physical connection, while a subnetwork refers to a logical connection. In the following network diagram, the thing that we see down here, we have 4 network segments or subnets. And generally speaking, your system would be connected to one of these subnets or network segments. A subnet or subnetwork, simply known as a subnet, has its own IP address range and is connected to a more extensive network via a router. And there might be a firewall that enforces security depending on each of the networks. So in this specific network, so let's see if we can kind of look at this a little bit better, maybe not. So I'll just keep it like this. So we have network A, we have network B, C, and D. So network A are these computers right here. It looks like it has a router. Network B looks like they are data devices. There's a firewall in here as well, and there's also a router. Oh, so this is actually a router. This is a wireless access point, I should say. And then network C seems to also have a wireless access point. And then network D has another router, firewall, and several other devices in here as well. So we have a series of networks here. We have the IP address ranges that you can see right here. So 10.100.0/24. Now, I don't want to get too deep into this because this is a specific, like a networking conversation, but you do need to know how to read network IP address ranges. So essentially, when you see /24, that means the first 3 octets. So let me kind of zoom in on this for you a little bit. So the first 3 octets my keyboard is not working. There we go. These 3, so the 10.1.100 are 3 octets. Each one of them represents octet, so 8 bits, I want to say. And so what that is when you see a /24, that means 3 times 8 is 24. So the first 3 are assigned. That's the subnet. And then the last position right here is what's going to be changing and alternating and creating a variety of IP addresses for this specific subnet right here. This one right here is 10.2.0.0.16, and this 16 that you see represents the first 2 octets. So meaning these 2 are accounted for. These represent the subnet or the segment. And then these last 2 positions will end up giving you a variety of different IP addresses. This one right here can have a maximum of 254 addresses. This one right here can have 254 times 254, which is I think like 65,000 something. So this one obviously gives you a much larger range of IP addresses that you can use. And then we have this one right here, which is again another one, 10.3.200/24 right here. So this gives us the first 3 positions. The first 3 octets end up being the subnet or the segment. And then finally, we have the one up here, which is another one that has the first 2 octets assigned, and then the last 2 octets are assigned or available for IP address assignments. So we see 2 small network segments and 2 large network segments, and this is all part of a very gigantic network. So it's probably like an enterprise environment, like a corporate environment, right? So subnets with 16, which means that the subnet mask can be written as 255.255. So the first 2 are taken, the last 2 are open. For 24, it means 255.255.255, which means the first 3 octets are taken and the last one is open. So we can have about 250 hosts for this one, and then this one can have 65,000 hosts. So very, very, very large network. So you might want to refer to task 2 in the intro to LAN room if you have no idea what this means, or at the very least go and watch the CySec 101 playlist on the elements of subnets and networking, or just if you really want to get good at this, go through the CompTIA Network Plus playlist and you'll get a very good education on this, as well as everything else that has to do with networking. And it'll make you very proficient with Nmap, because Nmap, again, is the network mapper. So you want to know as much as you possibly can about a network, the infrastructure of it, the various elements of, Ethernet versus IP address, the OSI levels, etc., etc. So there's a lot of stuff that is available to you that you should be looking at. Or is it OSI or ISO? I want to say it's OSI. So anyways, as a part of Active Recon, we're going to discover more information about a group of hosts or about a subnet. And if you're connected to the same subnet, you would expect your scanner to rely on address resolution protocol queries, because the query itself looks for the MAC address, and a MAC address is on layer 2 before it actually gets to layer 3, which ends up being IP addresses, right? So the communication over the link layer becomes possible on this layer. However, we can use this to infer that the host is online and revisit the link layer. We're going to be doing that in a couple of minutes. So if you're in network A, which is this piece right here, this one right here with the subnet of 10.1.100 allowing for the last octet to be available. So if you're in network A, you can use ARP to discover the devices within that subnet, which is this right here. Suppose you're connected to a subnet different from the subnet of the target system. In that case, all packets generated by your scanner will be routed via the default gateway, which is the router, to reach the systems on the other subnet. The ARP queries will not be routed and hence cannot cross that subnet router because the ARP queries can only work on your local subnet. ARP is a link layer protocol and the packets are bound to their individual subnet. So we're going to click on View Site to start the network simulator, and we'll use this to answer the questions in task 2, 4, and 5. So here we go. Send a packet with the following from computer 1 to computer 1. It's going to be an ARP request, and the data is going to be computer 6, and we're going to send that packet. As we can see right here, how many devices can see that request? Did computer 6 receive it? Send a packet with the following right here, etc., etc. So I'm going to zoom out of my screen a little bit just so we can actually see it in split screen, because this type of static site that we get actually opens up in split screen like this. So now we can see this network diagram that we see right here, and at the bottom we actually have these elements that we can go ahead and mess around with it. So the first question is asking us to go from computer 1 to computer 1 using an ARP request, and the data is just going to say computer 6. So right here we have computer 1 to computer 1. We're going to change it to an ARP request, and then the data is going to say computer 6. So there we go. We're going to send that packet, and I should be going up here just to be able to see it. So I wonder if it already sent it. So let me send it one more time. There we go. It sends it. So you can see that it got sent out, right? And then that's basically it. It didn't leave the router, right? So we saw the blue dots came. They went to these other ones. They even went to the router, but it didn't leave the router to get to switch 2, which would end up being in this subnet that would connect to computer 6, right? So that was it. So we'll do it one more time, and then we'll go up here. You see that the blue dots only go to, and then the blue dot never leaves the router. So it stays within this subnet. So computers 1, 2, and 3 got it. The switch got it. The router got it. But the switch number 2 did not get it. Therefore, this segment did not get it. So how many devices can see that ARP request? In this particular case, if we're counting the router, it would be 4. So let's see. That is the answer specifically. Did computer 6 receive the request? And the answer is no, because it didn't even leave from the router to get to the second switch. Now send a packet with this following configuration. Computer 4 to computer 4, ARP request, trying to get to computer 6. Now computer 4, as we can see, is in this subnet. So computer 6 should receive that. So we'll do computer 4 to computer 4, and then we're going to send it. And then we can see that computer 6 indeed received it, and then the computer 6 responded. So you saw that, right? So let's do this one more time. We're going to do it. It sent it, and then computer 6 responds, and now computer 4 receives it, right? So it's coming from computer 4 to computer 4. We're trying to connect to computer 6, and then now we actually have something inside of the network log too. The ARP response is, hey, computer 4, I am computer 6. So that's computer 6 responding. And then this one, it says, hey, computer 4, I am computer 6 again. Oh, that's because I sent it twice. So that's the reason why. So the computer 4 sent the request, and computer 6 actually responded. So now in this case, it says how many devices can see it. Again, it's 4, right? But did computer 6 actually reply to the ARP request? In this case, it did reply. So the answer to that would be yes. So excellent. Now we can zoom back in and go into the next piece, which is going to be enumerating targets. Now, in the few tasks ago, we looked at the various subnets, right? And we were talking about also the techniques that we can use for scanning them. But before we do that, we need to establish the targets that we actually want to scan. So we can provide a list in general, a range, or a subnet in its entirety. and say just scan everything inside of this subnet. So the examples of the target specification would be something like this. So a list would be, you give it the IP address, and then you give it this specific element right here and this specific element, and it will give all of these things a scan. So technically we have 3 IP addresses that we're going to be scanning. The actual IP that we've assigned, the one that we gave right here, it's going to also scan this website or whatever the IP address would be for this website. And then it's going to also scan the IP address for this website. So we're providing 3 different targets for it to scan. When you do a range, you say, I want you to do 10, 11, 12, 15, 2 to 20. So it's like 10.11.12. That's the subnet. And then you're going to say, I want you to do 15 to 20. And it'll scan 6 IP addresses, number 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So it includes this as well as everything in between, as well as the last one, right? So that's a range. And then you say scan a subnet. So the IP address and then /30, it'll scan 4 IP addresses. Now this is kind of tricky. So this is the part that I wanted to make sure that I got a good understanding of when I was initially learning this networking and subnets and things like this. So let's figure out why, if we do /30, because so far we've done, we've done /16, /24, and that's a little bit easier to understand because you have an octet, right? So each one of these represent 8. So if we do 3 of them, that would be 24. If we do 2 of them, that would be 16. So what does it mean when we do /30? In order to understand this, we need to first understand what CIDR is, and it stands for classless interdomain routing. So interdomain meaning inside of the domain, and there's no class assigned to it, and we're routing it. So the /30 in this particular case, in this specific phrase right here, is shorthand for the subnet mask. So that part we already know, that this is the subnet mask that we're doing. So you could have a /16, 24, etc. The part of the IP address that identifies the network is the network portion, which is represented by that 30, and the host portion is part of the IP address that identifies the devices within that network. So the number after the slash indicates the number of bits, right, used for the network portion. So since an IPv4 address has 32 bits in total, the /30 means 30 bits are already used for the network part, and 2 bits are left for the host part. So 32 total bits minus the 30 network bits will leave us with 2 host bits. Now, how we calculate the actual number of hosts is, since we have 2 host bits, it's 2 to the power of 2. So whatever the total number of IP addresses is, the formula for it is it's 2 to the power of n, and n is represented by the number of 2 host bits. So in this case, the 2 is the constant, right? And so it would be left to the power of 2. So 2 to the power of 2 would be 4. If we had a subnet of 24 right here, right? So 32 minus 24 will end up with 8. So it would end up being 2 to the power of 8. And it will give us, I think it's like 256 or something like that. So the 4 IP addresses, just to break it down even more, they always have specific roles. So there would be a network address, a first usable host address, the second usable host address, and the broadcast address. Now the first IP address in that range, in this range of what's available here, it's usually identifying the network itself and can be assigned to a host. This is also known as the gateway address, and it belongs to the router. Then the next one would be the host, next one would be another host, and then the last one, which is typically 255, ends up being the broadcast address, meaning it sends out data. So it's the broadcast address and network address are always taking it up. So when we say that there's a total of 256 available, the first one is taken by the gateway, the last one is taken by the broadcast, and then anything in between is available for hosts. So 256 minus 1 and 2 will leave us with 254, meaning we have a possible 254, assuming that it was a /24 for that subnet. In this case, it's /30. We have a total of 32 bits, so 32 minus 30 will leave us with 2 bits. 2 to the power of 2 end up being 4 IP addresses. So out of the 4 IP addresses in that range, only 2 are actually usable for assigning to devices. So hopefully this now makes a little bit of sense for you, or it makes more sense. Hopefully it makes more sense. So we can also provide a file as the input for a list of targets. So you can do nmap, lowercase I, capital L, and then give it a list of hosts inside of a text file. If you want to check the list of hosts that it'll scan, you can use nmap, lowercase s, capital L, and then give it the targets. And this option will give you a detailed list of the hosts that Nmap will scan without actually scanning them. So Nmap will attempt a reverse DNS resolution on all the targets to obtain their names. Names might reveal various information to you as the pen tester. If you don't want to go to the DNS server, if you don't want Nmap to the DNS server, then you can use the lowercase n so that it doesn't resolve names. So we're going to launch the attack box, which I've already done. And I'm going to open a terminal and use Nmap to answer the following question. So if I scan this, so number one, I feel like it should be kind of already noticeable for us, right? Because it says it's giving us a /29. So we know if we do 32 minus 29, it's a total of what? 3. So 2 to the power of 3, I want to say is, what is that? 8, right? So what would be the first one that it would scan? It should be, if I'm gonna, I just want to guess it before I do this, it should be 9, because the first one would end up being the gateway. So I think it would be 9, and it's not. So would it be 8? It is 8. Okay, great. All right, so that makes sense. So that would be the first one that it would scan, right? Because we would have technically 10, 10, 12, and then we're giving the first 32 bits are already taken, or excuse me, the first 29 bits are already taken. So inside of this whole thing, the first 29 bits are taken, which actually takes into this octet as well. And we're left over with 3. So 32 minus 29 gives us 3. 2 to the power of 3 would give us 8. So that would end up being 10, 10, 12, and 8. So what I want to do is actually scan it. So I want to actually run Nmap to scan it. So let's open up our split view here and go to the attack box that's right here, that's already launched. And I might need to zoom out to make this functional here. So that's the, oh, there we go, that's the attack box. And then we're going to open this up in a larger screen, and then we're going to shrink this back down and then zoom back in here. And so we're going to go ahead and scan this specific network segment. So I'm going to copy this, go here, and let's close this out, and open our terminal. And very, very simply, we're just going to do nmap, and then we're going to paste that address that we had. Press enter, and it starts scanning. So scanning, nmap done, 8 IP addresses, 0 hosts up, scanned in 0 seconds or whatever. Didn't really give me much, but it did give me the fact that it scanned 8 IP addresses. I believe I could do /v for it to give us a more verbose output. So there we go. When we use verbose, it actually gives us the IP addresses that it's scanning. So the very first one that it scanned is 10, 10, 12, 8, and then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and that was it. And they were all down. So they're not working because obviously it was dead. We didn't launch any kind of a virtual machine to do this. It was just, we're trying to figure out what it would scan. So how many IP addresses will Nmap scan if you provide the following range? 10, 10, 0, and then 255, right? Is that 10, 10, 0, 255? And then it goes from 101 to 125. So it includes 101 and it includes 125. So this doesn't make sense actually, because this part is kind of confusing to me. This piece right here is confusing to me. So let's actually go over here and let's just do Nmap and see what the result would be, because that's the piece that's a little bit interesting. Oh, interesting, because we're getting, for this octet, we're actually giving it a range, and then for this octet, we're also giving it another range. So if I press enter, it should be down, but it should give us how many that it actually scanned in a couple of seconds, so that it'll just calculate it for us. But that's the part that was kind of confusing to me, was this piece right here, because this is actually, for this octet, it's giving us from 0 to 255, and then from this one is from 101 to 125. So you would end up multiplying that you would multiply them together. And interestingly enough, this was actually open. That's interesting. So which one is it? This is the report for 10.10.131.119. That one was actually open. And the one above it is also open. Interesting. So, okay, how many? It scanned 6,400 IP addresses were scanned, and 125 of them were up. So if we scroll up here, we actually get to see all the ones that were up. So interestingly enough, inside of that range, I don't know what whose IP range we just scanned, because I didn't launch any kind of a virtual machine. So interestingly enough, that actually worked. So 6,400 would end up being our answer, and we actually got some results, which is kind of interesting. All right, so now let's go to discovering those live hosts. So we did enumerating of the target. So now we want to discover the live hosts. All right, now we're going to look at the TCP IP layers. And so we have the ARP, ICMP, TCP, and UDP. So from the bottom up, so we can see it right here, right? So this is the ISO OSI model. And this is typically, this is the more modern version. The TCP IP is a more modern version of this. But still, in a lot of networking conversations, they refer to the OSI model more than anything else, because it's the 7-layer model. It starts from the bottom to the top. So everything starts from the physical layers and the physical device connected to a physical cable that's being drawn from outside, or it's, you know, being drawn from your router or from your modem, and it's going outside, right? And then it connects to the big cables outside, etc., etc. So from the physical layer, it goes to the data link layer. And the data link layer is the layer where your ARP protocol works from. And then this is where MAC addresses come into play. And then it goes from here to the network layer. And on the network layer is where IP addresses come into play. And then the transport layer, this is both across the board, same thing over here. And of course, when we look at the TCP IP, the equivalent of the first two, the physical and the data link, are just known as the link layer in TCP IP. So it covers the ARP, Ethernet, Wi-Fi, DSL, Bluetooth, all of those things are covered in this section. And then where IP addresses come into play would both be on the network layer. So we have IPv4, IPv6, ICMP, IPsec, etc. And the transport layer, again, is the same on both of these. And we have the TCP UDP protocols. And then on OSI, you have 5, 6, and 7 all being a part of when the data is being presented on the receiving side. So you have the session that's generated, data is now formatted for proper presentation, and it's presented through some kind of an application, let's say the web browser, okay? All of this is combined into one, and it's for the application layer. And inside of this, again, we have HTTP or HTTPS, we have SMTP, POP3, which are both related to email, you have IMAP, and you have SSH, FTP, SNMP, and then all of the other protocols that essentially come through a variety of different ports that are presented on the application layer. So TCP and UDP feeds into these various ports and these various protocols. So you have a bunch of TCP ports, a bunch of UDP ports, and the way that they present data to us and how we use them through our application layer, whether it's email or web browsing or watching a video, etc., whatever it is. So this is just a very surface level overview of the OSI model or the TCP IP model. But you need to understand that it starts from the link layer or the physical layers, and then it goes to the network layer, and then it goes to the transport layer, etc. So knowing this, right, keeping this in mind, then we're going to be talking about how scanners can actually use each of these in detail. So these 4 protocols specifically, the ARP layer, ARP being that it has the single frame or the single purpose of sending a frame to the broadcast address on the network segment and asking the computer with a specific IP address to respond by providing the MAC address of that computer. So we know by, address resolution protocol essentially is very similar to what we saw earlier in that one exercise, the static website. It sends it to everybody, right? That ARP request is sent to everybody. And then all of the computers or the machines on that network segment are going to respond saying that this is my IP address. And then after that, it'll be stored in the table of the data, including all of the MAC addresses and their associated IP addresses. And then from that moment on, anytime that another ARP request goes out, it says for this specific IP, I know that it has this MAC address, so I need this specific IP to respond. Okay, so this is all done on the data link layer, or the link layer, as we can see right here. Okay. ICMP has many types, so it uses type 8 for ping echoes and type 0 for echo replies. And if you want to ping a system on the same subnet, the ARP query should precede the ICMP echo, again, because it's on the same subnet, so the ARP can just communicate with it. You don't need to do a ping to the IP address. And then TCP and UDP are transport layers, but for network scanning, a scanner can send a specially crafted packet to the most common TCP or UDP ports. They call it the top 1,000, but it doesn't necessarily mean the first 1,000 in the range of 65,000 plus ports. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's the first 1,000. They're just talking about the top or the most common 1,000 ports to check whether the target will respond. And it's sufficient, especially when ICMP echo is blocked. So if we've closed the network simulator, which I did, but we can click on view site in task 2 again to display it again, and then we can go through the rest of these things. So technically, I think I can just still do split view, and it's super zoomed in, so I got to zoom back out again. And now it's inside of the attack box. Look at how zoomed in that is. Is my keyboard working? Why is my keyboard not working? So let me see. There we go. Okay, there we go. So we can zoom out a little bit, and then we can go back to the network simulator, which is what we have right here. And so we'll use this to answer the following question. So first it says, send a packet from computer 1 to computer 3. So we know they're already in the same subnet. We're going to do a ping request for the packet type. And what's the type of packet that computer 1 sent before the ping? So I already know that it's an ARP, but let's check it out. So it's going to go from computer 1 to computer 3, and we're going to do a ping request, and no data needs to be submitted. We're going to send it, and then we'll see that it sends it, right? And then computer 3 will actually respond. But then what we can see right here, and it's continuing, right? So first it sent the blue packet, and then it sent the ping packet, right? So if we go look at this down here now in our network communications, so first it sent an ARP request, and then the computer responded with an ARP response. Then it sent the ping, right? And then the ping was also done in several packets that were sent, or several log items that were sent. But the first type of packet that was sent, it was the ARP request, right? So first it does the ARP, and then after that it does the ping. Now, what is the type of packet that computer 1 received before being able to send the ping? And that was the ARP response. So how many computers responded to the ping request? And that was 1, because it was just sent to computer 3. And because they're on the same subnet, it found it immediately, and from there it was able to respond immediately. So now what we're going to do is we're going to send it from computer 2 in the first subnet to computer 5 in the second subnet, and now we're going to do, again, the same ping request. So I'm going to do this, computer 2 up here, and it's going to go to computer 5, and this would work the same way if we chose any of the computers in this subnet to go to this subnet. It would still be the same concept. So now we're going to do a ping request again. We're going to send packet, go up here, so it sends it, right? Now the router responded saying that this is not in my network, so it's going to send it to this subnet, and then computer 5 is going to respond, and then the ping is going to go to computer 5. Computer 5 is going to respond, and then from there the ping is going to go to computer 2. So first there was an ARP, right? There was the blue dots, the ARP request that was sent, and then the ARP response came from the router saying that this is not in my situation, it's not in my subnet, and then, or I guess it's not in this switch's subnet. So the router said, I need to communicate you, I need to route you to this other subnet. And inside of this subnet, computer 5 then responded with a blue dot, so it was another ARP that was respond, and then from there it sent the green dot, which was representing the ping packet. So we see it right here, ARP packet, ping packet, right? So we saw that. So now it says, what's the name of the first device that responded to the first ARP request? And that was actually the router that responded, right? So what is the name of the first device that responded to the second ARP request? And that was computer 5 that actually responded. And we're going to send another ping request. Did it require new ARP request? Now here's the interesting thing. Same thing, right? Same configuration. So we're going to send another one, but they already have communicated with each other. So you notice it just sends a green dot, and they immediately responded back to each other because the ARP table has now been built. Because they sent those blue dots, we now know which MAC addresses belong to which IP addresses. And then from there, you don't need to redo another ARP request to find the IPs, right? So it now has that table, and it knows that, oh, okay, I need to just send it to the IP address for this computer, so I'm going to match it up to the MAC address for it. I no longer need to do an ARP request. So no, it did not send a new ARP request, right? So it builds those tables. Unless you clear that ARP table and you just clear it out and start from fresh, it's not going to send any more ARP packets. And the main reason for this is to like make the communication between the networks more efficient and faster, right? Like if you had to send ARP requests every single time, it would be very inefficient and relatively slow. This is all happening in a matter of seconds anyways, so it would just be relatively slower. Anyways, that is our exercise for that one, and hopefully that was kind of fun for you. I like seeing these types of communications, so hopefully that was as fun for you as it is for me, because I am very much a nerd, and these types of things geek me out. I nerd out over these kinds of things. So let's do the Nmap host discovery now. So going back to the beginning of this video, it's very important to avoid wasting time with port scanning if you don't even know if the host is online. So if the host is offline, you're literally wasting time and energy and processing power and all of that. So the first thing is we need to find out what host is actually live, what hosts are up and running. And there are a few ways that we can do this. When there is no host discovery options, Nmap will follow these specific protocols. So when a privileged user, so pseudo user, tries to scan targets on a local network, Nmap uses ARP requests. A privileged user would be root or somebody that's on the sudoers list and can run the command sudo. When a privileged user tries to scan those targets outside of the local network, Nmap uses ICMP echo requests, TCP acknowledge, or that goes to port 80, or TCP synchronize to port 43, and ICMP timestamp requests. And when there's an unprivileged user trying to scan the targets outside the local network, it uses the TCP three-way handshake, and it sends a full set. So it sends the SYN acknowledgement, and acknowledgement, right? So all of those things are actually, they need to be completed. It's a full connect scan that's being done, and it goes to ports 80 and port 443, excuse me. So by default, using a ping scan to find live hosts and then proceeding to scan live hosts is what Nmap does. And if you want to use it to discover online hosts without port scanning the live system, you can issue the SN, so it doesn't do a port scan, and then you just give it the targets. So we'll see what that actually is. So ARP is possible only if you're on the same subnet at the target system. We already established that. On Ethernet 802.3 and Wi-Fi 802.11, these are just standards, and you will become very familiar with them if you're not already. These have to do with, again, networking concepts. So you need to know the MAC address of any system before you can communicate with it. The MAC address is necessary for the link layer header. The header contains the source MAC address and the destination MAC address. To get the MAC address, the operating system sends the ARP query, and the host that replies that to the ARP query is actually up. So if the host replies, we're assuming that the host is up and running. The ARP query only works if the target is on the same subnet as yourself. So we're being redundant right now by saying this over and over and over again, but it's important for you to understand. ARP only works if it's on your subnet or your segment. So on the same Ethernet Wi-Fi is what we mean. You should expect to see many ARP queries generated using during an Nmap scan of a local network. If you want to only perform an ARP scan without port scanning, you can then use the PR option and then the SN option. So it's PR combined with SN, and where PR indicates that you only want to do an ARP scan. The following example shows Nmap using ARP for host discovery without any port scanning. So again, Nmap PR SN, the machine IP, and then /24. So in this particular case, we have this subnet established. So we're doing the first 24 octets is already established. So we're only scanning the next one. And so we have sudo nmap, and then we're doing the ARP, and then we're doing no port scanning, and then we're giving the assignment to it, and then it'll just do and see whether or not these things are up, right? And so it tells you this host is up, this host is up, this is up, this is up, etc. So the attack box had the IP address 10.10.210.6, and it used ARP request to discover the live host on the same subnet. And its scan works. The ARP scan actually works. As you can see, this is what it kind of looks like if we wanted to look at what the dialogue would be between the two endpoints. So you have the requester being this. It sends the ARP request, and then this replies, and the host is up. That's it. We don't do anything else. There's no back and forth. If you did a TCP, we would send one, this would reply, and then we would send another one. That would be the full TCP Connect Scan. So if we look at the packets generated using a tool like TCP dump or Wireshark, we will see network traffic similar to the figure below. And in the figure below, Wireshark displays the source MAC address, destination MAC address, protocol, and query related to each request. The source address is the MAC address of the attack box, while the destination is the broadcast address, as we don't know the MAC address of the target. However, we see the target's IP address, which appears in the info column, and we can see that we are requesting MAC addresses of all the IP addresses of the subnet, starting with 10.10.210.1. And the host with the IP address that we're asking about will send an ARP reply with its MAC address, and that's how we know that it's online. So you see it, right? The broadcast address is sending everything. Hey, who has this? 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 And then it says, tell this one, right? So whoever has this, tell this. So it's sending all of those requests out just because it wants to know what the responses are and which MAC address belongs to which IP address, right? And the source MAC address, you can see right here, this is the source MAC address that's broadcasting these ARP queries to all of these different destinations, trying to build its table of MAC address, IP address combinations. To talk about these things, or talking about these things, we should mention that a scanner built around ARP queries is also known as ARP Scan. It has a lot of options to customize it, and you can go to their wiki for detailed information. One popular choice would be the local net, or simply ARPScan-L, and it'll send queries to all the valid IP addresses on your local network. Moreover, if your system has more than one interface, and you're interested in discovering the live host on one of those interfaces, you can specify using the capital I. So for instance, sudo ARPScan capital I, and then you give it the interface name, and then you do the -L so that it knows that it's doing it on the local network. And it'll send queries for all the valid IP addresses on the ETH0 interface. It's not installed on our attack box, but it can be installed using apt package installer using apt install ARPScan. So in this example, we're using ARPScan, and since we ran this at a time frame close to the previous one, we did, or to close to the previous one that we did right here, we obtained the same 3 live targets. So sudo ARPScan, etc. And then again, it gave us the 3 live targets starting da-da-da-da-da. And then it said these are the IP addresses for these MAC addresses. 4 packets received, 0 were dropped. This is assuming that this was actually done, right? And that's basically it. That's all we got. So the command ARPScan will generate many ARP queries that we can see using Wireshark, etc. And then you can see that the packet capture for ARPScan and Nmap yields similar traffic patterns. Same MAC address, so let's not zooming in. So same MAC address, sending broadcast, ARP protocol, who has this, who has this, who has this, right? And then there was an announcement for this. This is what I'm trying to do here. Who has this, who has this, who has this? So this is what it's basically doing, right? Same thing. The concept is that we're trying to achieve the same result here. It's just it can be done with 2 different tools, and they'll essentially yield the same type of traffic generation. So we're going to go again look at the network simulator, and we're going to be sending broadcast ARP request packets with the following options: computer 1 to computer 1, ARP request, and data. Try all possible 8 devices other than computer 1 in network 2, so computer or in the network computer 2, computer 3, computer 4, 5, 6, and How many devices are you able to discover using ARP requests? I'm just going to take a guess here, and I'm going to say 3. That is the answer, because it only has that many devices inside of its network. So it's sending it from computer 1 to computer 1. That's the thing. It's like it's communicating to its own subnet. So that was, I mean, we'll do it. I'll still do it. But I just know that there were 3 devices inside of that subnet. So it's like that's literally the only response that we should be getting. So let's zoom back out and then go to the split view here. And we're now going to do from computer 1, right? From computer 1 to computer 1, ARP request, and then we're just going to try to connect to all the different ones. So we're going to do the first thing, right? So ARP request, and then I'll do like computer 3, right? So let's do computer 3. And if I press enter, it doesn't work. So I have to actually press this button. So it sends the packet, right? It's trying to communicate to computer 3. Computer 3 will actually reply. That's the ARP request. Now, if I do computer 5, which is outside of that subnet, it's trying to communicate to this computer right here, right? It's not going to work because I'm only doing an ARP request. I'm not doing a ping. The ping will travel across the MAC addresses and it will use the IP addresses to establish that connection. It's not going to work if I do anything else, right? So the only response that we will actually generate would be from computer 2. So let's do computer 2, right? Computer 3, so it'll send it. Computer 2 is going to respond. There you go. And then we're also going to send it to the router, because the router is technically there as well. Or not the router, I think it's the switch, excuse me. So the switch will send it, and data in what? ARP request, and the data needs to be in a valid device. It says, oh, switch 1, excuse me. So it needs to be switch 1. So send it, and it'll send it. And there you go. So switch 1, it didn't even reply, right? And so then we can do router. Come on, I can't spell for some reason. And so there we go, it sent it, and the router should actually reply. So there we go. So we got 3 replies, right? We have a total of 3 replies because we're not sending it to our own computer 1. So we're going to send it to computer 2, computer 3, switch 1 didn't reply, and the router did reply. So now we have 3 replies that were generated, and that was what I guesstimated, which, I mean, it was like a very educated guess, but yes, it was technically still a guess. Okay, so let's now talk about the host discovery using ICMP. As we established, ICMP does the ping, right? So ICMP sends out a ping echo, and it requests a reply via ping. So we can ping every IP on a target network and see who would actually respond. Although this would be the most straightforward approach, it's not always reliable. Many firewalls block the ICMP echo. New versions of Microsoft Windows are configured to block it by default. Remember that the ARP query will precede that ping. So to use the echo request to discover the live host, we can do the -PE. So remember the SN if you don't want to do a port scan. So we could just do PE to just discover the live hosts using the ICMP echo. So this is what it would do, right? So this is the command. Oh, I'm super zoomed in. So this is the command nmap PESN if you don't want to do a port scan, and then you just do it. So it'll send the echo request and it'll get some kind of an echo reply. If it does get the echo reply, then we can estimate that it's up. If it's been filtered through a firewall, it won't be up. Or if it's actually turned off or disconnected from the network, it also won't be up. So in the example below, we scan the target subnet using that specific command, and it'll send ICMP echo packets to every address on the subnet. We expect live host to reply. However, it's wise to remember that many firewalls block it. So the output below shows the result of scanning the virtual machine's class C subnet using sudo nmap. And so class C is just another thing that they're dropping in to let you know that it's this type of a subnet, meaning that the first 3 octets have been determined to be the subnet itself, the network segment, and then the last octet is available. So that's a class C. If there was 16 right here, that would be a class B. And then if it was 8, that's basically an internet service provider, and it's a class A. And they have I think millions, if not, it's probably like in the tens of millions of IP addresses that are available. So let's see if we can kind of zoom out of this to make it a little bit more legible here. But it doesn't seem to be the case. So I'm just going to actually do this. There we go. So now we have a little bit of a better view for us. So this is what it would look like. You do sudo nmap PESN, and then you give it the octet or the subnet that you want to scan, and it'll do it. So host is up, up. All of them are up. And then it gave us the MAC address, of course, that we sent out. And that's pretty much it. We just did ping requests that were sent out, but it also replied with the individual MAC addresses for all of them as well. And it just told us, right, it's up, right? So it shows that the 8 hosts are up. Moreover, it shows that they're MAC addresses. So generally speaking, we don't expect to learn MAC addresses of the targets unless they are on the same subnet as our system And it indicates that Nmap didn't need to send the ICMP packets, as it confirmed that these hosts are up based on the ARP responses. So again, remember those blue dots, the ARP responses or ARP requests sent out first. And if they're up and if they actually reply, it doesn't need to do the ping because it just knows that they're up. And they are on the same subnet is what we can also conclude with this, because if it doesn't do a ping and it gets the MAC addresses and it tells you that it's up, you can assume that it's on the same subnet. So we can repeat it. Now we're going to scan from a system that belongs to a different subnet. And now you get to see something different. It says the report for this IP address is up. And so now it's measuring everything in IP addresses instead of MAC addresses. So if we see something like this in Wireshark, we can see that we have one source IP address on a different subnet than the destination, and then sending echo requests to all the addresses in the subnet to see it. So you can see the source is the same IP, the destination is different IPs. They're on the same subnet, but they're different IPs. The protocol is no longer ARP, it's ICMP because it's actually sending a ping. And then the info says ping request, and they're all requests that are being sent out because it's going from the same source to different destinations. Now, ultimately, when we keep measuring it, and then we would end up seeing all the replies that came in, you would see that the source would be these IP addresses, and the destination would be this singular IP address, and all of these would end up being replies instead of requests. So because the ICMP echo requests tend to be blocked, you might also consider the timestamp or the ICMP address mask to tell if a system is online. The Nmap uses timestamps on ICMP type 13 to check whether it will get a timestamp reply, which would be the type 14. And adding the PP option tells Nmap to use the timestamp requests, and we can see that right here. So you're doing PP, no port scan, and you're sending a timestamp request, you get a timestamp reply, and if you do, that means that it's up. So this is what it looks like over here. Same thing, right? Get the IP address and it's up, but basically the command has changed, sudo nmap ppsn, and then you give it the target. So we can see again that we have the same source going to a variety of different destinations, ICMP. The timestamp request is now inside of the info, and these are all requests because these are all going from the same IP to the same destination. Once these people started replying, then we would get timestamp replies. So Nmap uses address mask queries, so type 17, and checks whether it gets an address mask reply, which would be type 18, and it can be done with the -PM. So very similar, except now we're just doing -PM instead of PP, and again, we're not doing any port scans. And so we run it, and this is what it would look like in this particular case. Now it says Nmap has done 256 IP addresses, 0 hosts that are up. So based on earlier scans, we know that at least 8 of them are up, but this one returned nothing. And the reason is that the target system or a firewall on the target system is blocking this type of ICMP packet. Therefore, it's essential to learn multiple approaches to achieve the same result. So we already know, right? We knew that there were 8 targets that were up, 8 hosts that are actually up. But because we're now doing this other type of scan, we actually get blocked by the firewall. So it's always important to understand and always important to try different approaches just to make sure that you actually are getting the information that you need. So even though we didn't get a reply and we couldn't figure it out, we know that this ICMP address mask request to every valid IP and waited for a reply was actually sent. So we can see again, address mask request was actually sent to all of the other target addresses. We just didn't get to see them. So each one of them was sent twice, as we can see in the screenshot, and we can see what is it? It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it goes all the way to 10, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's sending it twice because it didn't get the response that it wanted. So what's the option required to tell Nmap to use ICMP timestamp to discover the host? And that was the -PP, I want to say. And oh, it's not. Oh, I got kicked out. If it does unauthorized, that means I got kicked out, which is always so weird. I don't understand how I get kicked out. I'm literally here. I haven't logged out. So why would I get kicked out? So I'll refresh it and I'll log back in. Okay, so here we go. Let's try that again. So we'll do -PP, press enter, and there it is. Okay, so the timestamp. And then what's the option required to tell it to use the address mask And what was the option for address mask? PM, there we go. So the PM, I'm guessing it stands for mask. So PM, and that would record, what? Oh, I put it in the wrong one, excuse me. So this one is PM, and echo would be PE, and that's the one for that. Okay, great. So now we can move on to host discovery using TCP and UDP. Now this one in particular, this specific section, it is a little bit more involved than what we're going to be getting in this just little task that we have over here. So we're going to do an overview, but then as we go through the rest of the Nmap videos, we're going to go deeper into this. So there's something called a SYN ping or a SYN scan, I guess we can say. So we would send a packet with a synchronized flag that's been set, and it would go to port 80 by default, and we'll wait for a response. The open port will send a SYN acknowledgement. If it's closed, it would send the reset packet. So we can only check whether we will get any response to infer whether it's actually up. That's pretty much it. We're not going to get much information about the individual ports, right? If you get a full TCP three-way handshake, right? So this is what a full connect scan will be done. And if you don't set any kind of flags, by default, Nmap will do a full connect scan. So TCP three-way handshake sends a synchronize request. So it'll send a synchronized packet. The server will respond with the acknowledgement. Okay, I acknowledge that you want to synchronize with me. And then the client will say, okay, I acknowledge your acknowledgement. And then this is the completed handshake. And when we do this, we receive a lot more information about this target server or the target host, whatever it is, than we normally would if we just sent a regular SYN scan. So if you want to use the SYN ping, you can do the PS or you can do the S. Actually, technically, so the SYN ping is not a SYN scan. I should be clear about that. So my apologies for that. So if we do a capital PS followed by the port number range or list or whatever, so for example, PS21 will just scan the port 21, 21 to 25 will scan all of them, right? So 80, 443, and 8080 will just scan these three. So you need to use the sudo command in order to do this, because this is technically one of the stealthier scans that's done because we're not doing a full three-way handshake. So because of that fact, we are going to need privileged permissions. We need to use higher admin or root privileges to be able to pull it off. Therefore, it needs to be either root or sudoers or sudo, or you need to be like an admin if you're running it on a Windows machine. Unprivileged users have no choice but to complete that three-way handshake. So this is, again, when you use those specific flags and you don't want to do a port scan, you just send the SYN packet. It responds with the acknowledgement, and then we close it by sending the reset packet so that it doesn't establish that full connection and it's quieter. If we establish a full connection, it's much louder when it comes down to intrusion detection systems. So we want to be quiet, especially when we're trying to be stealthy and we don't want to get detected. So we're going to run this again to scan the target VM subnet. As we can see in the output, we would get the host is up responses based on whatever the query was, whatever the command was. So if we look at what we get to see inside of Wireshark, we'll see that we didn't specify any TCP ports. So in that scan, it just used the common ports. So for example, port 80, and any service that was listening on it was expected to reply. So you can see that it's coming from 61429. It doesn't really zoom in here. So let me just manually zoom in here. So it's coming from our source IP, going to these various destination IPs. It's automatically just trying to connect to port 80, which is the default that it tries to connect to. And all of these packets that are being sent are the SYN packets that are being sent, right? So same series, you can see that it's all the same series of IPs that are trying to be connected to, and it's just sending these multiple packets because it wants to establish at least that initial "are you up" conversation. Then we have the acknowledgement ping. So first we talked about the SYN ping, and then we would do the acknowledgement ping. So this sends a packet with the ACK flag set, and you would be, again, running Nmap as a privileged user. If you do it with no privileges, then it'll just, again, try to do a full TCP three-way handshake. So by default, port 80 is going to be used, but again, we can just assign the ports that we would want for it to be scanned. And this is what it would look like. It would just send the acknowledgement, and then this thing will just send a reset. And this is kind of where we conclude whether or not it's open or closed. This is like, it's not the most definitive type of a response that we would get, because the target will respond with the RST flag set, because when we send with an ACK, it's not a part of any kind of ongoing connection. So the response is determining whether or not it's up, but it's kind of hard to see whether or not it's up, but Nmap will just determine that it's up. So you send it with the flag set, the PA flag set for ping acknowledge, and then it just responds. And this part is it was always confusing to me, because it's saying right here, where is it? It says it's either open or closed. So the TCP port is either open or closed. So Nmap just assumes that it's up if it doesn't reply with closed, or if it doesn't find out that it actually is closed. It'll just assume that it's up. And so this is similar, right? Same source, various destinations, going to port 80. Just the only difference that we can see right here is that instead of a SYN flag, it's all ACK flags that have been set. And then we have the UDP ping. So the UDP to discover if the host is online. Contrary to the SYN ping, sending a UDP to an open port is not expected to lead to any kind of a reply. If we send a packet to a closed UDP port, we expect to get an ICMP port unreachable packet. So if we don't receive the port unreachable packet, we assume that it's up and running, right? So in the following figure, we see that a UDP packet was sent. So this is what we get, right? It was sent. UDP port is open. We get this one. It's sent. UDP packet is sent, and it replies type 3 or whatever. So the UDP port is closed. This leads to ICMP destination being unreachable, right? So the syntax would be the -pu for ping the UDP. And again, this is what we would get over here in this particular case. If we inspect the packets that have been sent, we can see that it's sending the UDP to the UDP ports, and they are most likely closed. The image below shows that it uses uncommon UDP port to trigger an ICMP destination unreachable. So we can see this right here. And it really doesn't show us much. It's just showing that it's being sent to the common UDP port, or the uncommon UDP port, which is 40125. It's like a very uncommon UDP port. And that's basically it. And then we have mass scan. Different tool. It uses a similar approach to discover the available system. To finish this network scan quickly, it's quite aggressive, and the syntax is very similar, but being that it's aggressive, we can expect that it's going to be louder and more, triggering more alerts on the intrusion detection. So mass scan, machine IP, port 443, 84, etc., top ports like the top 100 ports, etc. It's not installed on the attack box, but it can be installed using the package manager APT. And depending on the distribution of Linux that you're using, your package manager might be different. So it's not always APT. It could be Yum. It could be, I think, DNP, something like that. There are a few different package managers. It just depends on the distribution of Linux that you're using. So which TCP ping scan does not require a privileged account? And this is the TCP, I guess am I doing like the full thing? Because it's going to be the TCP Connect Scan. That's the full one that we're using. So which TCP ping scan does not require a privileged account? This feels wrong. It says TCP ping scan does not require a privileged account, and the answer is TCP SYN ping. However, if we go read through this documentation again, this is the piece that I'm like, okay, what's happening? So what does it say? It says the privileged users can send TCP SYN packets and don't need to complete the three-way handshake even if the port is open. Unprivileged users have no choice but to complete the three-way handshake. And this is what I find kind of confusing about this, because with all of it, with everything that we just talked about, TCP SYN ping, we can send it by default, wait for a response, close port will result. In this case, we only get and that's basically like, there's nothing else that it gives us over here. And I don't know, when you say that it requires privileged users and they don't need to complete the three-way handshake in order for this to work, you're implying that it requires pseudo users, it requires privileged users. But the answer or the question phrasing is that it does not require a privileged account. So that part is kind of confusing to me. I guess this was like something that I wasn't sure whether or not it would be the answer, but I guess that's the answer. So which TCP ping scan requires a privileged account? So all of the ones that we just talked about would require a ping privileged account. So if we do, let's say, an ACK ping, that would be, yeah. What option do you need to add to Nmap to run a TCP SYN ping scan on the Telnet port? So it would be -P S, and then Telnet port would be 21 or 23, excuse me. There we go. So 21 is FTP, 23 would be Telnet. All right. So let's talk about using reverse DNS lookup. Nmap's default is to use reverse DNS online hosts because the host names can reveal a lot, and this can be very helpful. So if you don't want to send these types of queries, you would use the -N to skip the name, right? So N for name, or you can do N for numerical, whichever one helps you remember that. You don't necessarily need to remember all of this stuff. You can always refer to the manual to figure it out. But I try to kind of like connect something to it so I can remember it. So by default, Nmap will look up online hosts. However, you can use the option -R, capital R, to query the DNS server even for offline hosts. And if you want to use a specific DNS server, you can add the DNS server and then or the DNS servers option with the actual DNS server assigned to it, and you'd be able to do it. So this was very, very short little section that we have. So it says we want Nmap to issue a reverse DNS lookup for all the possible hosts on a subnet, hoping to get some insights from the names. What option should we add? So we want to issue a reverse DNS lookup, and we want to do it. So this can be helpful. However, if you don't want to send such DNS queries, you would use this. So to query the DNS server for all the possible hosts on a subnet. So let's try to do -R, and there it is. Okay, great. Cool, that's it. And we are now going to do a quick review. So we went through a lot. We've looked at ARP, ICMP, TCP, and UDP, and how they can detect live hosts by going through this video. Any response from a host is an indication that it's online, unless it's like an offline kind of a response, or I don't know, a dead response. Below is a quick summary. So this is what we have. So we have the ARP scan that you can do with this command, ICMP echo scan, timestamp, all of these things. This is basically what we just covered so far. And if you want to do SN, you just want to make sure so that you, if you don't want to do port scanning, you would do SN is essentially it. So omitting the SN will make Nmap actually default to port scanning. And then what it'll do is if you don't specify the ports that you want it to scan, it'll scan the most popular 1,000, the top 1,000 ports. So -N would be no DNS lookup, -R is reverse DNS lookup, and SN is host discovery only without doing any kind of a port scan. So that's basically it. And again, this is one of the free rooms that's available. So you can go through this to establish your own notes, or if you want to come here and look at all these commands to save them for yourself in a file, I highly recommend it. Or you can always just launch the attack box and from there do the manual of Nmap. Go look at man Nmap and then look at all the different options. Obviously, you can download it on your own computer and go look at all the different options. So there are so many different ways that you can find it. You can always Google what the Nmap manual looks like. There are a lot of different ways to do it. And this is one of the tools that in pen testing, you're going to use almost every case, like all the time. If you're doing pen testing against a network, against a host, against a subnet, a device, anything that's digital and it's not a physical pen test, you are most likely going to use Nmap, like guaranteed. I don't know anybody who doesn't. Like seriously, I really don't. And it's one of those tools that is so profound, so functional, and there are so many ways that you can use it for so many different purposes that you want to get good at this. So if this is your first time being introduced to Nmap, stick around and watch the rest of the series as we go ahead and build the rest of these videos out. And I promise you, you will not be disappointed. This will be something that you will be very, very happy that you went through, and you will use Nmap. I'm telling you, you're going to use Nmap as you go into your pen testing journey, your ethical hacking journey. So we're going to click submit and we are good with this one. And I got to close down the machines that we got and we'll do a quick little wrap up. If you got value out of this video and if you want to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, on this pathway, the Junior Pen Tester playlist that we're building out. And if you're more interested in getting more pen test stuff, then there's also the CompTIA Pen Test Plus playlist that I'm also building out. And new episodes for this one drops every single Friday, right? So every Friday there's going to be a new episode coming for the CompTIA Pentest Plus until we finish that up, and then we have a completed playlist for that. And then from there we'll just move on and we'll build more playlists with more cool content. Network Plus is already done. We talked a lot about networking today, and this is a comprehensive playlist training series for CompTIA Network Plus. People have used it to pass their exams, so it's legit and you'll get a lot of value out of it. This is exclusive to Hackaholics Anonymous. We have Security Plus that's already done. We have Linux Plus that's already done. And of course, CySec 101. And if you haven't gone through that, then I encourage you to go through that as well. It's really, really strong for foundations. Then we have the members only section. We have SOC level 1, level 2, security engineering, the posts that go public on the post section of our channel. And then you can always go to this little search button and search for something in particular to find more information about that specific topic. So if you have any questions or comments, drop them in the comment section below. Otherwise, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, on this pathway. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 25 of the Junior Pen Tester training series, we are going to continue with our network security module, and we're going to learn more about Nmap. And in this particular video, we're going to be talking about the basic port scanning capabilities of Nmap, and how we're going to do the Nmap TCP Connect Scan, the TCP SYN port scan, and of course UDP port scans. And this is all available through the TryHackMe platform. And this specific room, as you can see right here, is going to obviously provide their introduction for us. We have TCP, UDP ports, TCP flags. These are just kind of explanation portions just so you understand what they look like and what you're looking for when you do your scans. And then we have 3 virtual machines that have been assigned to us that we're going to use to get the Connect Scan, the SYN Scan, and the UDP Scan completed. And then from there, we will talk about fine-tuning and scope performance, and then of course the summary and final thoughts and all of that good stuff, and then you will be dismissed for the day. And so the room is again available through the TryHackMe platform. It was created by Strategos or Strategos. Still don't know exactly how to pronounce their username, but shout out to that person for creating this room for us so that we can use it. This is a subscriber only room that's available in TryHackMe, meaning you actually do need a paid membership. However, if you have Nmap installed on your own computer, or if you have Kali Linux, which I love, and we're going to be using a Linux machine that has Nmap installed on it, you can then just go ahead and run along with me as we go ahead and do these scans, and then you'll be able to practice Nmap on your own computer. So this isn't necessarily mean that you need to have TryHackMe. I will say that when you do your Nmap scanning, just do it against your own cell phone or your own, other computer. I have multiple computers inside my studio. So do it against your other computers or do it against your cell phone or another machine that you have. Don't do it against somebody that hasn't give you permission to do it. And this is the reason why I use TryHackMe or services like TryHackMe, mainly because of the fact that they provide these virtual machines for us to scan without getting into legal trouble, because again, it is a felony and it's a big issue if you do this without permission. So just wanted to give you that full disclosure. But apart from that, it should be a pretty straightforward video today. It should be a pretty straightforward episode, and hopefully you will get a lot of value out of it. A quick shout out from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we'll dive deep into the contents. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let's jump into the Nmap basic port scans. Okay, so this episode is the second in the Nmap series. So we did the live host discovery in the very last episode. Basic port scans is what we're going to be doing today. Then the next video is going to be advanced port scans, and then the post port scans. So in the previous video, the one that we did right before this one, we have covered the focusing on online systems, right? And now we're going to have 3 steps in this particular process, which is the enumeration of the targets, discovering live hosts, and of course reverse DNS lookup. So this is what the full thing looks like here. I'm kind of zoomed in on the screen, but enumerating target, discovering live hosts, and reverse DNS is basically what we talked about previously. So now we're going to go into actually scanning ports. So the next series of steps would be the port scan for TCP Connect port, and then we have another one for the SYN port scan, and then we have the UDP port scan. So you have TCP Connect and SYN, which are essentially scan types, and then we have the UDP port scan, which is essentially a different protocol on the transport layer that we will be using to try to find open ports. So we are going to discuss the different options to specify the ports that we want to scan, the actual rate of the scan, and of course the number of parallel probes that should be sent out that will make the scan go a little bit faster for you. And all of that stuff will be discussed in addition to actually doing these types of scans that we have. Sorry, I kind of went off the screen here. So we're going to launch the attack box, which I've already done. The virtual machine is also launched. The very first target machine is also launched. So we should be ready by the time that we actually get to that portion of it. And now let's dive into the difference between TCP and UDP ports. Okay, so here's the read-through. In the same sense that an IP address specifies a host on a network, among many others, a TCP port or a UDP port is used to identify a network service that's running on that host. So a server provides the network service, and it adheres to a specific protocol. An example would be the time, for example, responding to DNS inquiries or serving web pages. A port is usually linked to a service using that specific port number. So for instance, HTTP would bind to the TCP port 80. This is a default port for HTTP communications via TCP. If HTTP supports SSL or TLS, which is the secure version of HTTP, then it would be on port 443, and it converts it into HTTPS, which is what you see right here. So in conjunction to these ports, port 80 and 443 are the default ports of HTTP and HTTPS. However, the web server admin might choose other port numbers if necessary, because it's pretty well known in the networking world that 80 and 443 are relative to HTTP and the secure version of it. So maybe the network admin or the web server admin wants to be more secure, so they change it from the default ports into a different port. So no more than one service can listen on any TCP or UDP port on the same IP address, at least, right? So we have 65,000 plus ports that are available on every single IP address. And so if you have, more than 65,000 services running in your company, then maybe you should use multiple IP addresses. But pretty much on any given IP address, you have a 65,650, something like that. I know it's more than 65,000. That much I know for sure. And they're a combination of TCP and UDP ports. So at the risk of oversimplification, we can classify the ports in 2 states. You have open ports that indicate that there's some service listening on the port, and then you have a closed port that indicates there's no service listening on the port. Now, this is, again, an oversimplification. There are filtered ports, right? So if they're behind a firewall, it could be open, but the firewall might be blocking the packets. Therefore, Nmap considers the following 6 states. It has open, it has closed, it has filtered, unfiltered, open filtered, and closed filtered. So open is the services listening on the specified port. Closed indicates that there's no services listening on the port, although the port is accessible, right? So it's closed, but it is accessible. By accessible, we mean that it's reachable and is not blocked by a firewall or other security appliance, right? So if you see closed, it's accessible, it's just there's nothing listening on it, right? Filtered means that Nmap can't determine if the port is open or closed because the port is not accessible. So it's usually due to a firewall, typically, preventing Nmap from reaching that port, and the packets may be blocked from reaching the port. Alternatively, the response are blocked from reaching Nmap's host, which essentially says that it's filtered. If we see filtered, it typically means that it is open, but it's sitting behind a firewall. It's not the case all the time, but that's kind of what it means. Unfiltered means that Nmap can't determine if it's open or closed, although the port is accessible. This state is encountered when using the ACK scan, also known as lowercase s, uppercase a. And then we have the open filtered and closed filtered. So open filtered means that Nmap can't determine whether the port is open or filtered. Closed filtered means that Nmap can't determine whether it's closed or filtered, right? So these are the 6 states. For the most part, I have seen these 3 pretty much all the time. Unfiltered, I really don't see. Open filtered or closed filtered, I rarely see. But I usually do see open, closed, and filtered pretty much all the time. So which service uses UDP port 53 by default? And I just know this off the top of my head. And so that would be DNS, as long as my keyboard works. There we go. So DNS. Which service uses 22 by default? That would be SSH. And how many port states does Nmap consider? 6 total port states. And which port state is the most interesting to discover as a pen tester? And of course, that would be the open port state. Now, when you see things like this, the 53 by default or 22 or whatever it is, these are things that I have seen so many times that I know what they are off the top of my head, but it wasn't like that at the very beginning. I studied networking. I even launched a networking course, CompTIA Network Plus, that's available on this on this channel, so you can go ahead and check that out. And it's like a really good, it gives you a good overview introduction, but then it also goes into the deeper and more advanced topics behind networking, and it has practical videos and a bunch of other stuff as well. So for your intensive purposes, you can always find cheat sheets of the most commonly used ports, and you can find out what services are running on those ports. And you can just Google them. There are so many free ones that are available, and I highly, highly recommend them. So if you don't know what these ports are off the top of your head, it would be something that you should consider studying, because it would help you become a better security professional, a better hacking professional, so on and so forth. But anytime that you do a scan, if you see that a port is open and you don't know what it is, you can always just Google it. And then based on that, you can continue the rest of your reconnaissance. Okay, so let's talk about TCP flags. To be able to understand the different types of port scans that are available, we need to first understand what a TCP header is, and we need to review the portion of the TCP header that is relevant to this. And that's actually the first 24 bytes of a TCP header. So the figure that we have below right here is going to show us the TCP header as defined in the RFC 793, and RFC 793 is basically a code. So this is, what is this? We have the data tracker datatracker.ietf.org, and then they have this this document that's available for us that essentially outlines this thing for us, and it's an internet standard. So the RFC stands for, let's see if we can find the acronym here, for Transmission Control Protocol is TCP, of course. RFC, let's see, I can just probably Google this, and I can just do this right here, and then we'll search Google for it to see what it stands for. Transmission Control Protocol, RFC. What does RFC stand for? It's the internet standards. However, I'm just trying to find out what RFC stands for, bro. So let's see, we might actually have to do it. What does RFC stand for? There we go. For in networking, we'll even get more specific with that. So it stands for Request for Comments. Oh my God, really? Seriously, dude? So it stands for Request for Comments. RFCs are a series of documents published by the Internet Engineering Task Force and other standard bodies that describe protocols, concepts, and methods related to internet and yada, yada, yada. Okay, so RFC 793 is basically an internet standard that has to do with transmission control protocol, and it's a request for comments, I guess, something that people can add their stuff to. So anyways, This figure may look sophisticated, but it's pretty simple to understand. In the first row, we have the source TCP port number and the destination port number, which is this piece right here. So source port and destination port. So where it's coming from, where it's going. That's basically what it is. We can see that the port number is allocated 16 bits, which is 2 bytes. So this line, let me see if I can kind of zoom out of this so you can see the full thing. So you see it goes from 0 and it goes all the way to the end right here. And this is 32. So we have 32 bits in total. And so 32 bits, each byte is 8 bits. So if you have 2 bytes, that means it's 16 bits. So the source port is 16 bits and the destination port is 16 bits. So you can see that right here. Then we have a sequence number and an acknowledgement number. So we can see the port number is allocated In the second and third rows, we have the sequence and the acknowledgement number. Each row has 32 bits or 4 bytes that are allocated to it, with 6 rows totaling, making up 24 bytes that are available. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is actually 7 row. So I guess not counting the ports at the top, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Technically, I guess, I don't know if that's what they meant, but that's basically what it is. And then at the very, very bottom, you can also see this piece right here. It's kind of harder to see, but it says byte 0, byte 1, byte 2, and byte 3. So it starts with the index position 0, which is typically what it's done in coding and networking. So you can use it essentially the same way. If you're familiar with coding, you can hopefully just decipher that, but really it's not really complicated. It's just instead of starting at 1, it starts at 0. So byte 0 would be index position 1 or index position 0, I guess, but technically it's the first position, and then you have 1, 2, and 3, and each byte is 8 bits. As you can see, that's pretty much it, right? That's all you need. So what we need to focus on are the flags that Nmap can set or unset, and we've highlighted the TCP flags in red, which are these pieces right here. So notice that they are assigned 1 bit each. So if the URG flag or the urgent flag has been set, that means there's been 1 bit that has been assigned to it. You have the acknowledgement flag, the push flag, the reset flag, the SYN flag, and the FIN flag that have been set, right? So if you set the flag, it means that you're setting the value to 1. From left to right, you have these. The urgent flag indicates that the urgent pointer file is significant. The urgent pointer indicates that the incoming data is urgent and that a TCP segment with the URG flag is processed immediately without consideration of having to wait on a previously sent TCP segment. So as the name implies, it's urgent, process it before you do anything else, right? That's what we're telling the network. The ACK flag, also known as acknowledgement, indicates that the acknowledgement number is significant if it is used to acknowledge the receipt of, or it is, excuse me, not if it is used to acknowledge the receipt of a TCP segment. Push flag asks the TCP to pass the data to the application promptly. The reset flag is used to reset the connection or basically end the connection. Another device like a firewall might send it to tear a TCP connection down. This is also used when the data is sent to a host and there is no service on the receiving end to answer. The synchronize flag is used to initiate the TCP three-way handshake and synchronize sequence numbers with other hosts. The sequence number should be sent randomly during the TCP connection establishment. And then the FIN flag is when the sender has no more data to send. So it's finished, right? You're finished sending data, basically. So what 3 letters represent the reset flag? That would be the RST. Which flag needs to be set when you initiate a TCP connection? The first packet of the three-way handshake, and that is the synchronize flag that we need to set. So let's now do the Connect Scan. So now we're actually going to do a scan with Nmap, and we're going to try to establish the Connect Scan. The Connect Scan works by completing the three-way handshake. Okay, so this is what the three-way handshake looks like. So you have the SYN flag, the synchronized flag, that's sent first. It's sent from the client, which is you in this case, and it's being sent to the server, okay? The server will respond with an acknowledgement. It says, I acknowledge your synchronization. So SYN and ACK are both set. So the first one that's sent just has the SYN flag sent. The next one that comes back has SYN and an acknowledgement both set. And then finally, the client will send another one saying final acknowledgement, great. And once this one is sent and received on this end, we now have a completed three-way handshake and the TCP connection has been established. So when the TCP connection is established, it's the loudest type of scan that we do with Nmap. However, and I should say not necessarily however, it's like it is the loudest one, meaning that it shows up on network scanning and network monitoring devices because we're literally establishing a full connection with the end server, and the agent is going to be Nmap, so they're going to be alerted, and it's a very loud scan. And the reason why we would do this is because this is the most informative scan that we can do. So if we do a TCP Connect Scan and we actually establish a connection with the server, with the host that we're trying to connect to, we're going to get as much information as we possibly can using Nmap. So it is the loudest. It's also the most informative. And so if we do something that's quiet, so for example, doing a stealth scan, then we're not going to get as much information, right? So that's the key element of doing a full connect scan versus just doing a stealth scan. The stealth scan will tell you, okay, I think these ports are open. It's not as reliable. A TCP Connect Scan, it's already established a full connection. So when it tells you ports are open or something is filtered or whatever, that's the most reliable information that you can get, right? So we are interested in learning whether the TCP port is open, not establishing an actual connection. Hence, the connection is torn as soon as the state is confirmed by sending a reset acknowledgement. And you can choose to run a TCP Connect Scan using the lowercase s, uppercase t. So this is what it will look like, right? So when you do lowercase s, uppercase t, SYN is sent, SYN acknowledgement is received, acknowledgement is sent, and at the same time, the reset acknowledgement is sent just to tear down the connection so that we're not fully connected to this thing or stay connected to it because, again, it's just too loud. But even in this case, it's still going to be loud. So let's just be very clear about that. When you receive the SYN acknowledgement and you complete your connection to it, you are doing the loudest type of scan that's available. So if you're not a privileged user, sudo or root, a TCP Connect Scan is the only possible option that you can use to discover TCP ports, because when you do a SYN or like a stealth scan just by itself, you need to have root permissions or admin privileges to be able to do that kind of a scan. So this is what Wireshark will actually show us. When we have a packet capture window, we see that Nmap is sending TCP packets with the SYN flag sent to these various ports. By default, Nmap will attempt to connect to the 1,000 most common ports unless you declare otherwise. A closed TCP port responds to a SYN packet with an RST acknowledgement and to indicate that it's not open. This pattern will repeat for all of the closed ports as we attempt to initiate the three-way handshake. So we can see this right here. So let's zoom out a little bit. So we can see these right here, right? So these are the source IP addresses, which is essentially us, right? And we're sending all of these SYN. You see these SYN packets that you see right here. We're sending all of them from one of our ports to these other most common ports. So you have 443, 143, 256, 888, 445, etc., port 80, which is HTTP, right? So it's sending all of these requests for synchronization to all of these destination ports. And then the 25227 IP that you see right here, it starts responding, right? So when you see reset acknowledgement, that means that this is closed, right? So reset acknowledgement from 443 means 443 is closed, 256 is closed, 888, 5900, these are all closed, right? And if you see that it receives 252.27, 143 is the port right here. So from the destination right now, or from this initial host that we're trying to connect to, now it's the source, meaning that it's communicating back to us. And it's saying that port 143 is actually open because it's saying synchronization is acknowledged. You see that? And then now we send another packet back to it, and then it's a final acknowledgement packet. And again, it's on port 143. So we are now establishing the connection on port 143. We have a full connection established, and the three-way handshake has been completed, right? So 143 is open. It replied with SYN acknowledgement. Nmap completed the three-way handshake by sending the final acknowledgement, and it shows all the packets exchanged between the host and the target on port 143. You can actually filter your connections, as you can see right here, by looking for that specific IP address of your destination host or the target host, and we're just looking for port 143, and then it only shows the packets for that. So you can see SYN was sent, SYN was acknowledged, acknowledgement was sent, and then the reset was sent to tear that conversation down, to tear that connection down. So to illustrate what this actually looks like, this is what the terminal command line would be. Nmap st, and then we would connect to the target host in this case, and then from there it will respond to us. So it says, 22 is open, 25 is open, 80, 111, 143, 993, 995. These are all open, and it even gives you its best guess on the service, right? So secure shell, SMTP, which is for email that's used, HTTP, which is for internet connection or web browsing, RPC bind, IMAP, IMAP-S, POP3S, POP3S is also used for email. So typically SMTP and POP3 are usually together. So anyways, these are just the open ports that are available. The states, as you can see, these are all open states, and then we have the services that are assigned to them, and then you can just go further and do all these different types of scans that we'll talk about later to get even more information about each one of these open ports and what type of services and versions are running, so on and so forth. So we can use the capital F, so -F, to enable fast mode and decrease the number of scan ports from the 1,000 most common to the 100 most common. And if we use the -R, you can also do that to scan the ports in consecutive order instead of a random order. And it's useful when testing whether ports open in a consistent manner. For instance, when a target boots up, we just want to see if the port is connecting in a consistent consecutive order. So what we're going to do now is we're going to launch the VM, which I've already done, and we're going to run this scan on the virtual machine. And a new service has been installed on this VM since our last scan, as shown in the terminal window above. So since this scan, basically, we're trying to see what the new service is and what the port number is assigned to it, and what's Nmap's guess about the newly installed service. So let me just open this up in a split view, and then we'll open it up in a full screen right here to make it a little bit easier for us. And what we're going to run is essentially an ST scan against this IP address inside of the terminal. So let's go ahead and open up the terminal. We'll drag it to the left a little bit so I can kind of zoom in on this a little bit easier and move around a little bit easier. So here we go. So we're going to do nmap st, and then we're going to paste the IP address that we want to scan. Press enter. It runs very quickly. So what do we have? We have 22, 25, 80, 110, 111. I think it's 110 actually, because 110 was missing. So it's POP3, which is the unsecured, unencrypted version of POP3S. So I believe it's 110. So let's go ahead and look at the results here. Yeah, so 110 is missing. So we can go over here. The port is 110, there you go, 110. And then the answer, the best guess here, is POP3. And on port 110, this is the default port for POP3, which is the post office protocol that's used for email. So now we can move on to the next one. Actually, so before we do this, I need to start the next machine. So I'm going to terminate this machine, and we're going to go ahead and start this machine so that it loads while we read through the instructions here. The SYN scan is also known as the stealth scan. So when we do the SYN scan, we're essentially doing the opposite of what a full Connect scan would do. We're trying to be stealthy. We're trying to not make a lot of noise in the network monitoring logs. So it doesn't complete the three-way handshake. Instead, it tears down the connection as soon as it receives a response from the server. So you just send the SYN flag, the SYN packet, right? And because we didn't establish the full TCP connection, this decreases the chances of a scan being logged. And we can select the scan by using the lowercase s, uppercase s option. And so this is what it looks like, right? So SYN flag is sent. The server responds with the acknowledgement, but then we immediately send a reset flag and we tear down the connection. We don't send that final acknowledgement to complete our three-way handshake. Therefore, there's no official connection that's established, and so it's not as loud, right? So this is the screenshot that shows the SYN scan. So again, SYN packets are sent out, and then this is our IP address. This is the destination IP. The destination IP then starts responding to us. And so on this one, it sends the reset, so we know that this is a closed port. Then on port 25, it actually sends a SYN acknowledgement and immediately we respond back with a reset flag to close that connection. And essentially the same thing goes on for port 80 as well. So it responds saying that port 80 is open, right? So it says, I acknowledge your connection. So if it says SYN acknowledged, that means that port 80 is open or port 25 is open. It's just that we never send that final acknowledgement to do the official connection, right? So the difference would be this specific screenshot that we see right here. So in the upper half of it, we can see the full connect scan using ST. In the lower half, we'll see the SS, right? So this is what the screenshot looks like. This part right here is the full connect scan. So it sends the SYN, we send the SYN, they send SYN acknowledgement, we send acknowledgement, and then we send reset. On this one, we send the SYN, they send SYN acknowledgement, and we immediately send the reset. So there is no full connection that gets established. So it's the default scan mode when running Nmap as a privileged user. So you have to use sudo to be able to run it. And it's a very reliable choice because it will respond with the SYN acknowledgement to imply that it is open. It's just that we don't get as much information about our target as we want to. So everything that we found with the TCP Connect Scan can be found, except we just did not establish a full TCP connection. So this is what we see right here. Same thing, 22, 25, 80, 110, 111, 143. These are the things that were open for this specific IP address. This is the new IP address that I just launched. So what we're going to do now is we're going to run a SYN scan against that IP address, and we're going to try to see what the new port is that has been opened and what the service name would be for that one. So I'm going to just copy this IP address right here, and we're going to go back to our Nmap instance in our terminal here, and we're going to run it again. So it's going to be lowercase s, uppercase s, and then we're going to paste the IP, press enter, it'll run. There you go. So 22, 25, 80, 110, 111, 143, da 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 da. This is the new one. So 6667 and IRC would be the best guess here. So 6667, and then the best guess is IRC. There you go. And just like that, you were able to run a SYN scan, a synchronized scan just by itself. You didn't establish a full TCP connection. So now in order to pull the next one off, we're going to terminate this virtual machine, and we're going to move to the UDP one, and we're going to start that. So let's read through the UDP connection. UDP is actually a connectionless protocol, so I should have probably said it that way, but TCP is usually the protocol that's used when you want to do an official connection to a destination, and then you want to make sure that everything is delivered and you receive everything. So for example, let's say a file transfer that you're doing between a cloud drive, right? Let's say Google Drive. So you're trying to transfer a file to Google Drive. You need a TCP connection to that specific domain on the port that's being used to transfer that file, because you want every bit of that file to be transferred to the Google Drive. UDP doesn't require a full connection. So UDP is used for music streaming or for video streaming and things like that. So you will sometimes receive messages, or not messages, I should say data that's not full. So for example, when you connect to Netflix sometimes, or YouTube or something like that, it's going to be via the UDP, and then you'll see pixelated images, right? Before the connection is fully established and you're receiving all of the data in its entirety for the first 5 to 10 seconds or something like that, you might receive a low quality image until it establishes a stronger connection. Even though it's connectionless, it gets like a stronger connection to the UDP port, and so the images now become a little bit more fine-tuned and higher quality. But it doesn't require a full connection because it doesn't really matter. It's just a video, right? It's not that big of a deal. And in that same spirit, in that same breath, we can say that TCP is slower, UDP is faster, which is why you need UDP for video streaming, because it would take too long for the file to become available, for the stream to become available if you were using TCP, because it requires that full connection. UDP doesn't require a full connection, therefore it starts streaming right away and it ends up being faster, right? So That's kind of like my overview of this for you. So UDP is a connectionless protocol. It does not require any handshake for connection establishment. We can't guarantee that a service is listening on a UDP port and it would respond to our packets. However, if a UDP packet is sent to a closed port, an ICMP, so Internet Control Messaging Protocol, an ICMP port unreachable error, type 3 code 3 is returned. And you can select UDP using SU. Moreover, you can combine it with another type of TCP scan. So this is what it looks like. Basically, it sends a UDP packet. That's it. There's no response. There's nothing that we receive from the server. So if the UDP port is open, no response is expected from it. If the UDP port is closed, then we will get a response saying that the port is unreachable. So that's how we conclude that it's closed. If we don't get a response, we conclude that, oh, it's open, because it didn't explicitly tell us that it was closed. So as shown in the figure below, we can expect to get an ICMP packet destination unreachable if the port is unreachable, right? So we send a UDP, it sends the ICMP type 3 code 3, UDP port is closed because it's the destination, it's unreachable. That's how we determine whether or not it's open or closed. So in this capture, we can see that every closed port will generate the ICMP packet. So this is us on the first column, this is them, we're sending UDP packets, we're sending them to all these different UDP ports, and then the ones that are actually closed, they respond with destination unreachable, right? Very, very simple, really straightforward. So using the scan would require sudo again, and then you would do SU. And interestingly enough, I didn't use sudo in this one when we were doing the SS, and it still worked for me. So it implies that I'm already logged in as a sudo user. So just keep that piece in mind, because usually it won't work. It'll respond that you need to use sudo to be able to run it. So this is just automatically implying that I am a sudo user. So what is it? We learned that port 111 was open. So running the UDP scan against Linux, we learned that 111 was open. Nmap cannot determine whether UDP port 68 is open or filtered. So if we do the SU scan right here, we can see open filtered for this 68 UDP. 111 did return to be open, right? So we're going to now run a UDP scan, and we're going to do the fast mode right here with the capital F, and then we're going to do verbose to get a verbose response to see the results of the various port scans as we run it. So usually I actually recommend running the -v at the very least, just so you can get the status of Nmap as it's working. Otherwise, it'll just return whatever ports are open or closed. So in this particular case, we will do the SU, the F, and the V, and we're going to connect to this specific IP, which is the new machine that we launched. So let's go here and let's zoom in, and then we're going to clear the screen, and I'll do sudo nmap. Let's see if it's going to work. So su-f-v, and I'm going to paste the IP address here. Let's see if it'll ask me for a password. It doesn't. I'm an admin. That's basically what it says. So notice how, because we used -v, notice how it's actually showing the results for everything that it's doing, right? So from 0 to 50, 50 to 100, max increase to 5, 6, 7, etc. So it just keeps going, and it's going to scan whatever we need it to until it gives the response that we're looking for, that final response that we're looking for with all of the open ports, or the ports that might be open filtered or unreachable, etc. So I'm going to let this thing finish. It's approximately 44% done, as you can see right here. And once it's finished, we will come back and view the results. Okay, so it's done, and notice that before it gave me the final report right here, it actually started saying discovered open port 111, 53, things like that, right? So it actually tells you what it discovers as it goes. So we have 3 ports that are open right now, or actually 2 are fully open, and one of them is open filtered, as you can see right here. So the question asks us what? It says, what is the UDP port that is now open based on these? So 68, 111, and so what do we have? We have 53 is the new one. So 53 would be the port that is now open. And what's the service name according to Nmap? And it's domain, right? Because 53 is the DNS. So domain would be the service name. And there we go. So we're officially done with that. And now we can talk about fine tuning. So let's say you don't want to scan the top 1000 or the top 100. Let's say you want to scan a specific list of ports, the ports that are of most interest to you. You want to find out what services are running on all of those ports and what versions of services that are running or what versions of machines are running, etc. So if you were to do something called the SA scan, the SA scan scans for everything, right? So let's actually go into Nmap's manual, or I guess I should do man Nmap. So that's the first one. So if we were to look at the manual for Nmap, we'll get an options list. If we scroll down far enough, we'll get to see all of the various options that are available if we wanted to use Nmap. So let's scroll down a little bit. Under option summary, you get to see all of these things, right? So these are all of the option summaries. So specifying targets or host types of discovery, and then you can do scan techniques and port specifications, etc., etc. Now, when we go down here, you have the service version detection, which is done by SV. Hopefully you can see that. So let me zoom in a little bit more. Service detection is done by lowercase s, uppercase v. And then if we go over up here, I wonder if it's under these things, or where is it? Is it SA? It's either SA or dash A, I think. It's like dash capital A, I want to say. OS detection is dash O. And then if we go to, let's see, miscellaneous, dash A. Okay, there we go. It's dash capital A. And when you do this, it does OS detection, version detection, script scanning, traceroute, and a bunch of other things. So it's literally going to do all of the options. And this is going to take a very long time if you just by default say, I want you to scan every one of the top 1000 ports. Or let's say you don't even do that. Let's say you do this option right here, the dash P dash, which ends up scanning all 65,535 ports. So if you do dash P dash and dash capital A, it's going to take hours for the scan to finish because it's going to do all types of scans against all 65,000 ports. So to mitigate that, to make it a little bit easier on you and to make it a little bit faster, if you know that the most interesting ports to you and your exercise are SSH, HTTP, and HTTP3, right? You can then do dash capital A against these 3 ports, and then it'll do all of the scans and everything that it does against only 3 ports, right? So you can actually give it a port list by just using these comma separators. You can also give it a port range. So you can do dash P and then do 1 and then dash and then the next number, and it'll go between 1 and the next number. Or you can do dash 10, right? So, or you could, you could do dash P 10 and then do another dash and then do 50. So it'll go between 10 and 50, right? So it's going to scan whatever the ports are between those 2 ranges, while doing 20 to 25 right here, you can see that it'll go to do anything between 20 and 25. So you can scan all the ports by doing dash P dash just like this, which will scan all 65,000 ports. It's going to take a really, really long time. If you want to do the common 100, you can do dash F, which is what we did in the last one. Or you can do top ports 10, and it'll check the 10 most common ports, or top ports 50, and it'll do that. And again, you can control the scan timing using the dash T and then give it a value. So it could be T0, for example, which would be the slowest, meaning it's going to be a very slow scan, but it won't show up. It's like the least likely scan type to show up on network monitoring logs. If you do T5, then it's insane, right? So it's super aggressive, and it's going to be very loud, and it's going to be very fast. Therefore, most likely, it's going to raise a lot of alerts on network logs. So when you do paranoid, you mean you really don't want to get detected. Sneaky is the next level, polite, and then there's normal, and then there's aggressive, and then there's insane. And typically, if you don't declare any of these values, it'll just go by normal, right? But if you want to be super slow, and if you don't want to show up on network logs, then you can do paranoid, right? So that's the timing of the scan or the speed of the scan technically in relation to how many packets are sent out, right? So to avoid intrusion detection system, you can consider T0 or T1, and it scans one port at a time, waits 5 minutes between sending each probe, so you can guess how long a scanning of a target would take to finish. So 5 minutes against 65,000 ports, you can imagine how long that would take. It's going to take days probably. So let's actually do that. So I'll even do this. So we will do 65,535 times 5. That ends up being 327,000 minutes. Okay, so 327,675 minutes, and we divide that by 60, and that gives us 5,461 hours that it'll take, and you divide that by 24, and it'll take 227 days. So it'll take 227 days if you do a T0 scan against all 65,535 ports. Now, if you don't specify any timing, it uses normal T3. If you use T5, it's the most aggressive in terms of speed, but it can also affect the accuracy of the scan results due to the increased likelihood of packet loss. So T4 is often used during capture the flag exercises and when learning to scan for practice targets. And T1 is often used during real engagements where stealth is much more important. Alternatively, you can choose to control the packet rate using the minimum rate number or the maximum rate number. So for example, if you do max rate 10 or max rate equals 10, it ensures that the scanner is not sending more than 10 packets per second. And you can control probing parallelization using min parallelism, and then you give it the number of minimum parallel probes, or maximum parallelism, and then you give it the maximum number of probes, and it probes the target to discover which hosts are live, which ports are open, and the parallelization often specifies the number of such probes that can be run in parallel, basically meaning at the same time. So if you do a minimum parallelism of 512, it pushes Nmap to maintain at least 512 probes in parallel. And these are related to the host discovery and open ports. So it's asking a lot of Nmap when we do that. So what's the option to scan all TCP ports between 5,000 and 5,500? So you would do what? You would do -P, and then you would do 5123, so 5000 dash 55000, or 5500 I should say, and that would scan everything between 5,000 and 55,000. How can you ensure that Nmap will run at least 64 probes in parallel? And so it would be minimum parallelism, this piece right here. So I'm just going to copy that part, and then we're just going to add the 64 at the end of it, which is that. And what option would you add to make Nmap very slow and paranoid? And that would be -T0. That's paranoid, so extremely slow. And that's pretty much it. So in summary, in this particular video, we covered 3 general types of scans. We have the Connect Scan, the SYN Scan, and the UDP Scan, and these were the commands that we assigned to them, or they were assigned to them. So ST, lowercase s, uppercase T, is the full Connect Scan. If you don't designate this, it'll just automatically do it unless you use sudo. When you use sudo, it uses Nmap, and then it does the lowercase s, uppercase s, meaning the SYN scan, also known as the stealth scan. And then if you do UDP, then it'll do lowercase s, uppercase u, and then it'll do a UDP connect. It's a connectionless scan, and it'll do a UDP scan for you. So these are the types of scans that will actually get you started using TCP and UDP services on a target. And then of course -P- would be all ports. -P1 to 1023 would scan everything from 1 to 1023. -F would be 100 most common ports. -R, lowercase r, scans ports in consecutive order. The T flag, or the T option, is the timing of the packets that are sent out and how frequently packets are sent out. So T0 is the most paranoid, and T5 is the most aggressive. So T0 is most likely going to be the least detected, while T5 will be the most likely to be detected. And then you have the max rate of 50, meaning send 50 packets per second maximum or minimum rate of 15, send at least 15 packets per second. And then of course the minimum or max parallelism, which sends at least or at max the number of probes. So in this case, it'll send at least 100 probes in parallel. So that is pretty much it for our Nmap port scanning introduction. So I hope you got some decent value out of this and you were able to run the exercises along with me so that you can practice Nmap and do the things that you need to do just to get a hang of the tool, because in the next episode and the one after that, we're going to be doing more advanced scanning, and we're going to be talking, we're going to review back to that initial diagram that we saw, that RCP, or RPC, request for comments, or RFC, there we go, RFC, that RFC diagram that we looked at, where it showed us the number of bits and the types of flags that we can set. And we're going to refer to that more frequently so that you can actually do some of the more advanced scans and everything else that comes along with Nmap. It's a very, very powerful tool. It is an industry standard. Everybody uses it, and it's something that you need to get good at using as we go along with Junior Pen Tester and as you go further into your penetration testing journey. So I hope you found value out of this thing, and if you have any questions or comments, make sure that you drop them in the comments section below. If you did get value out of this video and out of this room, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially as we continue with Junior Pen Tester. And every Friday, there's a new video that comes out for CompTIA Pentest Plus, which is the advanced conversation around penetration testing. Make sure that you drop your comments in the comment section below, drop your questions in the comment section below. And there's a bunch of stuff that happened. This was actually the very first live stream that I did on YouTube earlier today. It was my birthday live stream, and we actually had a good turnout, even though it was a surprise and I didn't announce it to anybody. There were a lot of people that showed up, and it was really exciting. It was a really cool experience, and I'm going to be doing that more often. So again, make sure that you turn on the notification bell and subscribe and all that stuff. And then we have these other playlists that are available. So we have the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist that's currently being built right now. We have Network Plus, which is already done. This is exclusive to the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. We have Security Plus is already done. Linux Plus is already done. Network Plus is already done. There's CySec 101, which is another playlist that's really crazy. That is very, very powerful. So if you haven't done it, I highly recommend you go through this. This is very, very powerful, very fun, foundational. CySec hacking case studies. We have Hackaholics Anonymous exclusive SOC Level 2 compilations, security engineering, and there's a lot of stuff. On the homepage, I have the SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, and Security Engineering playlist available, and of course all the stuff that's available to members only. So there's a lot of stuff, and if you don't know which playlist the information that you're looking for is in, instead of browsing, you can just go to this search button right here, and you can search for the thing that you're most interested in, and then it'll bring up all videos that have to do with that topic for you. Currently, there are almost 400 videos that are available on this channel, 397 videos. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot of videos that are available on the channel, and there's more videos that are coming out, and I respond to the requests that are being made in the comment section, and I create videos around the stuff that you want to know about. So you can drop a comment if you want to learn about something in particular, and we'll do that as well. So there's a lot of stuff, and it's all accessible to you for free through this channel. And the only thing that I request from you is to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And if you drop a comment, it helps us with the YouTube algorithm. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. And this is your boy Hank Hackers, and at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 26 of the Junior Pentester Training Series, we're going to go through advanced port scanning with Nmap, this amazing tool that is available to everybody for free. It's actually one of the greatest tools that exists, and this is an industry standard when it comes down to pen testing and ethical hacking and reconnaissance and things like that. And in the last two videos, we talked about the basics of live scanning with Nmap, as well as just the basic port scans like TCP and SYN scans and things like that. So in this particular video, we're going to be talking about the null scan, or advanced techniques that fall under null, fin, xmas, and idle, or also known as zombie scans, spoofing, meaning spoofing your IP address, and of course firewall and IDS evasion. So these are all the things that we're going to be talking about in the video today, and this all has to do with Nmap advanced port scanning. And so of course there's the introduction to the room itself, to the video. We have the null scan, fin scan, and xmas scan. We have the Maimon scan, ACK window and custom scan, spoofing and decoys, fragmented packets, idle zombie scan, getting more details, and the summary. And so that's all the stuff that's going to be covered in today's video. And of course, this is developed and provided to us by TryHackMe. Really cool place. I love these guys. And so this is a subscriber only room, meaning that it requires a paid membership. However, you can always just download Nmap on your own computer and scan your cell phone or scan your other computer or something like that, and still do everything that we're going to be doing today. And you should be able to get the results that I'm getting. You may not get the same ports that are open because I'm scanning individual machines for this specific exercise, but you can run the same exact scans that I'm running and you'll get similar results. So the room was developed by Strategos, or Strategos, still don't know how to pronounce it. And then we have Gensane. That's a cool one. Gensane. Gensane? Whatever. Thanks, shout out to these people right here. Very grateful for them, because without them, we would not have access to this content that we're going to be doing today, and we wouldn't have access to these instructions. So I'm really excited about it. I hope you are too, and we're going to be getting a lot of good value out of this video. A real quick note from our sponsor, Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we'll dive into it. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into Nmap Advanced Port Scans. So this video is the continuation of the Nmap series. In the last 2 videos, we talked about the basic port scan and the live host discovery, and now we're going to be talking about the advanced port scans. And in the next video, we're going to be doing the post port scanning. So in basic port, we talked about the TCP flags and the TCP 3-way handshake. And to initiate a connection, the TCP requires the first packet to have the SYN flag that's been set, and then we will tell if the TCP port is open based on the responses that we receive. So that's for the TCP Connect Scan, right? The TCP 3-way handshake is something that we'll just review in a little bit. Security researchers and hackers contemplated the TCP flags, which are shown in this figure below right here. And they explained everything we did explain everything in the previous video that we did, so the episode right before this one. And we started to experiment with these various flags. But they also wanted to know what would happen if we just send a specific packet, which is not a part of any ongoing TCP connection, with one or more of the flags set. So if we look at this right here, these are the flags that we're talking about, right? Urgent, acknowledgement, push, reset, synchronize, and finish. These are the packets, and each one of them are assigned a bit out of the 32 bits that are available here. They're assigned a bit, and if this one is turned on, the value of this bit is 1. If it's turned off, the value of it is 0, right? That's the basics of these types of flags that we set. So if the ACK flag is set, when you want to acknowledge and receive data, the ACK scan is like trying to acknowledge the data that was neither sent or received in the first place. So if you just send an acknowledgement without anything else being sent, it's like, okay, I'm just trying to acknowledge nothing, basically. So if we use this analogy, someone trying to they're coming out of nowhere to tell you, yes, I hear you, please continue, and you haven't even said anything, right? So this room explains the advanced types of scans and scan options, and some of these can be useful against specific systems while others are useful in particular network setups. And we'll cover the following types, which are the null, FIN, XMS, Maimon, ACK, window, and of course the custom scan. So we'll cover the following of spoofing IPs, spoofing MAC addresses, decoys, fragmented packets, and the idle zombie scan. So we're also going to discuss options and techniques to evade firewalls and intrusion detection systems, and options to get more verbose details from Nmap. So this is going to be a pretty robust video that we're going to do today, and you're going to learn a lot. My encouragement, and I really just recommend that you go through the basics video and the basic port scan and like the live scan video, which is essentially the 2 episodes right before this one, just to have that foundation, because we're going to be talking about some more intermediate / advanced stuff, and it might go over your head and it might seem a little bit overwhelming if you haven't gone through the very basics. So that's my recommendation. I've already started the attack box, which is a Linux machine that's assigned to us, and I've already started the first virtual machine, which is the one right here with this green button right here. So we are ready to go. Let's dive into TCP null scan, FIN scan, and XMS scans. The null scan doesn't set any flag. All 6 flags are set to 0. All those bits that we talked about, they're set to 0. So you can choose this by doing the lowercase s, uppercase n option, and a TCP packet with no flags that are set, it's not going to trigger any response when it reaches an open port, as shown in this particular thing that we see right here. It's just basically null. There are no flags that are sent, right? So the Nmap perspective is that a lack of a reply in a null scan indicates that either the port is open or a firewall is blocking the packet. If it replies with something, it'll typically reply with a reset, the reset and acknowledgement, meaning that the port is closed. So as long as we don't get a reply from that port, it's going to conclude, and it's going to, make an educated guess that it's either open or it's sitting behind a firewall, meaning it's filtered. So this is the example of what a null scan will look like on a Linux machine, and it is one of those scans that require an elevated privilege, so escalated privilege, meaning admin or root privileges basically. So you do need to run sudo with it, and then basically nmap, and then the SN, and then that's it. You give the IP address and it starts running. So you can see right here, right? So it can't really tell whether or not it's open or it's behind a firewall, but it's everything else that didn't get this kind of a response, it was immediately assumed that it was closed because the server replied with an RST, a reset connection. And so that was the conclusion, that everything else was definitely closed. These might either be open or they might be behind a firewall and they're being filtered. So many Nmap options require root privileges, for example, the one that we just talked about, or the stealth scan, which is the lowercase s, uppercase s. So unless you're running Nmap as root, you need to use sudo as the example. FIN scan is the next one, and it's going to be actually sending a packet. So we're sending the FIN flag that we've set, that FIN bit has been set to 1. So you can use it by doing lowercase s, uppercase f. Similarly, no respond will be sent if the TCP port is open, and Nmap can't be sure if the port is open or behind a firewall, so it'll probably say open or filtered. And this is what it looks like. It just sends a FIN packet, right? So if it responds with a RST acknowledgement, it means that that port is actually closed. It's sending a reset, so that's how we determine that the port is actually closed. And so SF against lowercase s, uppercase f would be the FIN scan that we're going to be sending with the FIN packet or the FIN flag being set to 1. And so this is the response that we would get, right? So open filtered, the type of service that it thinks is behind it, and everything else actually responded with a closed, therefore it's not on our list over here. The Xmas scan gets its name after the Christmas tree lights. So it sets the FIN, push, and URG flags, the urgent flags, simultaneously. So you can select this by doing S, capital X, and like the null scan and the FIN scan, if an RST packet is received, it means that the port is closed. Otherwise, it'll be reported as open or filtered. So this is what we can see right here. FIN, push and urgent are both set. Finish, push, and urgent are both set. And if we don't get any kind of a reply, that means it's either open or filtered. If we do get that reset acknowledgement, that means the port is closed. And we can run the scan by doing, again, sudo nmap lowercase s uppercase x. And this is what it looks like. And there we go. We just have these packets that are replied, or these replies that we've gotten from these ports that can be deduced as either being open or behind a firewall. So one scenario where these types of scans can actually be efficient is when you're scanning a target that is behind a stateless or a non-stateful firewall. A stateless firewall will check if the incoming packet has the SYN flag set to detect a connection attempt. So using a flag combination that does not match this SYN packet makes it possible to deceive the firewall and reach the system behind it. However, a stateful firewall will practically block all such crafted packets and render this kind of scan useless. A stateful firewall essentially blocks anything that does not match the allowed list. And it doesn't matter how you try to deceive it, it's just going to block everything that doesn't match the IP addresses that are allowed to connect to its endpoints. So the question here is, in a null scan, how many flags are set to 1? And that would be 0. There are no flags that are set to 1 inside of a null scan. Let me make sure my keyboard is awake. There we go. In a FIN scan, how many flags are set to 1? That would be 1. In an Xmas scan, how many are set to 1? That would be 3. And we're going to start the VM and load the attack box. Once both are ready, open the terminal on the attack box and use Nmap to launch a FIN scan against the target VM. How many ports appear as open/filtered? So I already have the attack box started, and I already started the virtual machine right here, our target machine. So we're just going to do split view, and then we're going to open it up inside of a full screen window, so it's a little bit easier for us to manage this thing. And we're going to copy the IP address of the target machine, and we're going to be doing a what scan? We're going to be doing a FIN scan. So it's going to be lowercase s, uppercase f, and I'm just going to run it without sudo just to see if it's going to let me run it. And if it does, I mean, it already says that I'm root, so I can run it without sudo because I'm already root, baby. Okay, so here we go. So we're going to run nmap, and we're going to do it with the SF for the FIN flag, and we're going to paste the IP address, press enter, and it's going to run, and boom, that was quick. Okay, so how many do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, or actually it says right here, does it tell me? No. So it says 991 did not show, meaning it scanned the top 1,000 and 9 of them responded. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so 9 of them responded. So we have how many? We have 9 that responded. Repeat the scan, launching a null scan against the target. How many ports appear as open filtered? So we'll come back over here and we'll do this nmap SN, and then we're going to paste the IP address, and let's see how many. What just happened here? That is not what I highlighted. So 10, 10, 247, 201. So how many do we think we got? So 991 closed, meaning we got a response from 9 ports again. So again, it should be the same exact thing. So 9 ports responded as open filtered. All right, let's talk about the Maimon scan. Uriel Maimon, or Maimon could be the name, first described this scan in 1996. In this, the FIN and acknowledgement bits are set, and the target should send a reset packet as a response. However, certain BSD-derived systems drop the packet if it's the open port exposing the open ports. So if the packets are dropped, then we can assume that it's an open port. If the packets are closed, we should be receiving an RST packet. It won't work on most targets encountered in modern networks. However, we included in this room to better understand the port scanning mechanism and the hacking mindset. To select this, you would do lowercase s, uppercase M, and most target systems respond with an RST packet regardless of whether the port is open. In such a case, we won't be able to discover the open ports. The figure below shows what happens. So we just basically send a FIN and acknowledgement flags, and then we get an RST. And it could be open or closed, which is, it's kind of pointless. Like, you can't really figure it out. So this is what the scan looks like, and then you don't get anything, right? It says all 1,000 scans all 1,000 scanned ports and nothing has responded. So this type of scan is not the first scan that one would pick to discover a system. However, it's important to know about it as you don't know when it could actually come in handy. So how many flags do we set in this? We set 2 flags, which is the finish, and acknowledgement flags are set. Okay, so now we can actually move on to something that allows us to run it. So I'm going to go ahead and terminate this machine, and we're going to move on to the next one and start this machine, and first do the read through, and then we'll actually do the scan. So in this section, we're going to be talking about the acknowledgement, window, and custom scans. So as the name implies, the acknowledgement sends the acknowledgement flag, right? So we can use it with SA, so lowercase s, uppercase A, to choose this. And as we can see, it's going to send the acknowledgement flag, and then we should be receiving a reset flag indicating that the port is either open or closed, right? So this happens because a TCP packet with that flag set should be sent only in response to a packet to acknowledge the receipt of some data. And in this particular case, we're sending it as the very first packet, and there was no data that was received. So it won't tell us whether the target port is open in a simple setup. So this is what it looks like, just like everything else, sudo nmap, and then you do lowercase s, uppercase A, give it the IP address. In this case, we didn't get anything back, right? This would be helpful if there's a firewall in front of the target. Consequently, based on which acknowledgement packets resulted in responses, you'll learn which ports were not blocked by the firewall. In other words, this scan is more suitable to discover firewall rule sets and configurations. So after we launched the target machine, we repeated the acknowledgement scan, and this time we received some interesting results. So there was actually a firewall was launched with this instance right here. So they did the same exact scan, but in this particular case, we actually received unfiltered responses, meaning that this port, this, and this one were not hidden behind the firewall. That's what the indication of this would be. So it's actually very interesting. It can tell you whether or not there are ports that are not being blocked by the firewall and what the firewall rules are. So in this particular case, out of these top 1,000 ports that were being scanned, these 3 were not being filtered by the firewall. So actually very, very handy and very useful to know. Okay, so let's move into the window scan. So it's another similar scan, which is the TCP window. It's almost the same as the acknowledgement. However, it examines the TCP window field of the RST packets that are returned. On specific systems, it can reveal that the port is open, and you can do it by doing lowercase s, uppercase W. And in this figure, it'll send the acknowledgement and the reset again. So it's very similar to the ACK packet being sent, or the acknowledgement scan, but in this case, it's actually just the lowercase s, uppercase W. So it's a window scan, but it's actually sending an acknowledgement packet. So if we get a reset, again, it's showing that it's either open or closed. So running it against the Linux system with no firewall, it's not going to provide anything. And we can see that the result of the scan is empty without a firewall. But if we repeat the scan against a server behind a firewall, we expect to get more satisfying results. And what we can see right here are these pieces right here. So they're actually closed, right? So in the previous one, we saw that they were unfiltered, right? In the acknowledgement scan, we saw that they were unfiltered, so they're not being blocked by the firewall. However, in this particular case, it's showing that they're closed. So obviously, if they're closed, then the firewall doesn't need to block them, right? So that's kind of the conclusion that we can make with that. So if you want to experiment with a new TCP flag combination, you can actually just use your own custom scan, and you can do that by doing the scan flags option here and then give it the flag. So this is the RST flag, the SYN flag, and the FIN flag have been set in this particular case. So then you would send custom flags using whatever your custom flags are, and then I don't know what the response would be in this particular case, but in this particular case, if you do scan flags, urgent, acknowledgement, push, reset, synchronize, and finish, all of them have been set. So all of the flags have been set, and I don't know what the response would be. So it's essential to note that the acknowledgement scan and the window scan were very efficient at helping us map out firewall rules. However, it's vital to remember that just because a firewall is not blocking a specific port, it doesn't necessarily mean that a service is listening on that port. So for example, there's a possibility that the real rules need to be updated to reflect recent service changes. Hence, the acknowledgement and window scans are exposing firewall rules, not the actual services themselves, right? So the acknowledgement scan showed that they were unfiltered, but then when we did the window scan, it showed that they were closed ports, right? So it tells us a lot about the setup of that network and the firewall rules themselves, not necessarily the services that are running on those ports. So in the TCP window scan, how many flags are set? And that is 1. You decide to experiment with a custom TCP scan and set the reset flag. What would you add after the scan flags? And that would be RST for the reset flag. So the virtual machine received an update to its firewall rule set. A new port is now allowed by the firewall. After you make sure that you have terminated the VM from task 2, which I already did, we're going to launch this one. And then once you're ready, you open the terminal and use Nmap to launch an acknowledgement scan against the target VM. How many ports appear unfiltered? What is the new port? To determine the new port, you need to compare the scan results of task 2 to the ones of this task. And is there any service behind the newly discovered port? Okay, so the ports from task 2 to the ones of this one. So let's go to task 2 real quick. And let me zoom out here just to make it easier. So we're going to go to the ports of task 2. There we go. Okay. So what was open in task 2? Oh, I totally don't even remember, right? So what is it? We had 9 that were open, 9 that were filtered, and this one had 994. So I don't remember. Did I clear it out? I'm not going to clear it out. So I'm not going to clear these results. These are the ports from task 2. So we're not going to clear them just so we can use them as a comparison. So in this particular case, we're now going to scan this target, which is the new port or the new IP, excuse me, and we're going to be using what are we doing? We're doing an acknowledgement scan. So let's zoom in here and we will do an acknowledgement scan against this one. So it's going to be Nmap SA like that, and then we're going to paste the IP address like so, press enter. And let's see what kind of a response we get and how long this would take. I wonder how long this takes. Okay, very quick. Okay, so we have 4 ports that are unfiltered, technically. So what does it say? It says, how many ports appear to be unfiltered? So we have 4. Now, what's the new port number that appeared? To determine, you need to compare it to the task 2 of this task. I see. That's so stupid. Okay, so based on these comparisons, what's the new one? So we have 22, 25, 80, and 443. 443 is the new one that shows up here. So is there any service behind the newly discovered one? And it does, technically, it says it's HTTPS because that's the default port for HTTPS. So we're going to say yes. Now, is there any service behind the newly discovered port number? The answer is yes, because it does say that there's a service. So I don't understand why this is being the way that this is right here, because this is technically, they did a window scan. So I mean, fine, let's do a window scan of this, because based on the acknowledgement scan, it says that there is a port service, right? That's what it says. So we're gonna paste the IP again. Oh my God, again, this thing, like as soon as I highlight anything, I guess it copies it, which is stupid. But okay, so we're going to do a window scan now, and the same ports should technically show up, and it says they're all closed. So I guess there is no service behind them, I guess, but it does technically say HTTPS, so whatever. All right, let's talk about spoofing and decoys. In some network setups, you can actually scan a target using a spoofed IP address or even a spoofed MAC address, but this is only useful when you can control the capture of the response, or you can actually capture the response. Because if you're doing it from a random network that you can't capture all of the responses, then it doesn't really help you. You're spoofing something that you can't see what the replies would be. So this is what the figure shows. If the attacker uses Nmap -S and then they provide a spoofed IP address and then the machine IP, which is the one that you're going to be scanning. So it'll craft the packets using the provided source IP, which is the spoofed IP, and the target machine will respond to the incoming packets, replying to that spoofed IP. And for this to work, you need to have the monitoring of the network traffic to actually be able to analyze what's coming to that spoofed IP address. So this is what it looks like, right? So you send the command, the host, which is you're sending it to the server using the spoofed IP. The machine will then reply to the spoofed IP, which is this thing right here. And if you don't have access to the traffic of this specific IP address, then it doesn't matter what you do, because you're not going to be able to find it. Like, you're not going to be able to see what the results are. So the attacker will send a packet with spoofed source IP address. The machine replies to the spoofed IP address, and the attacker captures the replies to figure out what the open ports are. You expect to specify the network interface using the -E and to explicitly disable ping using capital P lowercase n. So instead of doing nmap as spoofed IP machine IP, you actually need to do something a little bit more sophisticated, which is nmap -E, and then you give it the interface, and then you do capital P lowercase n to disable pings, and then you do capital S to give the spoofed IP, and then the machine IP that you want to scan at the end of this whole thing. So it's worth repeating that this scan will be useless if the attacker system cannot monitor the network for responses, which is basically going to be that spoofed IP. So when you're on the same subnet as the target machine, you would be able to spoof your MAC address as well, because it will end up using the ARP protocol to actually send out its packet. So you can specify the source MAC address using spoof MAC and give it the spoof MAC address. And this is only possible if the attacker and the target machine are on the same Ethernet network or the same Wi-Fi, so you're in the same subnet, so that it doesn't use IP addresses to try to communicate with the other device. It'll still use the MAC addresses, because MAC addresses are used to communicate with devices on the same network. It doesn't necessarily need IP addresses to communicate with devices on the same network. So spoofing only works in a minimum number of cases when certain conditions are met. Therefore, the attacker might resort to using decoys to make it more challenging to be pinpointed. The concept is simple. Make the scan appear to be coming from many IP addresses so that the attacker's IP address would be lost among them, as we can see in this particular figure. It's going to be coming from 3 different sources, and consequently the replies will go to all of those sources as well, right? So it'll come from the decoy, right? So let's go look at this. We have the decoy, the actual attacker IP, and another decoy. So the response is going to go to the 2 decoys as well as the attacker IP. So all of 3 of them are going to get those responses, and one of them is actually going to be you. So if you wanted to do this or use just random IP addresses, you can just do -D. For example, nmap -D, 10.10.0.1, 10.10.0.2, and then me, which would end up being your actual IP address. And it'll make it appear as if it's coming from all these things, and then the me is replacing that your IP address should appear in the 3rd order. Another example would be 10.10.0.1, 10.10.0.2, RND, RND, and then me. So RND will end up being random choices, right? So random IP addresses that Nmap will just choose for you. And then the final one is going to be you, the IP address for your actual machine. So each time that you execute this latter command, this piece right here, you would expect 2 new random IP addresses to be 3rd and 4th decoy sources, because they are being randomized. So what do you need to do what do you need to add to this command right here to make this scan appear as if it's coming from the source IP address 10.10.10.11 instead of your IP address? And so that would be what? -S, and then you would do 10.10.10.11 like that. So what do you need to do? What do you need to add to the command, this piece right here, to make the scan appear as if it's coming from the source IP address 10.10.20.21 and 10.10.20.28 in addition to your IP address? So this is going to be the -decoy portion. So we'll do -D, and then we're going to do 10.10.20.21, comma 10.10.20.28, whoops, and then comma me. And there we go. That's what we got. So let's talk about fragmented packets now. Okay, to understand why this is important, why the concept of fragmented packets is actually important, is first we need to understand why a firewall is, how it plays out in this whole scenario here. So if you don't already know, a firewall is either a software or they're actually physical firewalls that exist that are usually attached to your routers or maybe your switches, and they permit packets to pass through or block the packets from actually passing. So it functions based on the rules that are established for it, and it could be blocking all traffic with the exceptions or allowing all traffic with exceptions. So for instance, you can block everything to your server except those coming to your web server from a specific IP address. A traditional firewall will inspect at least the IP header and the transport layer header, and a more sophisticated firewall would also examine the data that's carried by the transport layer and signatures and things like that to determine whether or not it should block it, okay? Then you have the intrusion detection system, which inspects the network packets for behavioral patterns or specific content signatures. And a next generation firewall will end up being something that actually has an IDS embedded into it. So the IDS raises an alert whenever a malicious rule is met. In addition to the IP header and the transport layer header, the IDS would inspect the data contents in the transport layer and check if it matches any malicious patterns or signatures or anything else that you would have asked it to check on. So how can you make it less likely for a traditional firewall or for the IDS to detect your Nmap activity? So it's not that easy, right? Depending on the type of firewall or IDS that you're actually dealing with, you might benefit from just dividing your packet into smaller packets, also known as packet fragments. So Nmap actually provides the option that you can declare by using the lowercase f, so -f, to fragment the packets. Once you do it, all the data will be divided into 8 bytes or less. So when you add another f, it could be -f, or you just do -ff, it'll split the data into 16 byte fragments instead of 8. So you can change the default value by doing the MTU. You should always choose a multiple of 8 no matter what you do. So you can do MTU 8, you could do MTU 16, MTU 32, which I don't know why you would do that because it ends up just being 32 bits anyways. So you can do or actually, I guess not 32 bits, excuse me, because 32 bits would be inside of a given packet. So if you're separating them by bytes, then you're talking about fairly large chunks of data that's being transferred back and forth. So whatever you're going to end up doing, just make sure that you choose multiples of 8. So to properly understand this, we need to go look at the figure again, the RFC 791 figure. In particular, we're going to look at the source address taking 32 bits or 4 bytes on the 4th row, while the destination address is taking another 4 bytes on the 5th row, and the data that we will fragment across multiple packets is highlighted in red. To reassemble on the recipient side, the IP uses the identification, which is the ID, and the fragment offset, which is on the 2nd row of the figure below. So we can see this right here. So this is the element right here. You have the source address and the destination that take up a full 32 bits each. Then you have the data. Okay, and so the IP will go ahead and reassemble these things. So let's go back and read this piece one more time. To reassemble the recipient side, the IP uses the ID and the fragment offset, which is in the 2nd figure, which I guess we can't really see because where's the 2nd figure? Is it down here? No, it's not. It doesn't show us. Maybe, I don't know if this is the thing that they're talking about, but this is the piece right here that I think they're mostly relevant to, or more they're identifying or talking about, but it would end up taking the ID as well as the fragment offset. So fragment offset is right here. So it'll take the fragment offset as well as the identification, which I don't see here. Oh, there we go, identification. So there's identification, also known as the ID, and the fragment offset. These are the things that are going to be used to reassemble the data. So let's compare this using the stealth scan on port 80 and the stealth scan on port 80 and doing the -f right here. It's kind of hard to see because it's been separated, but with this one doesn't have -f, this one has -f. So we know that using a stealth scan on port 80, however, in the 2nd command, we're also doing the fragmentation. So in the first 2 lines, we can see that the ARP query and the response, this is what we see right here. So The first two lines right here are the ARP query and the response. The second two lines show the SYN ping and a reply. So SYN ping and then RST acknowledgement has been sent. So that's the SYN ping and the reply. And the fifth line is the beginning of the port scan, and it sends a TCP SYN packet to port 80, and the IP header is 20 bytes, and the TCP header is 24 bytes, and the minimum size of the TCP header is 20 bytes. So if we go to look at this a little bit closer here, these are the ARP packets, these are the ping and the reply, and then we get to see the SYN packet being sent to port 80. Port 80 replies, and we don't really get to see the size of the data, but we can see that it is, there's actually the SYN has been done. So this is the one without the fragmentation. So when we look at the fragmentation, which is going to be this one, the 24 bytes of the TCP header are going to be divided into multiples of 8, with the last fragment containing 8 bytes or less. And since 24 is divisible by 8, we get to see 3 IP fragments and 20 bytes. Oh, earlier I jumped from 8, 16 to 32. So technically there was 8, 16, 24, and 32. Wow, my multiplication tables are so bad, bro. I can just imagine what people are going to say in the comments. So we got 3 IP fragments, each has 20 bytes in the IP header and 8 bytes of the TCP header, and we can see the 3 fragments over here. So we can now see that it's actually fragmented IP protocol, and then what's been sent as the final right here to port 80, and then there we go, and then port 80 actually responds. So that's what we can see. So if you did FF or -F, the fragmentation will be multiples of 16. In other words, the 24 bytes will end up being 2 specific fragments. The first one is going to be 16 and the second one is going to be 8. So it's always going to do the first series of fragments by the number that you have declared, and then whatever will end up being the last one will most likely end up just being that last 8 bytes. So if you prefer to increase the size of the packets to make them look innocuous, you can use the option data length and then give it a number, where the number specifies the number of bytes that you want to append to your packets. That's very interesting. So you can actually modify what your packets look like or what they perceive to hold, and it will go ahead and add data, whatever the number would be. And I would presume that you want to add some kind of a even number, not necessarily an odd number, but that's just an assumption on my part. So, okay, what's the question down here? It says, if the TCP segment has a size of 64 and the FF option is being used, how many IP fragments will you get? So FF means that it's going to split it into 16. So if I go ahead and do a division of 64 by 16, it ends up being 4 packets. So we're going to end up getting 4 fragments that are going to be sent. And that is indeed the right answer. So now let's talk about zombie scans. So if you have the limitations that you're in a network setup that doesn't support spoofing, then there's another option that you have that can be done using the idle scan, also known as the zombie scan. So this requires an idle system that's connected to the network that you can communicate with. So for example, or essentially Nmap will make each probe appear as if it's coming from the idle host, the zombie host. So a printer, right? Like technically a printer is connected to the network, but a lot of times it's inactive because it's not receiving any kind of data. It's just sitting there. So Nmap will check for the indicators whether the idle zombie host received any response to the spoofed probe, and it's accomplished by checking the IP identification, so IP ID, in the IP header. And you can run an idle scan using the SI, lowercase s, capital I, give it the zombie IP address, and then the machine IP address that you want to scan, and that would be it. So basically the zombie IP would be the IP of the idle host. This requires the following 3 steps to discover whether a port is open. So trigger the idle host to respond so that you can record the current IP ID of the idle host. Then send a SYN packet to a TCP port of the target, and the packet should be spoofed to appear that it's coming from the zombie host. Then trigger the idle machine again to respond so that you can compare the new IP ID with the one that was received earlier. So this is what it looks like if we were just looking at it with the figure. So first and foremost, you're going to send the acknowledgement to the zombie IP address, and it'll send something to you to give you its IP ID. Once you have that, you would then go ahead and craft your packet, craft the scan that you're doing to your actual target using that information. So the attacker will send a SYN packet to the TCP port they want to check on the target machine, and this packet will use the idle host, the zombie IP, as the source, and three scenarios would arise. The first would be, in this specific figure, that the TCP port is closed, therefore the target machine responds to the idle host with an RST packet. The idle host does not respond, hence the IP ID is not incremented. So keep that in mind, right? So every time you do this, the IP ID will actually increment. So in this case, we sent it from the zombie IP. The machine is going to send with a reset, and the attacker system will now get that the IP ID of this zombie will not be incremented. The port is closed if we receive this reset packet. In the second scenario, the TCP port is open, so the target machine responds with SYN acknowledgement, and the idle host responds to this with an RST packet, and it increments its IP ID. So we send one, right, from us using the zombie IP. The machine responds to the zombie IP. It's open, so the zombie IP will send a reset because it's literally just a printer. It's not going to do anything. And so when it does this, the zombie IP ID is going to increment by 1. In the third scenario, the target machine does not respond at all due to firewall rules. This lack of response will lead to the same result as with the closed port, and the idle host will not increase the IP ID. For the final step, the attacker will send another SYN acknowledgement to the idle host. The idle host responds with the RST packet, incrementing the IP ID by 1 again, and the attacker needs to compare the IP ID of the reset packet received in the first step with the IP ID of the reset packet received in the third step. And if the difference is 1, it means that the port on the target machine was closed. If the difference is 2, that means the port on the target machine was open. So it's worth repeating that this scan is called an idle scan because it's choosing the idle host and is indispensable for the accuracy of the scan. And if the idle host is busy, all the returned IP IDs would be useless. So you need to use something that actually is idle and it's not being used. So you discover a rarely used network printer with the IP address 10.10.5, and you decide to use it as the zombie in your scan. What argument should you add? So that would be the idle, right? So it would be -SI, right? It's -SI. My God, I am having a hard time speaking. So we're going to do -SI, and then we would give it the 10.10.5.5, and that's it. All right, so now we have another machine that we're going to end up using, and for this one, we're going to probably do some more scanning. So let's see what the documentation reads. So what you can do is add a few different options to your scans to just get more details about what happened with the scan. And one of them would be the -reason. So --reason. If you want Nmap to provide more details regarding its reasoning and conclusions. So we have two scans. This is the one without the reasons. So you can see this, right? Very basic. And then you have the one with the reasons. And then now it gives you the reasoning that it had. So SYN acknowledgement, time to live was 64 essentially. So providing the reason gives us the explicit reason why Nmap concluded that the system is up or a particular port is open. In this output above that we just saw, look right there, we can see that this system is considering online because Nmap received ARP response. So this is actually the reason right here. So let me see. Oh, there we go. Host is up, received ARP response. There you go. That's the reason. Over here, it just says host is up. So there's another thing. I just thought it was actually this piece right here, but it's this piece right here. Receiving an ARP response was the key element. So on the other hand, we know that the SSH port is deemed to be open because Nmap received a SYN acknowledgement packet back. So for more detailed output, we can actually now use verbose or VV for very verbose, and it'll give us even more information. So you get VV for very verbose, and every step of the way as it's scanning, it tells you what's going on, right? And previously, I don't know if it was this video or another one. I'm recording all of these on the same day. But as it scans, it'll be like, yeah, 40% done, 50% done, 80% done. And then it'll show you along the way that discovered open ports, etc., completed the scan at this time. And then finally, it gives you its report at the very end, right? So very, very useful stuff. So if VV does not satisfy the curiosity, you can use D for debugging or DD for even more details on debugging. And you can guarantee that using the D will create an output that extends beyond a single screen. So what we're going to do for this final exercise is we're going to do a stealth scan using the F flag. And it's going to be fast, so it's going to be scanning the top 100 instead of the top 1,000. And we're going to ask for a reason, and then we're going to be scanning this IP address at the very end right here. So I'm just going to copy this. I know I can copy the whole thing, but I like typing these things out. So we're going to do a stealth scan with the F flag, and then we're going to ask for a reasoning as well. So let's go here and actually get this done. So here we go. So we're going to do Nmap, we're going to do SS, and we're going to give it the F, and we're going to ask for a reason, and then we're finally going to provide the IP address here. Press enter, and there you go. So it says host is up, received ARP response, and what do we have? SYN acknowledgement, TTL64, all of those things, right? So what does it say right here? It says, what is the reason provided for the stated ports being open? And so it is this thing, SYN ACK, which is basically the same thing that we just saw right here as well. And that's it. We got the reasoning for it, and that was our last exercise for this room. All right, so in conclusion, as a summary, we have talked about a variety of different techniques and scan types and all of that good stuff. So we talked about the null scan, the fin scan, XMIS, Maimon, acknowledgement window, and even customizing our own TCP scans. And then we have all of the options here as well. And you can always just go to Nmap or your Linux machine and just do man Nmap and pull up the manual for Nmap and just read through this. This is one of the easiest ways to learn as much as possible about a given tool, and it'll show you examples that it has. So example 1, a representative Nmap scan. It's using -A, so it's going to do all of the scans, and it's going to do it a little bit faster than usual, and it's going to provide all of these things for you. And so it finds the SSH host key for you. It found the open port for SSH itself and all of the elements that are assigned to it, and then it found port 80 that was open. It pulled the HTTP title for you. It found the version of server that's running on it, etc. So this is just an example scan, and then you can go through the option summary, read through all of those details, and there's a lot of stuff that's available for Nmap for you to learn and use and just become masterful at. So this is not a tool that you can learn how to use with just a handful of videos. You have to experiment with it. You have to go through all of the different options that are available to get really good at it, to get proficient at it. And should you choose to invest that time, then you will get a result as a response, meaning you will actually get good at using Nmap, and then most likely you will stand out from your competitors and your peers at work and so on and so forth. So all of these options are also available inside of the manual, and the explanations for all of these options are available. We also talked about spoofing our IP address, but you do need to have access to this spoofed IP address over here. We talked about the MAC address spoofing, the decoy scan, and of course the zombie scan, and how to fragment your IP data into 8 or 16 bytes, or even how to do it for other sizes as well. You can do a source port. This is another one that we didn't talk about, but you can actually specify the source port that you want to scan from, that you want to show your scans are coming from, and even the data length option where you can append random data to each given packet that's being sent out to reach a given length that you're interested in. Then there's the reasoning element to pull more information, the verbose and very verbose debugging, and details for debugging. So all of this stuff is available if you want to learn even more about what's going on anytime Nmap does a scan and the information that is being collected and its processing and all of that stuff. So you can just learn more about how it works and what happens behind the scenes instead of just pressing enter with some basic options and then getting the results, the report that it gives back to you. So really powerful tool. I personally love it. There's one more video that's left in our series, which is the post-port scans for Nmap. And once that's done, we're going to move on from Nmap to the rest, the remaining series of videos that are available to us, which are going to be, so let's zoom out a little bit so we can look at this. So we have post-port, and then we're going to go through protocols and servers and protocol servers part 2, and then there's a network security challenge that's available at the end of this module, and we're going to go through all of that stuff together as well. So hopefully you found some value out of this video and you learned some really cool things, and then we are going to move on. If you did get value out of this video and you want to get more videos like this one, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, on this pathway, which is Junior Pen Tester. And if you're really interested in pen testing, then there's the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist, which is available. This weird screenshot that you see right here is the very first live stream I ever did during, this was earlier today. It was like a birthday surprise live stream that I did for the community. It was very well received. A lot of people loved it. So I'm going to most likely do more of those from now on, just to make sure that people actually get to have their questions answered, and we'll do an AMA and all of that good stuff. And then there's the other playlists as well. So we have the CompTIA Pentest Plus, which is uploading every Friday until it's done, which is, I think it'll happen in a few weeks. Network Plus is already done. Hackaholics Anonymous exclusives. We have CompTIA Security Plus done. Linux Plus is already done. And then there's a bunch of other ones. Security Engineering, all the compilations. SOC Level 2, Cybersecurity 101, which is a really big deal. Members only videos, obviously. And then this is the actual SOC Level 1 section, SOC Level 2, and Security Engineering. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's available for you. If you don't want to browse, or if you already know what you're looking for, you can just go to this little search box right here and then search for something. So for example, let's say Splunk. Let's say you want to learn more about Splunk. You search for it, and then there's a bunch of videos that come showing up about Splunk and how you can use Splunk. If you want to learn about John the Ripper for password hacking, you can search for John the Ripper and then find videos on that one. There's a lot of stuff that's available. So just depending on what it is that you're interested in, what you're trying to do, you can find information on this channel. And there's over 390 videos, 397 as it stands right now. But by the time that you see this, it's most likely going to end up being 399. And I think my screen froze a little bit, so sorry about that. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's available, and there's a lot of stuff that's continuing to come out. And most likely by the time that you see this video, the channel will have grown to even a larger number, and the video count is going to be even higher. And it's really crazy to think that we're over 25,000 subscribers, and I've been doing this for, I think, like a year and a half, maybe something like that. And that's just very humbling. It's like a really crazy experience. And I hope that you'll end up joining this community, because there's a lot of content and a lot of value that I try to share with everybody, and I want you to get access to it too. So if you have any questions or comments about what we talked about today, drop them in the comment section below. Otherwise, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. In episode 27 of the Junior Pen Tester training series, we are going to continue with our Nmap series of videos for network security. and we're going to be talking about the post-port scanning activities, so the things that you would do after the scan or to enhance your scans. And this is a part of the series that goes along with Nmap, and of course there is all the videos that are inside of the network security module. So the next couple are going to be protocols and servers, part 2 and 1, as well as the network security challenge. So for this video, we're going to be doing, the introduction, service detection, OS detection and traceroute, Nmap scripting engine, saving your output, and of course the summary, final thoughts, and things like that. And then you will be dismissed for the day. The video, or what am I saying? The room itself, I'm kind of losing my thoughts here. The room that we're going to be using is going to be inside of the TryHackMe platform, and it was developed by Strategos. Now, this is, I think, going to be the official pronunciation of Strategos, because somebody in the community told me that I think it's Strateghost. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like a modified version of Strateghost, maybe. I think that's what it is. Maybe. I have no idea. The only way that I'll know for sure is if Strategos actually hits me up and says, this is how you pronounce my username. But anyways, that's basically what it is. This is a subscriber-only room that's available inside of TryHackMe, meaning you do need a paid membership. However, if you have access to Nmap on your own computer, then you can just go along with everything that we're going to be talking about in this video, and you'll be able to implement all the exercises and learn everything that we're going to be talking about today. So that is pretty much it for the overview for this video for Nmap post scans. And of course, a quick note from our sponsor, Hackaholics Anonymous, and we will dive deep into the contents. Let's go. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into Nmap post-port scans. So we have officially come to the last video in the Nmap series, and in this particular video we're going to be talking about service detection, OS detection, the scripting engine of Nmap, and of course saving your scan results for further analysis after you're done scanning. And in the first room, we learned about enumerating targets and discovering live hosts. Then we learned about Reverse-DNS to find interesting names. And then we talked about all of the different types of scan in the second and third video. And then now we're finally going to be talking about the detection of the versions of the running services, detection of the OS that's running, Nmap's traceroute, Nmap scripts, and of course saving the results. And all of these things that you see right here, the ones that have been grayed out are the ones that we've talked about in the previous videos, and these are going to be the ones that we're going to be talking about today. And it's actually very straightforward. These things are quite easy to wrap your head around, especially if you've gone through all the previous videos. So if you haven't gone through those videos, I do encourage you to check them out. But if you've already gone through those, the rest of this stuff is going to be a piece of cake. So I'm going to make sure that our attack box has been launched and we actually have access to the virtual machines. And from there, we're gonna run and gun. Let's go. Okay, so this is where your reconnaissance really starts to take off, is when you start discovering the various services and operating systems that are running on these ports that we've been scanning. Because once you know what services are running and then what versions of those services are running, then you can really start doing some reverse engineering to see what kind of vulnerabilities actually would exist for those versions of operating systems or services. And then from there, you can go to a place like Exploit Database or GitHub, or even try to write your own vulnerability or exploit, I should say. And it becomes a really interesting experience because that's where the rubber really meets the road. So if you do a really good job of reconnaissance and research and finding out the versions of things and the operating systems and the potential vulnerabilities that exist for those things, you can use Metasploit, for example, to find existing exploits that would exist for that given vulnerability or for that operating system. And you're off to the races, you know what I mean? It's just that you have to do really good recon and enumeration and research to actually make the exploit part work well. And as we go forward with Junior Pentester, and as the rest of the videos for CompTIA Pentest Plus get dropped every Friday, This becomes one of those common themes where if you've done really good research, the exploitation phase becomes incredibly easy, almost scarily easy, because you already know exactly what you're going to be attacking for your attack vector. If you don't do good enough research or reconnaissance, then you go to try an exploit, it doesn't work, and then you have to come back and do more recon and research, then you try it again, it doesn't work, then you have to come back. So spend a lot of time on recon and research. As the old saying goes, if you have 4 hours to chop down a tree, you spend 3 hours sharpening your axe. And reconnaissance and research and enumeration counts as sharpening your axe. And then you spend that 1 hour chopping down that tree and doing some very precise exploits because you know exactly what you're going to be attacking. And that's kind of the whole spirit of everything that we've talked about so far, and as it combines for this video as well. So when you use the lowercase s uppercase v, so SV, it's going to start collecting and determining service and version information for the services that are running on those open ports. And then you can look at version intensity level, for example, where the level ranges between 0, which is the lightest, and 9 being the most complete. So if you do, for example, SV version light has an intensity of 2, version all has an intensity of 9. So these are the ways that you can try to get as much detail as possible about those services that are running on those ports. When you use SV, keep in mind that it's going to do the TCP three-way handshake, so the connection, right? It's going to do another version of the Connect Scan that we did. It's just going to search for more information, and this is a loud type of scan, so keep that in mind. If you're trying to evade being detected on a network scanner or a network monitoring tool, then you want to combine SV with maybe the slowing down of the timing, right? Sending it at a paranoid level or as a careful level, so it doesn't set a bunch of packets at once, and at least it makes it a little bit easier. Or maybe you want to fragment the packets that are being sent. There's a combination of things that you could do that we talked about in the previous videos to try to avoid detection of the firewall or the intrusion detection system, etc. So if you do, for example, the connection establishment is very necessary because you can't discover version without actually establishing a connection. So when you do a stealth scan, which is SS, it's not possible to do SV at the same time because SV requires that full TCP three-way handshake. The stealth scan, for example, if we try to do this, so we're going to do a comparison here. So we have the output that shows the stealth scan with the SV option. Adding the SV option leads to a new column in the output showing the version for each detector. For instance, the case of port 22, instead of 22 TCP OpenSSH, we obtain OpenSSH, and then we have the version of it, Debian, etc., etc. So the SSH protocol is guessed as the service because the TCP port 22 is actually open. Nmap didn't need to connect to port 22 to confirm. However, SV required connecting to this open port to grab the service banner and any version information, for example, Nginx 162. Hence, unlike the service column, the version column is not a guess. So when you see this right here, the service column right here is a guess. It's guessing based on, this is like the default port for SSH, this is the default port for SMTP. It's making those guesses. But the version column that we see right here, this is actually done with that connection being established, and then the headers are being pulled so that it can figure out that this is dovecot pop3d, for example. You know what I mean? So it's a combination of the two. However, again, just keep in mind, anytime that you do this, when you do the SV element of this, it's going to establish a connection. So many Nmap options require root privileges. Unless you're running Nmap as root, you need to use sudo, and we're going to start the actual virtual machine. I already started it, so I think it's ready and up and running to go. Same thing with the attack box. I think it's ready to go. So what we're going to start doing is just doing some version scanning of the target machine that we have here, which is 10.10.186.62. So I'm just going to copy this, and the rest of it I want to type because I really do want to get this in my fingertips and really get a good understanding of how these commands actually go. So I like typing most of them out, and I know that you can copy it and just paste it. I understand all of that, but I just like typing it out. So which service did not have a version detected with version light? So that's another question that we're going to get based on running this scan. So we're going to go ahead and do our split screen here so that we can maximize this view, and then we'll have a full screen version of the attack box, and then we can open up the terminal and run that scan. So just as a reminder, let me see what the command is supposed to be. Nmap SV, and then we're going to do version light, and then we're going to do the IP address. So here we go. Let's do this. I'm so excited about this. I love running anything on the command line because it makes me feel like I'm an actual hacker, which I am, by the way. At this point in my career, I feel like I've learned enough to be like a decent pen tester. So Nmap, and we're going to do SV like that, and then version light like that. And see, I also have a mechanical keyboard, so it just makes it really fun to type these things. So there we go. Now it's running, and I think it'll take a little bit of time, or maybe it just might be quick depending on what the response would be. There's also other ways that we can make this a little bit faster for ourselves by maybe shortening the number of scans that it does. So by default, it'll scan the top 1,000 ports. As you can see right here, 992 were closed, meaning that we actually have 8 ports that have shown up here. And one of them is missing the version, which is RPC bind. So that's what we get. Now what it says right here is, what is the detected version of 143? And it's dovecot IMAP D is what it says. So we're going to type that piece out. Dovecot IMAP D, and then RPC bind was the one that did not have a version detected. Excellent. So let's talk about OS detection and using traceroute. OS detection will be done with the capital O. So this is an uppercase O as in OS. That's the way that you can remember it. Service or service version is the SV. These are the ways that I try to remember these various scan types. So uppercase O would be for OS, and they actually combined it with the stealth scan, so that did work for them. Nmap detected the OS to be Linux 3 point something, and then it guessed further that it was running kernel 3.13. So this is what we can see right here. So it ran everything, and then we get the versions of this, or actually it's not. Where is it? I think it's towards the bottom. Yeah, there we go. So towards the bottom, we see that it's running Linux 3 point something, and then the OS details Linux 3.13, kernel 3.13 is what it guessed, right? So the system that we scanned and attempted to detect the OS version is running kernel version 3.16. Nmap was able to make a close guess in this case. In another case, we scanned a Fedora Linux system with kernel 5.13.14. However, Nmap detected it as Linux 2.6x. The good news is that Nmap detected the OS correctly, so it is Linux, right? The not so good news is that the kernel version was wrong. And this is what I mean when I say that you really want to do in-depth reconnaissance, because if it's actually running 3.16, there's a good likelihood that it has all of the errors that were patched after 3.13, right? So 3.13 is older than 3.16. And there is what, 3 or 4, I think 3 versions at the very least, because 14, 15, and 16, right? So 3 versions that came after 3.13. And all of those versions had something that was updated, including maybe some vulnerabilities were patched. And so if you're basing your entire research based on this output right here, and then you go and you try to find vulnerabilities that match 3.13, and then you're trying to run all these exploits that are attacking a 3.13 version of Linux, and you come up short, it's because you didn't fully figure out that it was actually running 3.16, and now you're wasting your time and energy, and then you have to go do more research, etc., etc. So this is why we want to do full reconnaissance, right? So it's good to know that it's Linux. It's not so good to know that the kernel version is completely off, right? OS detection is very convenient, but many factors might affect the accuracy. First and foremost, Nmap needs to find at least one open and one closed port on the target to make a reliable guess. It is still a guess, but it's, I guess, as close to reliable as possible. The OS fingerprints might get distorted due to the rising use of virtualization and similar technologies. Therefore, always take the OS version with a grain of salt. Then we have traceroute. So if you want to find the routers between you and the target, you can just do traceroute. And in this example that we're going to see at the bottom right here, we appended traceroute as the scan results, and Nmap traceroute works slightly different than the actual traceroute command by itself, or traceRT, which is on Windows. So traceroute is on Linux and Mac because they're based off of Unix, and then traceRT is available for Microsoft Windows. So traceroute starts with a packet of low TTL time to live, and then it keeps increasing until it reaches the target. Nmap's traceroute starts with a packet of high TTL and then decreases it. So we did, in this example, Nmap SS, so stealth scan, we appended traceroute to it,
and we can see that there are no routers or hops between the two as they are connected directly, right? So where do we see that? Traceroute, there we go. There was one hop, and it went from the starting machine to the target machine, right? So one IP address, one in the middle, and that's basically it. Many routers are configured not to send ICMP time to live exceeded, which would prevent us from discovering their IP address. For more information, we can look at active reconnaissance, which already has been done. So if you haven't seen the active reconnaissance video inside of Junior Pentester, I would recommend you go check that out, because active reconnaissance, we talked about traceroute, and we looked at different examples of running traceroute to find the number of hops that a packet will take, or a connection trying to get established will take. And it's always random. It's never going to be the same exact number of hops, even though in that specific exercise when we ran it, it did give us the same number of hops. But usually it's not going to show you the same number of hops with the same routers that it took or the same paths that it took. It's typically going to give you a bunch of different IP addresses every single time that you run it. But that's for a different room. So if you have not seen active reconnaissance, go check that out as well. So now we're going to do Nmap with the O option against the target, which we had right here. So I'll copy that again. And so again, we're just going to go over here. And as a good practice, I always keep saying this, but for whatever reason, I forget to do it. And when I do it actually on my own exercises, I promise you I do this. So Nmap O, and then it said do it with traceroute. No, we're just doing O. And so we're going to paste this piece right here, right? And then this is what I always say, just do V at the very end just to get some verbose output. So it shows you as it's finding them. See, it says it discovered these, and it's going to do the rest of the stuff as well. And then it's going to generate the final report for you. And you see that it's now finding all that stuff. Look, it found all these other information, the TCP IP fingerprint and the various OSs that it tried to detect or guess. And all of this stuff is showing to us because we actually did that -V for the verbose output so that we can get some detailed output, right? So now we have all these various OS versions. This is the full report that we have right here. So it's asking what's the question here? It says, what OS did Nmap detect? And the operating system, no exact matches. If you know what's running, TCP IP fingerprint, OS scan, etc., etc. Let's see what it guess. The guess. What's the guess? Where is it at? So I did run it again without the -V just in case it would try to find some kind of response for us, but it still said the same thing, right? So it said no exact OS matches were found, but if you know what's running, you can just search for it on the actual, or you can submit it to the nmap.org website. But over here, if we just go through the information that we get right here, we can see that it says PC Linux GNU, so we can detect that it's potentially Linux, because there's a lot of information that's over here. But through all of this jargon, we can detect that there is Linux right there. So I'm going to just go ahead and type out Linux, and there you go. That's the actual answer. So whether or not you do -V, it seems to be that it'll still give you the same exact output, and it's up to you to try to find whatever the response might be in this guess that it's making, because no exact match was found, but it did make its best guess. So let's now talk about all of the scripts that come inside of the Nmap scripting engine, which is actually really freaking useful. It's really awesome. So in case you don't already know, a script is essentially a piece of code that doesn't need to be compiled. It remains in its original human-readable form and doesn't need to be converted into machine language or assembled is another way to talk about it. So many programs provide additional functionality via scripts. Scripts make it possible to add custom functionality that did not exist via the built-in commands. Nmap provides support for scripts using the Lua language. And the Nmap scripting engine is a Lua interpreter that allows Nmap to execute Nmap scripts written in Lua. We don't need to know Lua to actually make use of these scripts. We just need to know how to refer to the Nmap scripts that actually exist. Now, when you go to the Nmap installation folder, it's, in our particular case, it's inside of this location. So it's basically wherever Nmap is installed. If you find that specific portion in your file system, there's inside of this folder, there's going to be a scripts folder. And inside of the scripts folder, you'll be able to find a bunch of scripts that are in here. So these are some of the scripts, right? And there's one in particular that I'm actually really interested in, and I believe it is called the Vuln, V-U-L-N. There we go. So there we go. So you have the VULN, and then it shows all these different CVEs that it can potentially scan for, which is actually very freaking interesting. So it'll try to go for all of those. If you specifically use each one of these, it'll go for those. But there is another one that actually just goes for all of the vulnerabilities. And I'm trying to find that one in particular because I think it's like HTTP vuln in general or whatever that is. So I will go ahead and try to find it for you. I might have to Google it. But let's see. Let's just go and ask Gemini real quick. Okay, so it's actually just script vuln. So script VULN, and it'll scan for any and all vulnerabilities that it can potentially find. It is a good idea, or I think it's like a requirement, to do the SV option here as well, because it enables service and version detection, and many vulnerability scripts rely knowing on the service and version to accurately check for vulnerabilities, and then you just do that combined with the script vuln option, and it will do what it's supposed to do. So that's what it is. But I mean, as you can see right here, there are very many other scripts that exist here as well. So you can specify to use any or a group of these installed scripts. Moreover, you can install other user scripts and use them for your own scans, or you could just have Gemini write one for you, you know what I mean, or Grok or GPT, whatever your favorite AI is. So we're going to go through some of the default scripts, and you could do script default and it'll just use the default scripts, or just doing the -s lowercase s uppercase c. In addition to the default categories, there's authentication, broadcast, brute force, default discovery, DOS, which is denial of service, exploit, external fuzzer, intrusive malware, safe version, and vuln. There we go. A brief description is shown right here. So auth was look for authentication related scripts. Broadcast would discover hosts by sending broadcast messages. Brute performs brute force password auditing against logins. This is actually very handy right here. Default scripts named as lowercase s uppercase c. Discovery retrieves accessible information like the database tables and DNS names. DOS is for servers that are vulnerable to denial of service. Exploit attempts to exploit various vulnerable services. External checks using a third-party service like GeoPlugin and VirusTotal to try to find vulnerabilities. Fuzzer launches fuzzing attacks. Intrusive scripts such as brute force attacks and exploitation. Malware scans for backdoors. Safe, what did I just do? I just clicked tab and it brought me all the way to the top or bottom. Where am I? I don't even know where I am now. There we go. Okay. Safe scripts that won't crash the target, retrieve service versions, and of course checks for vulnerabilities or exploit vulnerable services. So some of these scripts belong to more than one category. Moreover, some scripts launch brute force attacks against services, while others launch denial of service attacks and exploit systems. It's crucial to be careful when selecting these things if you don't want to crash services or exploit them. So we can use Nmap to run a SYN scan against the target and execute the default scripts. And the command is this right here, where SC would be the default scripts. There are some details that will appear, and we can even get all 4 public keys related to the running server, which is very useful as you move towards your exploitation phase. And another example potentially could be that the HTTP service at port 80, Nmap retrieved the default page title. And it gives you a much larger response when you use any of the scripts than if you were just doing a normal scan. So for example, this is all the data that came from port 22, right? And then port 25, this is all the data. And then port 80, this is the data, and then et cetera, et cetera. For each port, it gives you more information than previously ran scans that we've done so far. So just based on what we've done so far, if we look at this right here, for example, this is it, right? So these are all the ports that were available here, but you can see that it's just giving us this basic information. And then when we look at the vulnerability output or the default script scan that was done, it was giving us a lot more information. So you can specify the script name by using script and then giving the script name, or doing something like script and then doing something like FTP and then an asterisk, which would include FTP brute. Essentially, the asterisk is the wildcard character, and it'll get replaced with anything that has FTP in it. If you're unsure what it does, you can open the script file with a text reader like less on the command line, or just a text editor. And in the case of FTP brute, it states that it performs brute force password auditing against FTP servers. And you got to be careful, as some scripts are pretty intrusive. So if you're trying to avoid detection, you may not want to use something that has brute in it, because it's going to try to brute force something. So you definitely want to avoid those things if you're trying to avoid being detected. Some scripts might be specific server, and if I chose at random, it'll waste your time with no benefit, which again goes back to doing really good reconnaissance so that you only use the things that are relevant to you. So if we do HTTP date, it would retrieve the server date and time, and it's confirmed in the description, right? So it gets the date from HTTP-like services. Also, it prints how much time or how much the date differs from the local time. So we would do this as the full script or the full command to run the HTTP date script. And so we would run it, and then it says HTTP date, Friday, yada, 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 0 seconds from local time. So it's assuming that it's basically running on the same time that this person was when they were running it. So you might expand the functionality beyond the official script, and you can write your own script or download scripts from GitHub, for example. Downloading and using an Nmap script from the internet holds a certain level of risk because it could potentially be embedded with malware. So if you're going to do this, then paste it inside of Gemini or Grok or GPT and be like, hey, is there any malware in this? Is there anything inside of this script that I need to worry about so that, you know, it doesn't mess up my network or my computer or anything like that? So let's see what the question is. It says, knowing that the scripts are saved in Nmap scripts, what does the script HTTP robots check for? So we can go ahead right here, and essentially we can just append it to the end of this, and we can just do less, for example, and then put this at the end of that. So it's http robots.txt. So I can go right here and do something like, excuse me, sorry about that. So we can do something like, you know, less, and then we would give it the full path, right? And then at the end of that, we would do http robots.txt, and it says there's no such file or directory. So what's the http robots.txt? That's what it's supposed to be. So, okay, why don't we do this then? We're going to cd to that location, and let's see if we can actually find that script, http robots.txt, and is it here? Ah, see, I see. So it says .nsc at the end of it. So that's the piece that we were missing. So http robots.txt.nse is what we need to do. And there it is. Now it tells us what it potentially can do. So it checks for disallowed entries in the robots.txt on a web server. And that, I think, is the description that we're really interested in. Oh, if I scroll up, it won't work. So what if I click up? Click up doesn't work either. So, okay, so sorry about that. I know that noise when in the recording is a little bit more annoying than it is. So it checks for disallowed entries. So it checks for disallowed entries. Can you figure out the name for the script that checks for the remote code execution vulnerability, this piece right here? So we already can do that. So I'm going to escape out of this, right? Can I escape out of that, or Control C? How do I escape out of this? That's so annoying. Okay, quit. So Q for quit. That's the one that you would do to escape out of that. Now, we're looking for the CVE 2015-1635. So that's the piece that we're looking for. Now, what I can do is this. I can do ls and then grep it to, what is it? CVE, right? CVE 2015-1635. So we'll do it like this. CVE 2015-1635. And okay, maybe that's not it. Okay, I had to try a few different tactics. So grep by itself obviously doesn't work. I forgot my own teachings with Linux, so I feel a little bit ashamed of that. But it took me a few different tries to try to figure out what I was trying to do here. So all of these things are in lowercase. So when you do grep without applying a case insensitivity, then it'll search for the actual capitalized version or whatever it is. It'll try to search for it literally. So when you do LSLA and then you grep for something, if you want it to be in caps lock, or if you don't know if it's in caps lock, you can do case insensitive by doing -I. And then the other element of it is making sure that you have the the preceding and succeeding asterisks to account for anything that might come before or after your key phrase. So in this particular case, there we go. So we have it. So it's HTTP Vuln 2015 yada yada yada. That's the piece that we are looking for. So we should just paste that, and that's the answer. Excellent. Okay. So now we're going to go through this after you ensure that you've terminated the VM from the task 2. So is there another one that's over here? I guess there's another virtual machine that's inside of this one, huh? So after we've terminated that, we need to go ahead. Yeah, there's another machine here. So I'm going to terminate this one. I'm going to launch the new one that's inside of this specific task. And then we're going to run this scan at the bottom right here, which is the default script scan. So when we run it, it says you'll notice that there's a service listening on port 53. What is the full version value of that service? So I'm going to wait for the machine to launch, and then we'll go ahead and run it. All right, cool. Now we have the IP address assigned to us. So we're going to go ahead and copy this piece, and we're going to do a default scan, right? So let's go ahead and see what we can do here. I'm just going to stay in the current folder that I'm in. I'm just going to clear the screen just to make it a little bit easier for us. So we're going to do Nmap, and we'll do SV and SC, and then we're going to paste the response here, and let's see what we can learn about this IP address. And the question specifically that we're answering here is there's a service listening on port 53, which is the DNS port. So what's the full version of the DNS port, which would be responding to us? Now, interestingly enough, I only get port 111 open, so that's interesting. So let's do SC just by itself, and let's see what that does here. Maybe I shouldn't have done SV. Okay, and it's still only giving me this one port. So now what we're going to do is we're going to give it the specific port of 53, and then we're going to do SC and give it the IP address. Let's see if it gets anything for port 53. So this is what's really interesting, right? So when I ran it just by itself, it only showed me port 111 being open. And then when I ran it specifically against port 53, it pulled some information about port 53. And so the bind version is right here. And this, I believe, is what they're looking for us. It's so weird that it didn't show that when we just ran the default scan by itself. So there we go. That should be the answer right there. Based on the description, the script SSH2 enum algos reports the number of algorithms for encryption, compression, and etc. that the target SSH2 server offers. What is the name of the server host key algorithm that relies on SHA-512 and is supported by this? The name of the server host key algorithm. So let's go ahead and run it on, what is it? It's on port 22, so it would be SSH2, I would assume. So now we're going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to do the port 22 scan, and we'll do this. And actually, so maybe not even that. I think we should be doing SSH enum algos. So that's what we should be doing. So instead of doing the default, we're going to do the script. So actually, I'm going to do -- script, and then that equals to equals to SSH enum algos. Let's see if that's what it is. And fail to initiate. Let's see. I think my syntax is incorrect. Or SSH2 enum algos. My syntax was incorrect. It needs to be, yeah, script and then like that. So we'll try it again, and it needs to be SSH2 enum algos. So one more time. Nmap. This is the one right here. Script, and then we'll do SSH2 enum algos in quotes, and then we'll give it the. Oh, I didn't give it the I didn't give it the IP address. That's probably why it didn't work last time. So 10.10.164.134, and there we go. Boom! Look at that. A good amount of information. Now we're looking for the response to which one? SHA-512. The algorithm that runs SHA-512 and is supported by that. So if I come home here, it's RSA SHA-512. I think that might be the one. So we'll just copy that for now. Let's see if there's anything else that has to do with SHA-512. The algo server host key algorithm, I think that's the one that we're looking for. And there's nothing else that would be relevant to that. So we'll paste that. Is that the answer? That is indeed the answer. And so we have another one now that there's going to have its own virtual machine. So we're going to terminate the old one and we're going to launch the new one, and we're going to read through this. And by the time that we're done reading it, the new machine should be up and running, and then we can just run the scan. So let's talk about saving the output. So whenever we run a scan, it's only reasonable to save the results in a file. And there are a few different ways that you can do this. And one of my recommendations always is to append the results to a scan file instead of overwriting them or instead of creating multiple files. That way you can have one comprehensive file and save a bunch of different outputs for the same target, right? So this is assuming that you're running it against one target. If you're running it against multiple targets, then in that case, you would want to save them in separate files. But if you're running a variety of different scans against the same target, you want to append your results. And then I'll show you how to do that as well. So when you save the results, there are a few different formats that you can grab, right? You can extrapolate or kind of expand upon. So selecting and adopting the naming convention is also crucial to make it simple for you. And the number of files can grow, so your ability to be able to find a previous scan will end up being very difficult. So again, you want to append them. So normal greppable, meaning being able to grep it or search through it, and then there's the XML version. And the fourth one that we would not recommend would be the script kiddie, which, if you know what that is, it's basically people who copy scripts from, or copy malware and things like that from across the internet and use it for their own. But if you're using scripts or malware or anything that's been pre-established, exploits that have been pre-established, there's a really good chance that it already exists inside of the database for an IDS, and it can detect the signatures for that. So when you run it, you'll automatically be blocked, and it doesn't work very well. It hinders your process. So it'll block your IP address, they'll block your MAC address most likely, and maybe even your subnet or whatever. So you want to stay off the radar as much as possible. And if you use a script kiddie format, there's a very high likelihood that there's going to be some kind of signature, some kind of file signature that's going to show up, and it's going to block your scan and even get you blacklisted. So as the name implies, for the normal output, it's basically very similar to what you would get onto the screen, right? So the machine IP scan.nmap, this is the first output that we're looking at, and this is what it looks like, right? So this is the file that was saved, and so it just looks normally like what it would if you were just running nmap into your terminal. Grepable is what you can search through. It comes from the global regular expression printer, and it makes filtering the scan output for specific keywords easier. So you can save it in grepable format using the OG, lowercase o, uppercase g, and then giving it the file name, and it would save it in a grepable format. If you just did -o by itself, it would save it in the output, which would be a normal output. And the normal output is 21 lines. However, grepable output is only 4 lines. And the main reason is that Nmap wants to make each line meaningful and complete when the user applies grep. As a result, in grepable output, the lines are long and are not convenient to read compared to normal output. So you can see these are the 4 lines that we have. And if we scan to the side right here, we'll get a bunch of stuff. So all the ports, port 80, all of these things are now on the same line. So if you were to search for 110, for example, it would bring you this entire chunk, which is actually handy. It's very useful to you, but when you're just reading through it by using cat, it's not very, very user friendly. It's not human readable friendly. So if you were to grep for the keyword inside of the text file, it'll display all the lines containing that provided keyword. So if we take the output of grep on normal output and the grepable format, you'll notice that the former does not provide the IP address of the host. Instead, it just returns this piece, making it very inconvenient. And however, the latter provides enough information. So this is the former, and this is the normal output. And then when you do the grepable format, you can see that it gives you the host, the ports, etc., etc. So it gives you everything, including that IP address, and this one just gives you the line with the port on it. So again, it's not user friendly when you are reading through it manually, but when you want to grep through it and search through it, it becomes very handy when you use the greppable format. XML is very similar to HTML, so you can do OX, lowercase o, capital X, and it would be the most convenient to process the output in other programs. So if you want to actually load it into something else, XML is very organized, so it can be read easier than if it was just a normal or greppable output. So you can save the scan output in all three formats by doing OA, and then it'll create one in normal, greppable, and the XML format. And then the script kiddie is useless if you want to search the output for any interesting keywords or keep the results for future reference, but you can always save it for that if you just do OS, right? Lowercase o, capital S. And this is what it kind of looks like, I guess, right? So the script kiddie, like host is up, is now turned into this weird thing, not shown. It's all very weird. Like the formatting of this is very weird, and I think it's even irrelevant in the concept of a script kiddie detection. I thought that it would be formatted in a way that maybe it would make it hard for us to use this somehow, or maybe that the scan that we're doing would show up in the detection, but it has nothing to do with that. It's just this weird formatting in the syntax that makes it, I guess you can read it, but if you were to try to search for service without actually typing it like this, then you wouldn't be able to find anything for the service. So, okay, whatever. So now, in the previous task, we terminated it. On the attack box terminal, issue the command secure copy, and we're going to take it, and we're going to take everything from the home PenTester, and we're going to save it to our local drive. And we're going to download the Nmap reports in normal and greppable formats from the target machine. And the username PenTester has the password THM17577, which is what you would need to do to copy anything. And we're going to check the logs, how many systems are listening on the HTTPS port. So this is going to be an interesting little exercise here. So first and foremost, we're just going to save this. So I'm just going to copy this right here just to make our lives a little bit easier. And I know I'm contradicting what I said previously, and I want to come out of where I am right now. So I'm going to go to the root, and then from roots we're going to go to, actually we're going to go to this location because that's our root user's location, and then we'll go to the desktop, and in the desktop is where we'll save it. So we're going to do this piece right here, enter, and yes is fine, and THM, what was it? THM17577. THM17577. There you go. And there you go. So it saved these for us. Okay, great. So now check the logs. How many systems are listening on HTTPS? So we're going to do this. We're going to do cat, and we're going to do the greppable format. So I'll do scan 172.17 network, and then Nmap, if I can spell right, and we're going to scan for HTTPS, and nothing came out of that. So I'll do the same thing, and I'll do case insensitive and scan for that. There we go. So what do we have? We have host 1 right here has HTTPS, host 2 has HTTPS, and host 3 has HTTPS. We have the IP addresses, and they all have HTTPS. So I'm going to say 3 would be our answer. Great. What is the IP address of the system listening of port 8089? So we'll do the same exact thing, and now instead of doing that, we'll do 8089. And the IP address, there's only one machine that's actually listening on it, and this is that machine. So we'll copy that and go over here, paste that. There we go. Officially, we have gotten all of the answers. Hopefully that was not too crazy. Hopefully you understood what I just did right here. It's basically a very simple cat command, and then we just grepped case insensitive to just make sure that you can search for whatever you want. And on the first one, I searched for HTTPS. On the second one, I searched for 8089, which is the port that they were asking for. And just like that, my dear friend, we have finished all of the questions for this one. I was in a little bit of a rush as I was doing this recording, so I apologize. I was kind of reading really fast and I was talking really fast, so hopefully that didn't bug you and you were still able to keep up with me. All right, so in summary, we have gone through a variety of different options here. So we did the SV for version scanning, and let me see if I can zoom in on this so it's easy. There we go. So SV to get the service and version, and then you have version light that tries the most likely probes. Version all tries all of them. You can also do version 0 or version 5 or version 9, something like that. Capital O was detecting of the OS. Traceroute runs the traceroute to the target. Script, and then the name of the script will actually choose the script to run for you, whichever script you assign right here in the placeholder right there. The lowercase s, uppercase c will run the default scripts. Capital A, we didn't really talk about this, but this will run everything. So it's going to run all of these elements for you. It'll run the service, the operating system, and the default script for you. And this is going to take a while, by the way, because you're doing essentially 4 activities for each port and each IP address, assuming that you assign a subnet to be scanned. ON will output it into normal, OG will output it to greppable, OX will output in XML, and OA will save them in all of those formats. And that's pretty much it for our post scanning. And this is a tool that takes a lot of practice to get used to and to become friendly with. So it's not something that you can learn in just a quick series of videos. And my recommendation is get it downloaded or get access to one of the free attack boxes on TryHackMe, because they have a bunch of free rooms that have access to the attack box, and that attack box will have Nmap installed on it. So go nuts, right? Practice. Go look at the manual for Nmap and look at all of the various options that it has. Read through them. Go read through some of the scripts that are available, the things that might be most interesting to you, and just try to get that information in your system, in your mind, at the very least, just so you understand, oh, you know what, I think I remember that I read something about this one type of script that was available in Nmap. Let me go check the list of all of the scripts, right? So that's kind of what you want to do. At the very least, expose yourself to the information so that when the situation, when the opportunity presents itself, you will know what is available to you, and then you can go specifically to find that for yourself. But apart from that, that was it for this one. This is probably the shortest one that we've done in the Nmap series of videos, and I hope that it was actually valuable to you. If you did indeed find value in this video and you want to get more videos like this one, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on the channel. And feel free to browse through the rest of the videos that are on the channel. There's a lot of great stuff that's available. We obviously have the completed playlist, and we have the playlists that are being worked on right now. So for example, CompTIA Pentest Plus is actually being worked on right now. Network Plus is already done. This is exclusive to Hackaholics Anonymous. We have Security Plus already done. We have Linux Plus already done. And I have a bunch of other ones as well. For example, Security Engineering Compilations, SOC Level 2, CySec, Hacking, Case Studies, Cybersecurity 101. This is a really, really big one. If you haven't gone through this, I highly, highly recommend it because it'll fill in a lot of the gaps in your foundation and in your basics. And once you finish CySec 101, then you can choose if you want to go into defensive security or offensive security. And in defensive security, you would go through SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, Security Engineer. In offensive security, you would come back to the Junior Pentester and then go complete CompTIA Pentest Plus, etc., etc. And there's a lot of great content that's available here. And there's a lot of standalone videos as well. So if you actually come over here to the search box and just search for Python, for example, there's a lot of cool videos on here. Building algorithms for cybersecurity. This is actually one of the more popular videos that are on this channel, and it takes you from the very basics of Python, how to install it, how to get your first IDE, how to write your first program, and then it builds you all the way up to learning how to write algorithms in Python for cybersecurity. And it's a really, really good video. I've gotten a lot of great feedback from it, and it's very handy. It's very useful for a lot of people. So I encourage you to explore the videos that are available on this channel and expand your skill set as much as you possibly can to prepare yourself for the more advanced pen testing and everything else that we're going to be doing. So that is pretty much it. If you have any comments about what we talked about today, make sure you drop them in the comment section below. If you have any questions, drop it in the comment section below. And of course, like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 28 of the Junior Pen Tester training series, we are going to go through the protocols and servers room, which is inside of the network security module of the Junior Pen Tester pathway of TryHackMe. And we're going to be talking about the common protocols, for example, HTTP, FTP, POP3, SMTP, and IMAP. IMAP, it's almost like everything ends with a P, but obviously it's because it stands for protocol. So all of these things end with the P because they actually stand for protocol. But anyways, so we're going to be going through these very common ones, and these are the unencrypted versions of these protocols, and then we're going to go through the encrypted and more secure versions of them as well. And again, this is all just part of the network security module that's available inside of TryHackMe. So we just wrapped the Nmap series of videos. We're going to go through these 2 videos for protocols and servers, and then we're going to be faced with a network security challenge at the very end of this, and then we will be done with the network security module. As always, the overview is we have the intro, we have Telnet, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, HTTP, File Transfer Protocol, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, Post Office Protocol, Internet Message Access Protocol, and the summary. And that's pretty much going to be the contents of this video today. As per usual, everything that we've done so far inside of the network security module has been created by Strategos inside of TryHackMe, and most of these rooms have been subscriber-only rooms, and so that means that they do require a paid subscription to TryHackMe. However, pretty much everything that we're doing you can do with your own machine. So if you have a Linux machine or maybe even a MacBook that runs on Unix, you should be able to do essentially the same series of commands that I'm gonna be doing, because I'm gonna be running Linux. And then we just have a target machine that we're going to be using as our scanning machine, or the machine that we're going to try to connect to. That being said, that part of it might be a little bit of a challenge for you if you don't have access to a virtual machine like this, but you can always try to connect to your own other computer, or maybe even try to connect to your cell phone or something like that, a mobile device, something along those lines. At the very least, you should be able to try it. All of that being said, that's pretty much the overview for our room today, for this video today. There's going to be a quick message from Hackaholics Anonymous, our sponsor, and then from there, we're going to dive deep into the contents. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into protocols and servers. So as I already mentioned, we're going to be going through these key protocols that we have available here. And each of the individual sections inside of this video are going to talk about each protocol, and it's designed to help us understand what happens when we actually go ahead and use them on a low level, and it's usually hidden by some kind of a graphical user interface. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to talk to these things using a simple Telnet client to fully understand what the GUI client, the graphical user interface, is doing under the hood, right, behind the scenes. So typically, when you do connect to these things, it's done using an elegant GUI, typically. But you're a hacker, or you're studying to become a hacker, so you need to understand how to communicate with these things through the command line, which is essentially what we're going to be doing. And we're going to be using the Telnet client to actually communicate with all of those various protocols, because each one of them essentially runs on its own port, as you'll see in a little bit. And as long as you know which port you're trying to connect to and what kind of service it's on, you'll know how to communicate with it. We're not trying to memorize the protocol and commands, but rather get a closer look at the protocol while it's actually working and try to pull some interesting information from it. That being said, we're also going to try to find some insecurities and discuss the insecurities about them. And the main piece is going to be what? The clear text, unencrypted communication that's going to be happening between all of these different protocols. So that's our interesting little interview, or overview, I should say, not interview. The attack box is already up and running. The virtual machine that we have at the very top right here, this one is also up and running. So we are good to go. So first, let's talk about Telnet. Okay, if you've never heard of this before, this is a very high-level introduction to Telnet. It's an application layer protocol, so we're referencing the OSI model here. It's on the application layer, meaning layer 7, okay? And it connects to a virtual terminal of another computer. Using Telnet, a user, being you can log into another computer and access its terminal, the console, and run programs, start batch processes, perform system administration, and a variety of other things. And you can do those things remotely. The Telnet protocol is very simple. When a user connects to it, they're going to be asked for the username and password, just like almost everything else when you try to do remote connections. Once you've correctly authenticated yourself, then you get to access the remote system's terminal. All this communication between Telnet and the Telnet server is not encrypted. So just keep this in mind, okay? In the real world, you will not be using Telnet. It's not encrypted. Telnet is unencrypted. The communication between you and the server and vice versa is not secure. Just keep that piece in mind, okay? We're just doing it because we need to understand how all of this stuff works, because once we get into the encrypted conversation, it's going to be very similar to what we're doing here. It's just that everything is going to be using ports and protocols that are actually encrypted and secure. So the Telnet server uses the Telnet protocol to listen for incoming connections on port 23. The Telnet port is not open on our specific target virtual machine. So what we're going to use is a variety of examples using a variety of different protocols and ports. So in this case, a user is connecting to the Telnet D, which is a Telnet server. And it goes like this. First, he's asked to provide his username, his login username. So it's going to be Frank in this case. And he's asked for the password, which is going to be that. And it's not going to be shown on the screen when you actually type it in, okay? So just keep that other piece in mind as well. When you type it, you don't get to see it. So you got to be very good at either typing these things, or you can try to do copy paste, right? So when, in this case, they're going to display it on the screen as we see it right here. But in a real world scenario, when you're connecting to it, it is not going to be displayed, okay? So once the system checks the credentials, he's greeted with the welcome message, and the remote server grants him a command prompt, which is going to be frank@bento. So this is what it looks like. Telnet, right? That's all you got to do to call on Telnet. And then you give it the IP address of the machine that you want to connect to. It says it's trying, then it's connected. Escape character is Control-C, essentially. And then this is the machine that you're connected to. Bento login, Frank, password right here. And then welcome to Ubuntu. And now he's in, right? This is basically it. And then at the very end of this whole thing, you'll see that his command line has now changed. So if we start from the very top, we see that this is the command line, right? PenTester at TryHackMe. And then once he's logged in, it's now frank@bento. And that's basically it. Very, very simple process. So although we got access to the remote system terminal in no time, it is not a reliable protocol for remote administration, as all the data is sent in clear text. It is not encrypted. I will just keep saying that over and over. You're going to hear that so many times during this video, because it's just, there's a point that we need to hammer home here. You do not want to use this for communication or administration of any machines remotely, because it is in clear text. It is not encrypted. So here's what this means, right? So if we were to go ahead and try to look at this through a monitor, for example, Wireshark, right? The figure below, this piece right here that you see right here, shows the ASCII data exchange between the computer and the system, the remote system. The text in red is the text that we are sending, while the text in blue is the text that's coming back. So the username was sent back, echoed to us, and however the password was not. In other words, if someone is watching, they won't be able to see the password. However, look at this right here. It shows it, right? This is all happening in clear text. It's happening in plain text view, okay? This is very, 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 very important, okay? So it's no longer considered a secure option, especially that anyone capturing the network traffic will be able to discover the usernames and password, which would grant them access to the remote system. The secure alternative is Secure Shell, which is the encrypted version of it, which is running on port 22, and we most likely, if you do anything with remote connections, it's going to be done through Secure Shell. So to which port will the telnet command be the default parameters? And that would be port 23. Let me make sure my keyboard is back on. There we go. So that's the beginnings. That's the overview of telnet. So now let's talk about HTTP, the Hypertext Transfer Protocol. HTTP is the protocol that's used to transfer web pages. So when you communicate to a website with your web browser, there are going to be two ports that will be open. One of them is going to be HTTP, which is port 80 by default. And the other one is going to be HTTPS, which is port 443 by default. Now, those two ports typically go hand in hand unless the website that you're communicating with does not have HTTPS, meaning they don't have an SSL certificate, they don't have a TLS certificate, so the communication with that website is not going to be encrypted. And when you do that, the web browser, your web browser is going to say, hey, this is not secure, don't go through here, right? And then you get the option of clicking advanced. There's a link that'll say advanced, and then you can say proceed anyway if you really want to do that. There are a lot of servers that you would connect to when you're initially setting up communication with some kind of an endpoint manager or something like that that will operate through HTTP. So that will happen in the future when you actually try to connect to, I don't know, a server that you would set up, let's say through Wazoo or through one of these free open source endpoint managers. You will be able to, you'll at least be facing that, and then you can choose to encrypt your communication beyond the scope of this video. But this is what happens when you connect to any kind of web page or a web server through your web browser. So your web browser will connect to the server using HTTP to request HTML pages and images, among other files, and, you know, custom style sheets and JavaScript, all that stuff. When you browse the www, the World Wide Web, you are certainly using HTTP. So this is what it kind of looks like when you want to request the index.html, which is the home page of any website. Usually it doesn't say index.html. You would just land on, you know, google.com. But behind the scenes, google.com is going to load the index.html page, which is literally the home page of the website, right? Then the client gets the logo JPEG from there. So for example, this is what the interaction looks like. The client would be on the left, the server is on the right, and we're using HTTP. First, we make a GET request, which is a HTTP request to retrieve the index.html page. The server sends it to us. Then we make another GET request to retrieve the logo, and the server will send it. Now, in this particular case, this is done automatically because you're not going to try to retrieve the logo, right? First, you're going to retrieve the web page when you actually just go to the home page. And then there's another request that's made simultaneously to retrieve the logo as well. In this particular case, it is done in order, but when you actually load the website, it happens instantly. So you don't see, okay, first the home page comes and then the logo comes. Maybe if it's like a super slow server or something, or like a super slow host, it'll take a couple of seconds for the actual logo to load, and you've probably seen that as well. But what happens is that usually it's done so quickly that all of these things load within a fraction of a few seconds. And that's pretty much it, right? This is how a website loads. It's just a series of GET requests that are being done from your computer, which is the client, to the server. And then the server serves this information to you, the client, and then you get to see it and interact with it. So HTTP sends and receives data as clear text, meaning it's not encrypted. Therefore, you can use a simple tool such as Telnet or even Netcat to communicate with a web server and act as a web browser, right? So your terminal could technically act as a web browser, otherwise known as a client. But the difference here is that you need to actually input HTTP related commands to be able to retrieve it. Meaning what? You need to input GET, right? Or post or something like that if you really want to interact with it through your terminal. So this is what the example is going to be using Telnet, because Telnet is actually a simple protocol and it can do a variety of different communication through different protocols so long as you tell it. So right here we see that instead of just doing Telnet and the IP by itself, they are now declaring port 80, which is the default port for HTTP communication. So once you do this, then you need to actually type, okay, I want to get the index page, the home page, and I want to do it using HTTP 1.1, and then it'll retrieve it. You can also do get /, which is again the very same thing as getting the home page, because you're just loading the front page of the website, and then you would provide the version of HTTP, and then it'll just retrieve it to you. So what happens is that you would give it host telnet, which is going to be the name of the host that is required in order for HTTP to actually process something. Once you've typed that, you press enter once, and then you see a blank line. Then you press enter again, and then the actual thing loads. So this is what it looks like on the terminal. Telnet, IP address, port 80. Tries to connect, it connects, escape character, same thing. Then you type get, all caps, and it could be / index, or it could just be / for the home page, and then you give it the version of HTTP. Great, you press enter. Next thing, host, and then give it telnet, press enter, and then press enter again, and then this part loads. So you notice they pressed enter, there's an empty line here, and then they press enter again, and then the web page actually loaded, and it gave us a 200 status code, meaning that it loaded everything correctly. This is the server that we just connected to, the date, the content type. So these are the headers that were essentially sent back to us, right? And from there, we actually have our connection, and then it loads the actual page contents itself. So there's a heading right here, and then there's the body, and that's basically it. It just says coming soon, so the website isn't even been set up. It just says in the title, which is going to be what you see right up at the top. So this, what you see right here, the TryHackMe protocols and servers, that's the title, right? And so this is what's actually loading right here. Welcome to my web server is what would be loading inside of the tab at the top. And it's also probably the title that's actually loading on the screen as well. And from there, we get to see the H1, which is actually the header on the website. And it's inside of the body portion of this, and it's going to be loading and just saying coming soon. So if you were to visit this, and I'll visit it in the web browser just so you can kind of see the difference, but that's basically what it would load for you onto the screen. So what's of interest to us is that the user needs to only type a couple of commands to get the page that they need. This would be the command itself followed by the host, and then they get it, right? So we need an HTTP server and an HTTP client to use the protocol for HTTP. The web server will serve a specific set of files to the requesting web browser, which is the client. And three popular choices for servers are Apache, Internet Information Services, and Nginx. So you will see this quite frequently in the headers. So if we go back up here, we'll see that this is a Nginx header, right? Or Nginx. I always say Nginx. I know that in the comments, some people are going to be like, that's not how you pronounce that. But it's also the difference between GIF and GIF. And it's like, who calls it a GIF, right? It's like, anyways. All right, moving on. So Apache and Nginx are free and open source. However, IIS is closed software, meaning that it requires paying for a license. And there are a lot of different browsers available. So we have Chrome, Edge, Firefox, and Safari. These are the top ones. But then there's the Brave browser, there's the Onion browser, also known as Tor, and there's a DuckDuckGo is a search engine. There was another one that I recently heard of that's supposed to be similar to the Tor browser. So Brave is actually one of them as well, because it encrypts your communication, obviously, but it also goes through several proxy servers so that you don't display your actual IP address, but people can just control those endpoints or try to track those endpoints, and from there they'll be able to reverse engineer the connection through all those proxy servers and actually find your IP address. So these things are not foolproof, you know what I mean? These quote unquote proxy web browsers like Tor and Brave, because if somebody can actually reverse engineer the connections through the IP addresses, they can always go back to the source IP and find you. So, all of that being said, let us now load the browser, or the client, I should say. Let me zoom back out here. We're going to go in full screen, and then we're going to look at this in two different views, right? We're going to look at it in the terminal when we actually connect to the connection via the command line itself, and then we're just going to load it inside of the browser itself as well, just so you can kind of see what it looks like when the browser loads and what it looks like when we load it on the terminal. So the IP address is this thing that we're trying to connect to, and all we're trying to do is connect to port 80 through Telnet, which is very simple. So the command, again, super simple. So it's Telnet, and then we give it the IP address, and then we do port 80 at the end and press enter, and then there you go. Right? This is what it says. So now what I want to do is I want to retrieve the home page, and I'm going to do it with HTTP HTTP/1.1 like that. Press enter, host equals telnet, press enter again, and there we go. We got it. So the flag that we are looking for is going to be in the contents right here. And where is the flag? That's actually very interesting. So where did they say the flag is going to be? Retrieve the flag THM. Oh, I see. So I need to actually retrieve the flag THM, not necessarily the other one. So we're going to do get/flag.thm, and then we're going to do HTTP/1.1, press enter again, and let's see. Oh, it's a bad request. Ooh, that did not work. So okay, so let's try this one more time. We're gonna press up on our keyboard, press enter, and we're going to now say get. I think my get request was lowercase. Is that no? My get request was not lowercase. So flag.thm HTTP/1.1, press enter again, and it's still saying bad request. So what am I doing wrong here? Oh, dude, seriously, bro, my bad. Okay, I forgot one key command here. So we're going to do the flag.thm. We're gonna do this part. This is all good. Host needs to be telnet, and then there it is. There you go. That's the piece that I was missing. I was not declaring a host, and that is an issue. So even me, the person who has been going through this for pretty much almost 2 years now, and this is the simplest type of interaction that you could make, even I make mistakes. So let's go and look at the browser itself. So if we do 10, 200, 214 and press enter, that's what you see, right? So it literally just says coming soon, and this is what we saw earlier inside of this portion right here. So once we loaded it, it basically just said what? Coming soon. That's all it said. So now if I want to go ahead and get flag.thm, I could literally just do / or conceptually, theoretically, I could do that, and it's still not loading it for me. Oh no, it did, because it actually downloaded the file. So I can go ahead and open that, and it should be, there you go. So there's the flag, right? So this was actually a file, and instead of displaying it onto the browser, it just downloaded the file for me. But in this case, I was able to just look at it in the terminal. But same thing, like literally the same thing that you would do when you would use your browser as a client versus using the terminal itself as the client. And then we were able to retrieve the same exact responses and the same data, just in different kinds of formats. So let's now talk about the file transfer protocol. FTP, as the name implies, was developed to make the transfer of files between different computers with different systems efficient. It sends and receives data as clear text. Again, keep that in mind, so it's not encrypted. Therefore, we can use Telnet or Netcat to communicate with an FTP server and act as an FTP client. And so this is what it looks like. You use Telnet to connect to it. You just got to make sure that you use the port number, which is port 21. And you go ahead and give it your username, you give it the password. Now in this case, it's very similar to what we did with the get command, right? So we need to actually say user is Frank, password is this. And because we supplied it, we got logged in. A command like stat. So here's where it kind of gets a little bit complicated, right? There are specific commands that we need to give an FTP server specifically. When we give these types of commands to it, we would get information from it. So for example, stat, it'll get added information. Syst for system will show the system type of the target, which is Unix in this case. PASV, it switches the mode to passive, and there are two types of modes for FTP. There's active and there's passive. In active mode, the data is sent over a separate channel originating from the FTP server port 20. In passive mode, the data is sent over a different channel originating from port 1023. Okay? The command type A switches the file transfer to ASCII, while type I switches the file transfer to binary, but we can't transfer a file using a simple client like Telnet because FTP creates a separate connection for file transfer. So this is just what it looks like when you connect to it, right? Telnet, IP address, and then you give it the port, which is 21 by default for FTP. We get to this point, which is very similar to everything else that we've done. Then we give it a user and Frank, and then the server responds, okay, specify the password. We give it the password, and then it responds login successful. Then you do syst, for example, just so you can get the system type. You do passive to enter passive mode and communicate via the port that we talked about before. Type A switches to ASCII mode, and then you get statistics, right? So for example, the server status connected to this, logged in as Frank, type ASCII, no session bandwidth limit, etc., etc. And then the end of status, and then we can just do quit, and it'll tear down our communication, and the connection is then closed. So this is what the contract looks like, or the communication looks like. We establish a control channel and a data channel through our initial connection request, and we go ahead and get that. Considering that this is a sophisticated type of data transfer, we can use an actual FTP client to download a text file, and you would do that using FTP in this case, right? So you would no longer do Telnet because Telnet is not used for file transfer. And then you do FTP, it's connected, the name would be this guy, and then please specify password. Password would be that. Login is successful. Remote system type is Unix, etc. And then it actually turns our command line into an FTP command line. So it goes from the pen tester at TryHackMe, and it actually turns it into this. And now you can actually use a command like ls, for example, and it'll start retrieving the data for you. So it'll say, okay, this is what's inside of this location. There's a readme.txt file inside of where you are. You can do ASCII, and it'll switch it to ASCII mode. Then you can get the readme.txt file, which will retrieve that information for you, and it starts reading the information that's inside of the readme.txt file. 9 bare line feeds, file might not have transferred correctly, transfer complete, and then we now can exit, and then we should have access to this TXT file on our local machine, right? So you did a GET request. It's not the GET request that we did with Telnet that it displayed it onto the screen for us. It's a GET request to retrieve the file, to download the file, and then it says transfer complete. So now it's actually been received, right? And then from there you get to exit and then go ahead and look at the file. So remember, FTP is a file transfer protocol. So you use it to transfer the file. So when you do a GET request using FTP, you are downloading a file, you're transferring a file from the remote server to your local machine. FTP servers and FTP clients use the FTP protocol. There are various servers available and software, and you can use VSFTPD, ProFTPD, UFTP, and these are just some of the software examples that can be used for that. For FTP clients, in addition to the console that's found in Linux, you can also use an FTP client that has a graphical interface. For example, FileZilla. I used to use FileZilla a lot when I was actually creating my own websites, and I was doing it back and forth communication between my hosting and my actual local machine, and I had to use it to transfer back and forth. And then you need to actually go ahead and configure the FileZilla connection to retrieve the data from the IP address that is your website, and then send data to it, and you need to connect it to your actual file system for your website. And it was an interesting time. Nowadays you can just use something like WordPress, and all of those things will be done for you, and you can just drag and drop a picture into WordPress, and it uses the FTP client that is pre-installed into WordPress to transfer the file into your hosting so that it actually shows up on your website. So we have definitely evolved, but this is something that still exists. So you can use FileZilla to actually go ahead and transfer files back and forth and connect to the file server for your website. Some web browsers also support the FTP protocol, so there are a lot of different ways to communicate with it. But because it sends everything in clear text, again, this is an easy target for attackers. So we don't want to use FTP. We want to either use FTPS or SFTP, which is the encrypted versions of the file transfer protocol, so that nothing can be seen in clear text. So all of that being said, let's now connect using the FTP client to connect to the virtual machine and recover the flag file. What is the flag? So the username is Frank, the password is this right here. So we're going to go ahead and connect to the same IP address, I want to say, using the FTP client in this case. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to do this, right? It's going to say FTP, and then we'll do 10, 10, 200, 214. No port is required. So now it says name. So the name is going to be Frank. We're going to press enter, and it says password. I wonder if I could just paste the password. Hopefully that works. Paste, press enter. Okay, great, it worked. So it doesn't display it onto the screen the way that it did in the documentation, but it did work. I was able to paste it, and now as you can see, I am inside of the FTP client. So I'm going to do ls, and it says there's a flag, FTP flag, and I wonder if I can just do, I have to do ASCII first, I think. So switch to ASCII. Now I'm going to do get, and then ftp_flag.thm, and transfer complete. So we got it. So now we can do quit, and now we're out. So if I do ls, now look, we can see the flag right here. So we can just do something like concatenate, and we'll do ftp flag.thm, and there is the flag. Nice. Sorry about the noise in the background. It seems like my neighbors just wait for me to start recording to bring out their loud freaking bikes. And they're like mini bikes. They're such small bikes, but they make these unbelievably annoying noises. And I don't know if it actually captures in the recordings. I don't really listen back to the recordings when I do the edit. I just remove all the extra chunks and upload it. So I always have to apologize just in case you can't hear it, and just in case it's annoying. It annoys me. So okay, moving to the simple mail transfer protocol, also known as SMTP. SMTP is for email, so mail transfer, right, as the name implies. Email is one of the most used services on the internet, and anytime you connect to your email account, whether it's through Gmail or through Outlook or Exchange or anything of that sort, email actually goes back and forth between the SMTP protocol as well as the POP3 protocol. So there are a lot of configurations for these things. For instance, you may set up an email system to allow local users to exchange emails with each other with no access to the internet. So local users being you're on the same subnet. But we're going to consider the more general setup where different email servers connect over the internet. So email delivery over the internet requires various components. You have the mail submission agent, you have the mail transfer agent, the mail delivery agent, and the mail user agent. So these four terms actually are pretty straightforward, right? They serve different purposes, but they work in congruence with each other, in tandem with each other. So let's zoom out a little bit. So you have the mail user agents, which are the end devices that you can see right here. The mail user agents connect to the mail service agents, and then the mail service agent and the mail, what's the other one? The mail delivery agent. So the mail submission agent, I should say, not service. So the mail submission agent connects to the mail delivery agent, and it's done through the mail transfer agent, which is essentially the internet and the cloud, right? And then the user agents are going to be the actual computers themselves or the endpoints, or it could be Gmail or Hotmail or Yahoo Mail or whatever, right? So this is kind of what it looks like anytime you actually send email to somebody. You, as the sender, will go ahead and use your submission agent, and the transfer is done, the transfer is received, and then the delivery agent sends it to the other user agent at the end, and that's basically what it looks like. So way to complicate something as simple as sending email. But okay, so the figure shows this, right? The user agent, I basically just explained all of this, or an email client, right? The user agent is an email client, and it has an email that's sent. So it uses the mail submission agent to send its message. The MSA receives the message, checks for any errors before transferring it to the mail transfer server, commonly hosted on the same server. And then the transfer agent will send the email to the mail transfer agent of the recipient, and then that functions also as a mail submission agent when they're sending something to you. So a typical setup will have the MTA server also functioning as a mail delivery agent as well. And the recipient will collect it from the MDA using their own email client, which is their user agent. So if it sounds confusing, it should not be confusing, but let's simplify it even more. You want to send a postal mail, right? So you being the mail user agent, you want to actually send physical mail. The post office employee, the mail submission agent, checks the postal mail for any issues before the local post office, the transfer agent, accepts it. Now, the local post office checks the mail destination. They send it to another post office that's on the receiving side in the correct country. The post office in that side delivers the mail to the recipient's mailbox, which is another mail delivery agent. And then the recipient uses their mailbox, right? They check their mailbox to receive their mail, which ends up being the mail user agent on that side. That's basically it. It's not complicated, right? So in the same way, we need to follow a protocol to communicate with an HTTP server. We would do the same thing to communicate with an MTA or an MDA, right? So the simple mail transfer protocol and the post office protocol version 3 or internet message access protocol, all these are used, or any of these can be used to communicate with these servers. So we explained the SMTP in this task and elaborate on POP3 and IMAP in the following two sections. So the SMTP is used to communicate with an MTA server because it uses clear text where all commands are sent without encryption. Again, we can use a basic Telnet client to connect to the SMTP server, and it can act as a mail user agent or an email client for us. It listens on port 25 by default. To see the basic communication, we use Telnet to connect to it, and then we do something like hello hostname and then start typing. So Telnet, give it the IP address, give it the port, which is 25 for SMTP. It tries to connect, and it connects, right? And bento local domain is a bit da-da-da-da. Hello Telnet is what we're sending, and then mail from, etc., recipient to, etc., the data, and then end data with a dot right there. Subject was send email with Telnet, hello Frank, yada, yada, yada. You got to end it with that dot just by itself on its own line. And then, okay, you queued it as this one, so that's the ID for the mail that's going to be sent. And then you can do quit, and then that's it. You just sent the mail, right? It's not crazy. It's not a complicated process to be able to do this. Hello is with one L, by the way. So that's another thing that we need to keep in mind. It's not something that they typed incorrectly. After you do that, you can do the mail from and recipient to indicate the sender and the recipient. Where we send the email message, we issue the command data and then type the message. And then you can do the dot, this piece right here at the very end, or just enter dot enter, right? To put it in simpler terms, which is what you see right here. After they do this line, the body of the email, they press enter, they're on a new line. There's a dot, and then you press enter again, and that signifies the end of the body of the email, and then it actually starts sending it. So we don't need to memorize these things because the console output is just to understand and explain what a typical mail client will do when it uses SMTP, and it's very rare that you're going to use SMTP inside of a command line interface to send email. But what we're going to do now is actually display this in the exercise to retrieve the flag for this, right? So we're going to connect to the SMTP port of the target virtual machine, and what's the flag that you can get. And I don't think I even need to do a mail from and a recipient to. I think I just need to connect to it, do hello telnet, and then do data, and then go ahead and start sending something to homeboy. And I don't think it even requests any kind of body or anything. So we could probably just send like an empty body. So let's see if we can actually do this right here. So we're going to do the same thing, but we're just going to do it on a different port. The bike in the background is really like getting under my skin, and I'm trying to focus on this. Oh, whoops. So let's see if we can do this. This is the most obnoxious, I swear. And like, I don't know, man. I don't know. These people, they just want to, I feel like they just want to get under your nerves. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so cool. We've done this. Oh, is that the flag? No way. I didn't even need to send anything. Is that the flag itself? If it is, that's so easy. I didn't even need to do anything. I just needed to connect to it. Wow, that was it. I just needed to type in the correct command, and we got the flag just like that. So telnet, IP address, and then given port 25, press enter, and just like that, it gave it to us. That's so easy. I can't believe it. So what if I do hello telnet? Okay, local domain. What is the other pieces of this? I just want to see if I need, what happens when I do. So yeah, hello telnet, mail from, recipient to. So we'll do mail from, enter, recipient to, enter. Oh, RCPT to, enter, like that. Need mail command. Did I not do the mail command? Mail from, isn't that what I did? I did. Okay, so let's do this again. Mail from, enter. Oh, so it does ask for a mail from address. So I do need to do that. They just left it empty and they got this okay message. So if I do fake email, will it work? So if we do mail from hank@mail.com. Okay, great. So recipient to hank@mail.com. Relay access denied. Okay, whatever. So we don't need to do it because you actually do need proper connection through those ports so that you can actually send it. They just wanted us to practice using Telnet on port 25, and we were able to just retrieve our flag very, very simply. So all good in the hood. Let's actually move on to Post Office Protocol 3, POP3. POP3 is the protocol that's used to download the email messages from a mail delivery agent. So this is the piece right here, right? So when you send it through the submission agent and it gets transferred through the transmission agent, it's going to be received. And so the mail delivery agent on the right here is what uses either POP3 or Nmap to actually download the message. Now, if it uses one or the other, will dictate whether or not the messages are actually saved or if they're deleted on the back end when you view them. So the example will show that a POP3 session would look like if it's actually conducted via a Telnet client. The user connects to the POP3 server and the default port would be 110. Authentication required to access the email messages. The user authenticates by providing their username and password, and then using the command stat, we get the reply OK1-179. And based on the RFC, the request for comments code 1939, a positive response to this has to be OK, and then it gives you a number, right? The NN is the number of email messages that are in the inbox, and the MM is the size of the inbox. So one message, 179, would be in octets or bytes. The command list will provide the list of the messages, and RETR1 will retrieve that message. So if you have 5 and you do RETR3, it'll retrieve the third message in the list. So we don't need to memorize all these things. It's just kind of to display the overall process here. So this is the connection right here, and you see that the connection is done, and then it says OK, right? So you got that, excellent. Username, and then password, and then it says OK, one message, and then 179 being the size of it. And you can do again stat, and it gives you 179. You do list, and it lists it for you, 179, and then you return 1, and then this is the actual body or the contents of the email. So from mail server to Frank, sending email with Telnet, hello Frank, and then you just do quit, and it's it. That's it. It's done. So the commands are sent in clear text again because it is unencrypted, right? As the username and password are sent in clear text, any third party watching this can steal the login credentials. So in general, your mail client will connect to the POP3 server, authenticate and download the messages, and the communication will be hidden behind a sleek surface. Similar commands will be issued as shown in the Telnet session above. So even when you use Gmail or Yahoo or whatever, it still uses POP3 to actually do this. It's just that you don't get to see what's going on behind the scenes because you're using a nice graphical interface. So based on the settings of the default settings, the mail client will delete the mail message after it downloads it. So this is the key about POP3. The default behavior can be changed from the mail client settings if you wish to download the email again from another mail client. Accessing the same mail account via multiple clients using POP3 is usually not very convenient, as one would lose track of read and unread messages. So to keep all the mailboxes synchronized, we need to consider something like IMAP, right? So POP3 is kind of like the outdated. I mean, both of them are technically outdated, but the POP3 would be the the premium, not premium, the primal, maybe, I think that's the word that I'm looking for. It's like the predecessor. There we go. It's the predecessor. There we go. So we're going to connect to this port on the POP3 port, which is 110, authenticate using Frank and his password. And what is the response that you get from stat? So let's go here and do that communication. So we will do telnet, and we will give it the port, or excuse me, the IP, and then we give it the port, which is 110. There you go. Hello there. So user is going to be, what was the format of this? Do we need a colon? We do not. So it's user capitalized and then Frank capitalized. And let's copy the password. Make sure that we got it. So let's backspace here. User caps lock is going to be Frank. And there we go. Password is required. So pass is going to be the password. Enter. Okay, now we're logged in. So now we're going to do stat. Press enter. Oh, 0, 0. Okay, so there's nothing there. What is it going to say? It's going to say plus, okay, 0, 0. Cool. How many email messages are available to download via POP3 on that thing? And the answer is 0 because there was nothing. All right, so let's do IMAP now. So as we mentioned earlier, IMAP is more sophisticated than POP3. So we can say POP3 is the basic version, right? IMAP makes it possible to keep the email synchronized across multiple devices and mail clients. In other words, if you mark an email message as read when checking your email on your smartphone, the change will be saved on the IMAP server, the mail delivery agent, and replicated on your laptop when you synchronize your inbox. So if we look at the same IMAP commands, in the console output, we'll use telnet to connect to the default port, and then you would use the login, username, and password all on one line with one entry. And it requires each command to be preceded by a random string to be able to track the reply. So we added C1 and C2 and so on. Then we listed our mail folders using the list, double quotes, so nothing in the middle, and then double quotes with the asterisk in the middle before checking if we have any new messages using examine inbox. We don't need to memorize these commands. However, we're simply providing the example below. So Telnet, and it's going on 143, which is the IMAP port. It does the connection, right? There you go. And then C1 is login, and then Frank and his password. Cool. Okay. Now you've gotten the communication. Contact your mail admin because there's some kind of a notification initialization. And so we say, and then it finishes with C1 OK login. So this is all the response that you would get from this first command, the C1 command. Then you'll do C2 and then you give it a list, and then it says, okay, C2 completed, right? So it says inbox trash, drafts, templates sent, and then these are the various boxes that you have, basically the various inbox types. So you have your trash and your drafts and etc. So cool, examine inbox, right? And then it says, okay, so here we go, no permanent flags, etc. There you go, okay, C3 okay, right? So it examined the inbox and there was nothing in there, right? Because we checked already and it said there was nothing in there. So 0 exists and 0 recent, and then that's it. And then so now we're going to do C4 logout, and it says C4 okay logout. So you do need to do I think probably the most convenient way to track your commands would just to do the C1, C2, C3, etc. And that would be it. So IMAP sends the login credentials in clear text because we already discussed that none of these protocols are going to be encrypted. So if anybody that's watching this would be able to know what Frank's username and password are for his email. So what's the default port for this? It's going to be 143. And that's basically it. We didn't even need to run it because we already know that there's nothing inside the inbox for Frank on his the IMAP on his POP3 and the ICMP. Was it ICMP? Right? No, it was SMTP, my bad. So SMTP and POP3 and IMAP essentially did pretty much different portions of the same concept for us, which is mail delivery and mail receipt. So that being said, we are officially done with our initial protocols and servers conversation. So pretty easy. Hopefully that was painless. So in summary, we covered some of the more common protocols that exist in the world of networking in general, and we're talking about network security. And when we're talking about network security, one of the key elements is encryption. So you need to know what is not encrypted so that you can establish the mental foundation of what does it mean to secure a network communication or communication within a network and between other networks and things like that. And the key element here is encryption. So data needs to be encrypted at rest while it's not being transferred anywhere, and in transit while it's actually being transferred, going back and forth between devices or going back and forth between networks. And that's the key piece behind network security when it comes down to protocols and servers and clients and all of those things. The key element is encryption. Is the communication between these guys secure, right? And there are other protocols, there are other ports and protocols that are really good targets for attackers, or popular targets among attackers. For example, server message block is one of them because it provides access to shared files and printers between networks. And we only talked about the ones that obviously we talked about here. So for example, we have FTP for file transfer on port 21. Again, it's what? Clear text, right? HTTP for the World Wide Web, so everything with the web browser. Again, it's clear text. It's on port 80. IMAP, clear text. POP3, clear text. SMTP, clear text. Telnet, clear text. So this is the key common denominator between all of these things. They are not encrypted. So when it comes down to the security of your network, you don't use these protocols, right? So we went through all of this just to come to the conclusion that don't use any of this, right? That's kind of the key message here. You don't want to use any of these things. So In the next room, we're going to be talking about the various attacks that are done against these protocols and servers, among with mitigation steps, which is basically what? Encrypt everything and make sure that you have strong passwords and all of that good stuff. So we're officially done, and we're going to click complete, and hopefully this was valuable to you. If this was indeed valuable to you, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this pathway, which is our Junior Pen Tester training series. And if you're really interested in pen testing, then I encourage you to check out the CompTIA Pentest Plus training series, which is a playlist that's being built out right here. Every Friday, a new episode comes out. I already have several episodes that are scheduled to go out on the Fridays. Of course, Hackaholics Anonymous gets premium access to them, meaning they get early access to anything that's scheduled in advance. So they get, there's a video that's supposed to be going out in 2 weeks. They get access to that already. So that's one of the very many perks of being in Hackaholics Anonymous. But then we have CompTIA Network Plus already finished. This is exclusive to HA. We have Security Plus already finished. Linux Plus is already finished. And then, of course, there is the CySec 101 playlist, which is highly encouraged. If you have not gone through that, I do encourage you to go through that, because all of the foundational and basic information that you would need to either go into defensive security or offensive security, both of those things are provided to you inside of CySec 101. And then from there, you can choose whether or not you want to go into SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, Security Engineering, or if you want to continue with Junior Pen Tester, or if you want to go into CompTIA Pentest Plus and Red Teaming and all of those other things. So all of this is available to you. If you want to go ahead and search for something in particular, you can just use this search box right here and go and search for something like, what do I search for? I'll search for Splunk, let's say. Let's say you want to learn more about how to use Splunk, which is a very powerful SIM tool. It's an industry standard, really, really great tool. A lot of big companies use it. I think most big companies use it. And it's on the same level as QRadar from IBM or the Google Chronicle, I want to say. I think that's the name of their SIM, but Splunk is one of the most popular, and it's a security information and event manager tool. So a bunch of videos on Splunk, right? So if you want to find something that is of interest to you, you can search for it directly, or you can browse through all of the videos that are available by just clicking on videos and then just going nuts and trying to find the one that's of most interest to you. And hopefully you'll find something that you can actually use and it'll serve valuable to you. If you have any questions for what we talked about today, drop it in the comment section below. If you have any comments, drop it in the comment section below. And that is it. And just make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 29 of the Junior Pen Tester training series, we are going to continue along with our network security module and talk about part 2 of the protocols and servers. And in the last one, we talked about all of the unencrypted plain text versions of these protocols and servers. And today we're going to be talking about attacking those specific protocols and servers, just so you can see exactly what it looks like when you don't encrypt something, and how you can very easily retrieve passwords and usernames and really sensitive information and things that you shouldn't have access to by just going after these specific protocols and servers. And as we talked about in the CompTIA Pentest Plus Reconnaissance portion, which is available on this channel, there's this tool called Shodan.io, and it's available for free online. And what you can do is you can go basically search for these protocols and servers on shodan.io and then launch these attacks against those protocols and servers, and most likely you will end up retrieving the information that we're going to retrieve today. So I will say, do not do that without like explicit permission, or don't do it, you know, without running through like a variety of different proxy chains or whatever it is, just to like protect yourself. I am not telling you to do that. I'm just saying you can do that is what I'm saying. I'm not telling you to go do that because it's totally illegal. But what I am saying is you can do that. I'm just saying, okay? Explicitly, I'm telling you not to do that. I'm just saying, all right? Okay, cool. Now that that's out of the way, this is the outline that we have today. So we have the introduction, sniffing attack, man-in-the-middle attack, transport layer security, secure shell, password attack, and then the summary. And that's basically the outline that we have for the video today. And this is a subscriber-only video that's available inside of TryHackMe. If you want to do this and you don't want to get into trouble and all of that stuff, just get yourself a membership to TryHackMe, and then you can go ahead and run all the attacks that we're going to be running, and you don't have to worry about a felony or any of that stuff. This room was created by TryHackMe, obviously, as the platform, and then we have Strategos, that is our room creator, and this person has been the creator for most of the videos that we've done inside of the network security module of the junior pentester pathway of TryHackMe. So shout out to Strategos. We've learned a lot from them, and very, very grateful for all of their hard work and their effort that they put into these rooms for us. That being said, a quick note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we're going to jump into it. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the protocols and servers part 2. All right, so in the previous video, we talked about all of these protocols and servers. So, you know, Telnet, HTTP, FTP, SMTP, POP3, IMAP, IMAP. And these various protocols are all unencrypted, right? They are essentially plain text. And if they are left open, right? So if you can find an FTP port that's been left open, not behind a firewall or anything like that, then you can potentially hack into that or watch that interaction with that specific port on that specific IP address and see if you can capture their usernames and passwords, because again, it's unencrypted, right? Everything is coming through in plain text. So the servers that are implementing these protocols are subject to different kinds of attacks. That could be a sniffing attack, where you just basically capture the packets. That's basically what I was just explaining right now. You capture the packets, you watch for the contents in the packets, and you say, oh, you know what? This guy just submitted his username and password through this, and now I know his username and password to get access to their file transfer web server or their file server, data server, whatever it is. Man-in-the-middle attack would be when you capture it and then you modify the information and then you forward it, and you, for example, send the information. It's a bank transfer that's supposed to be made from such and such bank to another bank account, and then you modify that and you put your bank account as the receiving bank account, and then you send that over. That's very rare. It's impossible for banks and bank transfers to be unencrypted, but just in case, maybe you can do that. Then we have the password attack, so authentication, brute forcing, things like that, or capturing their credentials, and of course just finding a lot of different vulnerabilities. So from a security perspective, we always need to think about what we aim to protect, and considering all of this under the security triad, right? So the CIA triad, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad. This is very important. We talked about this a lot as well in Junior Pentester. We talk about it in CySec 101, in SOC 1, SOC 2, and the Security Plus. This was like the main foundational principle inside of everything for CompTIA Security Plus. So the CIA triad is where everything falls under when we talk about cybersecurity and security in general. So confidentiality refers to keeping the contents of the communications accessible to the intended parties. Basically, keeping it confidential, right? Keep it secret. Integrity is the idea of assuring that any data that's sent is actually accurate, consistent, and complete, as well as the integrity of the systems that are transferring that data back and forth. So if we mess with the integrity of the systems, that also affects the overall integrity element of the CIA triad. And then you can also obviously mess with the integrity of the data. So if there's intel being passed and you modify that intelligence, if you kind of somehow alter it, the receiving party is now getting false intelligence, meaning that that intelligence no longer has its reliable integrity, and then you can just mess with their entire system and their entire processes just by messing around with the quality of the content, quality of the data. And then finally is the availability of the network, the availability of the systems and the data. So being able to access the service when we need it, and the intended parties being able to access it. That's kind of the key element. Not the public at large, right? It's like the people who should be able to access it, they should be able to access it whenever they need it. And that all falls under whether or not that data or that system is available to those parties. So different parties will put varying emphasis on these three. For instance, confidentiality would be the highest priority for an intelligence agency. Online banking will put most emphasis on the integrity of the transactions, and availability is of the highest importance for any platform that's making money by serving ads. So knowing that we are protecting the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, an attack aimed to cause disclosure, alteration, and destruction would be the counterpart of this, right? So the opposite of these three would be these three. So confidentiality is disclosure, right? Integrity is alteration, and availability is destruction or denial of service, right? So those would be the counterparts to it, which is what we see right here. So if we zoom out, that's kind of what you can see right there, right? So these attacks directly affect the security of the system. For instance, network packet capture violates confidentiality and leads to the disclosure of information. A successful password attack can also lead to disclosure. MITM attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, break the system's integrity because we can alter the data that's being communicated. And we'll be focusing on these three attacks in this specific video because they are integral to the protocol design and server implementation. Vulnerabilities are a broader spectrum. That was really hard to pronounce for whatever reason. And the exploited vulnerabilities have different impacts on target systems. So exploiting a DOS, a denial of service, can affect availability, while exploiting a remote code execution can lead to more severe damages because we're remotely connected and we can just execute any commands that we want, basically. So it's important to note that a vulnerability by itself creates a risk, and damage can only occur when the vulnerability is exploited. So we don't cover vulnerabilities here, but there is already a vulnerability research video that I've already created based on the vulnerability research room inside of TryHackMe. So that's available for you if you want to go search through the channel content. There's a search button at the top of the channel homepage. It's a little magnifying glass. You click on that and you search for vulnerability and you'll be able to find it. So what we're going to be talking about in this video is going to be how a protocol can be upgraded or replaced to protect against disclosure and alteration. And we're going to be attacking those protocols and then protecting the confidentiality and integrity of the transmitted data. We're going to be recommending other modules that cover additional topics as well, meaning other videos basically. And we are going to introduce Hydra to find weak passwords. So it's going to be a fun room. It's going to be a fun video. I'm really excited for you and I'm excited to go through it. I've already started the attack box and I've already started the virtual machine, our victim machine, as I like to call it. And we are ready to run and gun. So first and foremost, let's talk about the sniffing attack. A sniffing attack refers to using a network packet capture tool like Wireshark, for example, to collect information about the target. When a protocol communicates in clear text, the data that's exchanged can be captured by a third party to analyze. And a simple network packet capture can reveal information like the content of private messages and login credentials if the data is not encrypted in transit, right? So that's the whole big vulnerability that we're trying to take advantage of when we do a sniffing attack. So we can do it using an Ethernet 802.3 network card, provided that the user has proper permissions, root permissions, which is on Linux, and admin permissions on Windows. And there are many programs available to capture these things. So TCP dump is a command line tool. It's free and open source. and it has been ported to work on many operating systems. Wireshark is an open source GUI, so it has a graphical user interface, and this is like an industry standard. A lot of companies and people actually use it because it's very functional and it's free. And I mean, you can do a lot. You can do in-depth packet analysis using Wireshark. You can run it on Linux, Mac OS, Windows. And then there's the T-Shark, which is the CLI version of Wireshark. So if you want to use command line versions of Wireshark, you can use T-Shark, right? And there are multiple videos on this channel for both Wireshark and T-Shark. So if you really want to get to learn how to use them, there are a lot of videos on those two topics, those two tools. So there are several specialized tools for capturing passwords and even complete messages, but this can be achieved by TCP dump and Wireshark with some added effort, so long as we're capturing the unencrypted traffic, right? To consider this, we can consider a user that's checking his email messages using POP3. First, we're going to use TCP dump to attempt to capture the username and password, and in the terminal, we would use something like this, which we're basically looking at everything that would be coming through the port 110, which is what's assigned to POP3. And we should mention that this attack requires access to network traffic, for example, via a wiretap or a switch with port mirroring. Alternatively, we can access the traffic exchange if we launch a successful man-in-the-middle attack. We need sudo because it requires root privileges, and we wanted to limit the number of captured and displayed packets to those exchanged with the POP3 server, so we did port 110, which is the default port for POP3. And then finally, we want to display the contents of the packets in ASCII format, so we added the capital A. And so this is the full command that we see right here. And then now you can see that individual packets are actually being captured. So this is the source IP, that's the destination IP, and then the flags, and then the user is Frank, and then another one, and then we can see potentially, is there a password? Password is required, right? And so they resubmit their password, and the pass is this. So through a few series of interactions. So the first one was from this source to this destination, and they were sending their username, and then the destination responded, right? And it said, you need a password, right? And then from there it goes, okay, let me submit my password. And there you go. Now, through capturing that entire interaction, we were able to find the username and password for POP3, which is their email protocol, and it's for the user Frank, right? That's basically what we detected right there. So we could also see this inside of Wireshark, and it's a little bit cleaner because it gives us a nice graphical interface, but you can see it right here as well. So if we go in, we can see that, you know, hey, hello is what they got. So this was 3148. This source IP told Frank that he needs, hey, hello there. And then Frank responded to 148 saying, I'm user Frank. And then 148 responds and saying, okay, what's your password? Your password is required. And then Frank went ahead and responded with his password, and then their server responded, okay, you're logged in. And then Frank is doing stat and then listing and all these things so that he can actually see the contents of his email. But that's basically all we needed, really. And because of the fact that it's plain text and it's unencrypted, literally in the info column, you can see user Frank and password, and that's just too easy. So any protocol that uses clear text communication is susceptible, meaning it's vulnerable to this kind of attack. And the only requirement for this attack to succeed is to have access to a system between the two communicating systems. And this requires attention. The mitigation lies in adding an encryption layer on top of any network protocol. In particular, TLS, which is transport layer security, has been added to HTTP, FTP, SMTP, POP3, IMAP, and many others. For remote access, Telnet has been replaced by Secure Shell. So these are the mitigations for these types of weak interactions. So if you want to learn more about this, we recommend the Wireshark 101 room, which is already recorded and available for you on this channel. So you can just go ahead and type in Wireshark as you search through the content, and you will find very many videos on Wireshark. So what do you need to add to the command sudo TCP dump to capture only telnet traffic? And so it's going to be the port, and let me just make sure my keyboard is reactivated. The port is what we're looking for, and telnet, I want to say is 21. No, it's not. So it's 23. There you go. So 21 is FTP, I think. So port 23 is Telnet traffic. So we just need to tell TCP dump that we want to capture the stuff on port 23, which would capture Telnet traffic. And so what's the simplest way or simplest display filter that you can use with Wireshark to show only IMAP traffic? And basically you literally just do IMAP and that's it. You just type that into the display. So you can see right here at the top, they just did POP because they wanted to only see the protocols that have to do with post office protocol. Or only the communications that have to do with post office protocol. So up here you can do HTTP, you can do IMAP, you could do DNS, you could do whatever protocol you want to actually filter for, and it'll display only that protocol. So if we just want to see IMAP, we would just type in IMAP, and simple enough, it will display IMAP interactions. So let's talk about man in the middle. A man-in-the-middle attack occurs when the victim, right, so A in this particular image down here, believes that they're communicating with a legitimate destination, which would be B, but is unknowingly communicating with the attacker, which is E in this case. And in the figure, we have A requesting the transfer of $20 to M. However, E has altered this message and replaced the original value with a new one, and B received the modified message and acted on it. So if we look at this right here, the legitimate user is trying to interact with, I guess, the bank account, right? And so it says transfer $20 to M, right, is what they're trying to do. And this person right here said, okay, transfer $2,000 to M. Now, the value here for M could be the users, this legitimate user victim, it could be their account number, but the attacker could have changed the value of M to be the attacker's account number and changed the dollar amount to be 2,000 instead of 20. Now, they could have left the account number the same if they want to mess with the victim just as an entirety and just be like, hey, I'm just going to overdraw your account because I don't like you or whatever. So this is what it means to be the man in the middle, and to do one of these attacks is you basically capture the request and then you modify the request before you send it to this specific server, to the end user. And then in that interaction, in that alteration, you have now messed with the victim and potentially even messed with the server or the end user that's supposed to be receiving all of that. So there are a lot of different types of attacks that can be launched using this specific tactic. And there are a lot of different damages or damage types that you can do using this. I'm sure your imagination can run wild with that. So it's relatively simple to carry out if the two parties do not confirm the authenticity and integrity of each message, and the chosen protocol does not provide secure authentication or integrity checking. So some protocols have inherent insecurities that make them susceptible to this kind of attack. For example, HTTP just by itself. If you're browsing over HTTP, there is no TLS or SSL encryption, so you are susceptible to the man-in-the-middle attack. And the scary thing is that you won't even know that it happened. So many tools would aid you in carrying out such an attack, for example, EtherCap or BetterCap. And it can also affect other clear text protocols like FTP, SMTP, or POP3. And mitigation against this requires the use of encryption, cryptography. So the solution lies in proper authentication along with encryption or signing of the exchange messages. So for example, asymmetric encryption, or, again, TLS, right? TLS or SSL, at the very least SSL. But if you really want to get like good encryption, you would do some type of TLS. So with the help of public key infrastructure and trusted root certificates, TLS protects from man-in-the-middle attacks. That's kind of the mitigation for these types of attacks. But again, you can just search for HTTP protocols on shodan.io and just find a bunch of interactions via port 80 HTTP that has not been secured, and then just go nuts. I said you can, not saying that you should. Just keep that piece in mind, okay? But yeah, that's pretty much it. So how many different interfaces does EtherCap offer? So this is actually something that we have to do a little bit of Googling for. So I'm just going to search for this question and see what we can find here. Okay, so it basically says that it offers 3 different interfaces. We have the text-based user interface, graphical user interface, and curses-based. Oh my God, curses. Okay, so let's go and try 3. Let's see if 3 is the answer here. And it is. Great. In how many ways can you invoke BetterCap? So again, I'm just going to Google this. and see what we can find here. And the answer is that you can invoke it in several ways, providing flexibility. So we have the interactive session, we have web UI, scripting via Docker. So what do we have? 4, I guess. So let's say 4 is the right answer here. And it's not. Okay, so what does the hint say? It says visit BetterCap usage. So let's just go to BetterCap usage and see what we can find here. Okay, so just looking at the documentation, first and foremost, there is no such thing as BetterCap usage anymore, because when I did that, I don't know if you saw it, but it's a 404 error. So I don't think that page exists anymore. So if we look at the documentation for BetterCap, we can potentially try to narrow down what the response might be here. And so I think what they're asking for is, how many different types of attacks could you do potentially? So it could fall under spoofing maybe, or it could be how many different types of captures can be done. So for example, TCP, UDP, HTTPS, HTTP, what do we have? DNS, all those things. So I counted all of them, and just based on the main categories that we have on the left-hand side, I think it's either 6 or 7. So I'm going to try 6. 6 is not the answer. So is it 7? 7 is not the answer. So, I mean, at this point, because of the fact that the hint does not really give us anything, I'm just going to alternate through these. Okay, so I guess it's 3. So it says, in how many ways can you invoke BetterCap? I wonder if this is what it's referring to right here. So maybe it's the interactive session, web UI, and then the scripting. Maybe that's the different ways that it's talking about, I think. But the answer has changed ever since, because the hint no longer works. So if the hint no longer works, I'm sure that this room is pretty outdated. It was established 1,391 days ago, which is what? So let's say if we look up the calculator here and just do like a little bit of a calculation. So 1,391 divided by 365, that's almost 4 years ago. So 3.8 years ago, basically. So that being said, this is an outdated room, right? So I think most of it is still very relevant. Like a lot of these things are still existent and you can actually learn from them and all that good stuff. However, just keep in mind that some of these things are a little bit outdated. For example, that hint to try to find that answer for you and things like that. And being that it was a single digit answer, you could literally just go through every single one of the single digit numbers, which is only 9 of them. So you should be able to find the answer. But I wanted to see if there was a way that we could actually find it, maybe through their documentation, which is actually very handy because they teach you how you can use BetterCap, and it's an open source tool. So if you're interested in really getting into pen testing, this is a really good tool for you to be able to use. So that's pretty much it. So let's talk about the next one, which is transport layer security. Transport layer security is the solution to many of the things that we've been talking about. So it's the standard solution to protect the confidentiality and integrity of exchange packets, and it can protect against password sniffing and man-in-the-middle attacks. The secure sockets layer was what started it, really. So SSL certificates were the things that at the beginning of web development, or my journey in web development, I would create these websites and I'm like, okay, why can't people just find them? Or why do I get my advertising declined, like when I try to do Google ads or something like that? And the main reason was because I didn't have an SSL certificate attached to my website. When, again, in the early ages of web development and hosting and domain names, there wasn't a one-size-fits-all kind of an interaction where you just go somewhere and you buy your domain name, you buy your hosting, and as a part of that purchase, they would just automatically install SSL certificates for you, and you didn't have to do that configuration behind the scenes. There are, to this day, you can still choose for the option of doing your own SSL installation and all that stuff, but and that saves you money, by the way. Like if you do it all yourself, it actually ends up saving you money because you get to shop around for these certificates and do all these different things manually. But when you choose the one purchase option where all of these things come installed as a part of your hosting being set up, it costs a few $100s more to go through that process. So if you want the convenience and you don't know how to do it, then you would go through that option. But if you know how to do it, and if you know how to look through YouTube to try to figure things like that out, you would save a good chunk of money, especially if you're bootstrapping and you don't have that much money. So it all started with SSL, and it was when the WWW, the World Wide Web, started to see new applications such as online shopping and sending payment information. Netscape introduced SSL in 1994, with SSL 3.0 being released in 96, but eventually more security was needed, and TLS was introduced in 99. So before we explain what it is and what they do, we first need to see what it fits into networking. So the common protocols we've covered so far send data in clear text, and it makes it possible for anyone with access to the network to capture, save, and analyze those messages. The image shows the ISO OSI network layer. So we have these 7 layers. We talk about this a lot in the CompTIA Network Plus playlist, and this is basically what networking is all based on, right? You just need to understand these various layers of networking. The protocols we have covered so far are on the application layer. So Telnet and HTTP and POP3 and all those things are all on the application layer. So we can add encryption to the protocols via the presentation layer, and consequently, the data will be presented in an encrypted format, also known as ciphertext instead of plain text. So if we go let me see if I can zoom out here. So application layer is where HTTP, FTP, where all these things reside on, right? This is how the data is presented to, or I guess it's kind of interacted with by the user on the application layer. The layer right before that is the presentation layer, where the presentation of this data is determined. So if you don't have the SSL or TLS encryption, then the data is going to be presented in plain text format on the application layer, right? And this is all you need to know for the context of this video. But it really does help if you actually learn everything that there is to know, or at the very least, the fundamentals of these various 7 layers inside of the ISO OSI model. And the ISO OSI model later was replaced by the TCP model, which basically condenses these 7 layers into 4 layers. However, I think that even in the 2025 era, they're still referencing the ISO OSI model a lot when they talk about networking. So because of the close relation between TLS and SSL, one might be used to instead of the other. So you might use one over the other, doesn't really matter. In the grand scheme of things, using SSL is better than not having any encryption. But if you can, you would use TLS over SSL because it's more secure than SSL. And it's practically replaced SSL. We could have dropped SSL and just written TLS instead of SSL TLS, but we need to continue mentioning the two to avoid any ambiguity because the term SSL is still wide in use. However, we can expect all modern servers to be using TLS. The clear text protocol can be upgraded to use encryption via these 2 options, and we can use TLS to upgrade any of these things right here, to name a few. So very many of the protocols are still plain text, and you need to use TLS to encrypt those interactions. And this table right here just lists the protocols that we've covered and the default ports before and after encryption. So the default port for HTTP is 80. When you encrypt it, it becomes HTTPS and it turns to 443. FTP decrypted is 21. FTPS would be 990. SMTP is 25. SMTPS would be 465. POP3 is 110. POP3S is 995. IMAP is 143. IMAP-S is 993. So you can see that they get completely different ports assigned to them for their encrypted secure versions. Now, what will happen is you will see these 2 being active at the same time. When you run Nmap, for example, against an IP address, you will most likely see both of them. It's very rare to just see 443 being open. So more often than not, you will see both of these open because HTTP will send it sets the kind of like the foundation of the conversation, and then HTTPS is the encrypted version of this. So it just makes sure that this is not accessible and you won't be able to access anything on port 80, etc. And the same thing will apply to the rest of these. More often than not, okay, you will see both of them. However, it is possible to just see the encrypted version of them being open as well as seeing the unencrypted version being open just by itself. So most likely you'll see both. In rare cases or in limited cases, I would say you will see just one or the other. So considering the use of HTTP or the case of HTTP, initially to retrieve a web page over HTTP, the browser would need to at least perform the following: establish a TCP connection with the remote server and then send a request, for example, a GET request or a POST request. HTTPS requires the additional step to encrypt the traffic. So the new step takes place after establishing the TCP connection and before sending those requests. So between these two, right, there is the extra step added between these two that would actually encrypt the communication so that the GET and POST requests are encrypted. And it can be inferred from the ISO OSI model and the image presented earlier, which would be requiring at least the following. So you establish the connection, then establish a TLS connection, which is the encrypted connection, and then you send the HTTP requests. So to establish a TLS connection, the client needs to perform the proper handshake, and based on the RFC 6101, the request for comments 6101 code, the SSL connection establishment will look like this. So we'll send a hello request from us, from the client, to the server. The server says hello, certificate, server key exchange, server certificate request, and then hello is done. So within that hello packet, it makes these requests for the encryption. And then the client will say, okay, here's the certificate, here's the key exchange, da 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 da. And now the change cipher has been done and we are finished. And then this one, the server will respond, yes, the change cipher is actually finished. And so this is the new SSL handshake, like the encrypted handshake. It's not just SYN acknowledged, and an acknowledgement. That's not how it works. You actually get the encryption as a part of that TCP connection, and then you can go ahead and make the communication. So after establishing this kind of connection with the server, the client establishes the TLS connection, and then the terms might look complicated depending on the knowledge. So it sends the client hello to the server and its capabilities. And I mean, I don't need to really read this, but I guess we can. So the server responds with a hello indicating the selected connection, and then it provides its certificate if the authentication is required. And the certificate is a digital file to identify the server, and it usually digitally signed by a third party. Moreover, it might send additional information necessary to generate the master key in the server key exchange message before sending the server hello is done. So all of this is done in step number 2, okay? Step number 3, the client responds with the client key exchange, which contains additional information required to generate the master key. Furthermore, it switches to use encryption and informs the server that the change cipher spec message, and of course the server will respond to change the cipher spec as well. And so this still sounds sophisticated, but don't worry about it. We really don't need to understand all the details. We just need to kind of get the overview here. And they just need to agree on the server key, basically, like the secret key, the master key, because that would allow for them to have that encrypted communication. This secret key was securely generated, so a third party monitoring the channel won't be able to discover it, and communication between the client and the server will be encrypted using that key. And once the handshake has been done through TLS SSL, HTTP requests and exchange data won't be accessible to anyone watching because they are all going to be basically like jargon. Like you won't be able to see anything. It's like gibberish, basically. So SSL TLS, in order for it to be effective, we need to do HTTPS as far as our protocol is concerned, and public certificates signed by certificate authorities could be used. They just need to be trusted by the system. In other words, when we browse TryHackMe over HTTPS, the browser would expect TryHackMe to provide a signed certificate from a trusted certificate authority, and then this is what you would see, right? So in this case, and I'm going to check right now to see if this is actually still their certificate authority. I want to say that they do use Cloudflare, and then it should be issued by Cloudflare. And then this is the fingerprint, the actual encrypted fingerprint of that certificate that they've used, right? So who it's issued to, who issued it, and the validity period, so when this would actually expire. Now you can see that they have a year set for this one from July 11th of 2021 to 2022. But a lot of companies will rotate their certificates every month or every quarter just to keep hackers on their toes, because you can technically decrypt these types of communications if you really know cryptography and you have a really powerful computer, all that stuff. You can do that. However, more often than not, it's very, very secure, especially if you rotate your certificates every month or every quarter. So that being said, let's check it out. So if we actually zoom in here, if we click on this right here, right? So if we click on that, usually it's either a lock icon or just that icon right there. And then you can see connection is secure. So we're going to click on connection is secure. And then it says certificate is valid. Then we click on that and it creates a pop-up. It opens this pop-up and it's actually Google that now has issued their certificate. It's not Cloudflare anymore. And it expires so every 6 months it looks like, or 3 months, I'm sorry. So it says issued on July 29, 2025 and expires October 27. So July 29, so August, September, October. Yeah, every 3 months, you see. So they no longer keep an annual certificate. They will rotate it every 3 months because it's just more secure to change them every 3 months to keep hackers on their toes. Because I am willing to bet that very many students are like, hey, let's see if we can TryHackMe and go and mess with these people. So obviously, to increase security, TryHackMe stepped their game up and they now change their certificates every 3 months, which is great. So question here, DNS can also be secured using TLS. What is the 3-letter acronym of the DNS protocol that uses TLS? That's actually a really good question. So let's do a Google search right here. So what is the 3-letter acronym that uses TNS? And it's DOT. So DOT stands for DNS over TLS. So that's kind of easy to remember. So DOT is DNS over TLS. There we go. Great. So now let's talk about the next encrypted communication, which is Secure Shell. All right, Secure Shell was created to provide a secure way for remote system administration. In other words, it allows you to securely connect to another system over an encrypted channel, right? So once you connect to the system, you can then run remote system commands, and usually it prompts you for your login credentials. And when you submit your login credentials, that's also encrypted, so people can't just capture it and see your login information. So the S in Secure Shell stands for, or the S in SSH stands for secure. And then you have a shell, right? A remote shell that's connected. So you can confirm the identity of the server, exchange messages, and are encrypted and can only be decrypted by the intended recipient. And both sides can detect any modification in the messages. And the 3 points that we just talked about, ensured by cryptography. So they are a part of confidentiality and integrity, and they're made possible through the use of different encryption algorithms. To use Secure Shell, you need a Secure Shell server and a Secure Shell client. The server listens on port 22 by default, but this can always be changed. And the client can authenticate using a username and password or a private and public key, which is basically a key file. And we can also even do pass the hash attacks and different types of things. If we can't decrypt or decode dehash their hashed password, we can actually just pass the hash as the password, and we can just use a key file, which is also very interesting. So on Linux, Mac OS, and Windows after 2018, you can connect to SSH using the following command: SSH username at the IP address, and it will try to connect to the server of the IP address with the login username. And then in that case, if the server is listening on that port, it'll ask you to provide the password for that user. And once you've authenticated, you'll be able to get access to it. So this is what it looks like when you submit the request. And then it says, okay, submit the password. Now, this, by the way, is not going to be visible on the screen. When we actually do this, you don't get to see what the password is. Once you do that, it'll change the command line from the original user to the new user's command line, which is Mark in this case, right? So we're trying to connect to Mark. And so that's what it would change into, assuming that you have the correct login credentials. So once we enter this correctly, we get access to the system. It's very reliable for remote administration because the username and password were sent encrypted, and all commands that we do will also be encrypted. So if it's the first time that we connect to this, we're going to confirm the fingerprint of the server, and then you'll see what that's like. I think they're going to ask us to do this in one of the exercises. So we should be able to see what that's like, but it'll ask you to to confirm the fingerprint of the server's public key to avoid man-in-the-middle attacks. As I explained earlier, it takes place when a malicious ID, whatever, we already know what man-in-the-middle is. So we don't want to basically, we don't want them to capture us. So when we establish or when we confirm the fingerprint of the SSH public key against what we should be connecting to, that's how we're confirming that we're not accidentally connecting to somebody who's listening or who's trying to capture our communications. So you basically look at the hash values of those fingerprints to see if the hash value of the server that you're supposed to be connecting to is actually the hash value of that server. If it's a different hash, you can rest assured that you're connecting to a different server. And just as a review, this is what it looks like when man-in-the-middle happens, and you want to be connecting to this guy directly, and this server has a hash value for their fingerprint, but if we see this person's hash value for their fingerprint, then we can assume that somebody's listening. We can use Secure Shell to transfer files as well, and it would be done through Secure Copy. So SCP is the Secure Copy, and then you can do something like, SCP, and then provide the source path, which is going to be this archive file, and then it's going to be sent to this, which is the root of the current user. This is where they're at right now. So it would take this file, right, from that location, and it would send it to this location, which is us on our computer. If we reverse it, then this is the reverse version. So we do this is our backup file. It's on our location, and then we're sending it to this location, right? So in either case, when you do either one of these, then what will happen is that you're going to be prompted to enter the username and password, or at least the password for Mark at this specific IP address, because even when you're downloading files, obviously, but when you're sending files, you want to make sure that you actually have permission to do it. So you can see right here, it says enter this person's password. Once you do it, then it'll say that the document was transferred, and that's all good. So file transfer could be secured using SSL TLS by using FTPS or secure copy, basically, which is done through the Secure Shell port. And it's worth mentioning that FTP can also be secured using SSH, which is the SFTP protocol. By default, this listens on port 22. So you have a variety of different options to securely transfer files from one location to another. So now we're actually going to connect. So this is going to be where we get to apply some of this stuff, which is fun. So I'm going to open this up, and let's see if I just keep it in split screen. Ooh, that's kind of crazy. I don't know if we want to do it in split screen like this. Yeah, so I'm just going to do this in full screen because I'm like super zoomed in on this thing. So there we go. So this is kind of what it looks like here. So we'll just open this up terminal, and now it's a little bit more user friendly, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to connect as Mark to this specific IP, and that's his password. So I'm going to go and do that, and then we need to find the kernel release using the uname R once we've established our connection. So the first portion is just going to be this Mark at, right? That's what we're trying to connect to, and we're going to paste it, and there you go. Now you see it says, so the authenticity can't be established. Their fingerprint for their SSH is this. So to the servers, are you sure you want to connect to this? Now, I don't know because I wasn't given this value in advance. So I'm just going to assume that nobody's listening on this interaction. So I'm just going to say yes. And we just press enter, or I guess I need to type yes. Okay. So permanently added. Great. Now we need to add Mark's password. So there we go. And we need to copy this thing right here and go here. I wonder if I could just paste this and achieve success. And there we go. So now we're actually logged in as Mark. You can see it right here. Great. So now we want to get the value of their kernel. So we're just going to do the uname R, and there you go. So 5.15, etc. So we'll just do that, and we'll copy that, and we'll go back here, and we'll paste it, and there we go. That's the answer. So use SSH to download the file book.txt from the remote system. How many kilobytes did the SSH display as the downloaded size? So where is book.txt? That's what I need to know. So first I need to know where I am. I am in home Mark. That's where I am. And then from here, I need to see what's in here. So there it is. There's book.txt. Okay, great. So we could technically do one of two things. So I'm just going to do the version where I do it from root, and then we're going to do secure copy, so SCP, and then we're going to do mark at, and then we'll do 10, is that what it was, right? It's mark at 10, etc., I think. Yeah, that's exactly how we do it. So we're going to do mark at 10, 10, or no, it's 10.201. Is that the IP? It is 10.201. Okay, so 10.201.53.159. And then we're going to do the colon, and then we're going to do /home/mark/book.txt. And then this is the key piece right here, right? You need to also provide something at the end of this. So I'm just going to do dot because I wanted to download in the current directory that I'm in. So if this works, it's going to ask for his password. There we go. I think I still have his password copied. No, maybe not. Just because sometimes when you highlight something inside the shell, it just automatically copies the thing. So boom, there we paste the password now, press enter. There we go. So it actually transferred. Excellent. So book was transferred, 100%, 415 kilobytes was transferred. So 415. And there you go. Just like that, we were able to retrieve our answer. So cool, right? And so now if I go and check my local directory, because I'm still as the root user here. So if I list it, now we can see book.txt. So let's see what's inside book.txt. Oh, wow. It's a whole book, I guess. It's a bunch of data. Oh my God. Okay, so there you go. that's a really, I thought like it would just be like some random text or whatever, but it's a book. It's a whole book. All right, cool. So let's now do a password attack. Or are we going to do a password attack? I feel like we are. Yes, we are. Okay, great. So let's do a password attack. We discussed network packet capture and man-in-the-middle attacks, as well as how these things can be mitigated using TLS and SSH. And the third type of attack will be what we're going to be doing today or in this section, which is the password attack. So many protocols, you just saw it, right? Secure copy and secure shell both require you to authenticate. And this is how you prove who you are or who you are claiming to be. And you can do this for POP3, you can do it for secure shell, you do it for FTP, you do it for Telnet, so many things. So if you're using POP3, you should not be given access to the mailbox before verifying the identity, right? It's secure. There's like sensitive information in there. It's all property of an individual person. So the example from protocols and servers that we did in the last video is repeated below for convenience. And we're identifying as the user Frank and then using his password, right? So this is what it looks like. You do telnet. In this case, we did telnet and we did the IP address, and POP3's port is 110. So we are using the telnet protocol, which is an unencrypted protocol. So you don't want to use telnet is basically the goal here, the mission, or the point, I should say. The point is don't use telnet when you're doing anything because it's not encrypted. But for the intensive purposes of this exercise, that's what we're doing. So telnet on this port, or on this IP, excuse me, on this port. And now it says trying to connect. Great. Now it says, okay, now provide yourself, right? So user Frank, it says, okay, Frank, and then user password, okay. And you have one message, and then stat, is that okay, one message? And that's the size of the message. And it basically retrieves the message himself. He's saying retrieve the first message from mail server. It says, hey, sending mail, hello, Frank, da-da-da-da-da-da, right? That's basically it. So to prove your identity, you can do this through a variety of ways. One of them would be something that you know, which is your password or your PIN, right? Next one would be something that you have, like a SIM card or an RFID card or your USB dongle or your phone that's on you that they would send a one-time password to. And another one would be something that you are, like your fingerprint or your face scan or your iris in your eye, something like that, right? So usually in a secure environment, you would have at least two of these. So that's known as two-factor authentication. But if you've enabled multiple, then there would be multiple factors of authentication. So the very first one would be your password, and that starts the process. And then they'll be like, okay, enter your PIN too, but that still technically counts as something you know. So you want to have another category, like something that you have. So that could be your phone, and then you open up the Authenticator app on your phone, and there's a time-sensitive one-time password in there, and you use that, for example. Or it could be a physical USB thumb drive that you would just plug into the computer, and the only thing that's on that thumb drive is that key. So there are different ways to be able to authenticate yourself, right? So what we're going to be doing is we're attacking these passwords in this specific section, and that's something that somebody knows. And if we look at the communication with several previous servers using protocols like Telnet, SSH, POP3, yada, 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 we always need a password. And based on the 150 million usernames and passwords that were leaked on the Adobe breach in 2013, the top 10 passwords are these things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and just go on. And I mean, if you look at your keyboard, you'll be like, oh, I understand why the person did this. And it's strictly from convenience, right? So apart from Adobe 123 and Photoshop, the rest of these are just lazy as hell, and they're just made based on convenience. QWERTY is an interesting one because it's the top layer of keys on your left hand. So the Q is your pinky, the W is your ring finger, the E is your middle finger, R would be your index, and then T and Y are also with your index. And it's just like, come on, bro. Anyway, so only 2 passwords are related to Adobe and its products, but the rest are generic, and you might think that this has changed over the past decade. However, these things right here are still common choices for many users, and they have not realized that QWERTY is not secret, and it's used by many as their password. So attacks against passwords are usually carried out by either guessing, which requires some knowledge of the target, like their pet name and their birth year. Dictionary attack, which is what we would do in a lot of cases using, for example, a ROCU word list, which has millions of passwords in it. And then you have the brute force attack, which is the most exhaustive and time-consuming, where an attacker can go as far as trying all possible character combinations, which grows fast, and with the number of characters, especially you have 26 letters in the alphabet, the English alphabet, and then you have 10 digits, and all of those things combined together can yield many different password variations. So there's a lot. So we would end up using dictionary attack in this particular case. And I just want to kind of give you, like, just in case you're actually paying attention to the contents, how many password variations do you think can be created if you use 26 letters of the English alphabet and 10 digits, so 0 through 9? If you use all of those in combination, how many different password variations can you create? If you come up with that and drop it in the comments, I will give you a special comment shout out, and I'll just be like, you're amazing and I love you and I think you're the greatest. But yeah, anyways. So over time, hackers have compiled lists after containing leaked passwords from data breaches. One example is ROCU, and this is a really easy one. You could just download it, and it's already downloaded into our attack box. I have it on my personal computer as well. And this should depend on your knowledge of the target, what dictionary you actually use. So a French user might use a French word instead of an English one. Consequently, the French word list might be more promising. So if we want an automated way to try common passwords or entries from a word list, Hydra is really, really useful. It supports many protocols, including all these things and all methods related to HTTP. And the general syntax is this. You would provide Hydra with a username. User would be lowercase l, and then the username. And then the password list would be uppercase P, and then you would give it the name of the file. If you wanted to use a user list, you would use an uppercase L, and then give it a username list, and then same thing, uppercase P, and then give it a word list, etc. And then you give it the server address, and then the service being the port, for example, or the name, right? So in this case, this is what we already explained. Server is the host name or the IP address, and the service indicates the service. So this is what it would actually look like. You know, Mark is the user, the password would be the path to the ROCU list, and then this is the IP address, and then the service we want to connect on would be FTP, right? And then we do the same thing right here, and then you can do it this way as well, where you actually do FTP colon and then the IP address. You can do that same thing. It's basically the same exact thing as you did on this one at the top right here. And then we can do this again and then do SSH, for example, where we try to log in via SSH, right? So the S port specifies a non-default port for the service in question. So if you wanted to, if you found out that Secure Shell, you run Nmap, right? You find out that Secure Shell is actually not on port 22 for the target. It's on port 2222. Then you would need to signify that you want to connect via SSH, and then you also need to say -S and then give it 2222 as the port. V and VV would be verbose, which makes Hydra show the username and password combinations that it's going through. And it's very convenient to see the progress, especially if you're still not confident of the command line syntax. -T will give the number of parallel connections. So for example, T16 will create 16 threads to connect to the target. So it kind of speeds up your progress a little bit. And -D would be for debugging to get more detailed information about what's actually going on. And it can save you a lot of frustration if it tries to connect to a closed port, for example, or if it times out, it'll be revealed to you right away. And then you can retry the different port or restart the process. Once the password is found, you can issue Control-C to end the process. And in these tasks, we can expect any attack to finish with less than 5 minutes. However, the attack would usually take longer in real-life scenarios. In exercises that I've ran for pen testing, they have taken hours, like a couple of days worth of hours, like, I don't know, 25, or I think it was like, the longest one was like 32 hours, something like that. I just had Hydra running, and it took a very long time. So it takes a long time if it's a complex environment. So verbosity and debugging can be pretty helpful if you want Hydra to update you about the progress. And attacks against login systems can be carried out efficiently using Hydra, for example, and a good word list. Mitigations against these can be sophisticated and depends on the target system. So your password policy is the first step. So please enforce complex passwords. Make sure, and there's a way that you can even check to see if the password that someone is using exists on the RockU password list before they are approved on that password. And if it exists on there, you say, no, you can't use this, right? And you have to use a more complex password. Another way is to say, okay, it needs to be at least 20 characters long. It needs to have a special character, uppercase, and numeric characters, right? These things like that. Account lockout would be after a certain number of failed attempts. Usually it's 3. So if you log in, or if you fail your login 3 times, then you will be locked out. Throttling authentication delays the response to a login attempt, meaning a couple of seconds of delay is tolerable for someone who knows the password, but they can severely hinder automated tools. CAPTCHA is really, really good. Multi-factor authentication, 2-factor authentication, right? The requiring of a public certificate for authentication, it works well with SSH. There are many other approaches, but these are very, very common. And then the stuff, for example, the IP-based geolocation. So for example, if you're logging from your work computer and you're based out of Henderson, Nevada, then that specific IP address has been attached to your username. So if somebody in Los Angeles even tries to connect, let's not even go as far as a different country. If they try to connect from a different city, then the system is like, oh, this is not supposed to be happening. You're not supposed to log in from this city. Something's wrong. And so they automatically block that account. They send notifications to the security team and to the user, and they're like, hey, something's wrong. You need to talk to the security team. Something has happened here. So using a combination of the above approaches is an excellent approach to protect against password attacks. We learned that one of the email accounts is lazy. What is the password used to access the IMAP service on this thing? So we're going to use Hydra for the user lazy on this thing, and we're going to be doing IMAP. So I'm just going to use IMAP as the thing right there. So where is my word list? I think they said that the word list was on user. Where was the word list? Let's try to see where we have it. User share word list RockU. So let's make sure that it's actually there. So we will do, what do I do? I will do ls, and then I'll see if it exists on that. So ls user share word lists. And there it is. So RockU does exist. I can close this terminal. I no longer need that remote connection. We'll drag this to the left right here. What just happened? System is glitching. There is an error in the matrix. Okay, here we go. So this is what we got. So what we're trying to do is connect to lazy. So we're going to be doing Hydra. The username is lazy, and the password is going to be the user share word lists, and then rocku.txt. And then the IP, I need to go ahead and find again. So this is the IP, and then we're going to be using what? IMAP. We're going to be using IMAP. So we'll do a paste here. like that, and then we're going to do IMAP like that, and that's pretty much it. We're going to press enter. I should have done like verbosity or whatever, but we're just going to attack IMAP and see how it works. And you can see that it's already saying that it's attacking IMAP at this specific thing, and it gives us the port for IMAP, so we have that as well. And now it's just going to run and gun. I'm actually going to, oh, there you go. Wow, that was fast. I was about to cancel it and be like, let me get verbosity or whatever, but that was extremely fast. So there we go. Lazy's password is butterfly, and just like that, we got Lazy's password. Lazy was very lazy with their password, and I am disappointed in Lazy. If I was Lazy's supervisor, I would be like, what are you doing, Lazy? What kind of password is this, Lazy? It's very lazy. Okay, all right, moving on to our final thoughts and our summary, and we're done. Congratulations. And so we talked about sniffing attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, and password attacks in today's video. There are a lot of things that will actually make your life easier when you're doing pen testing exercises. And a big piece of it, a really big piece of it, is the recon that you do. So how much reconnaissance do you do? And the information that you gather and the intelligence and all of that stuff will feed into how successful you will be when you actually do the penetration exploitation part of your pen test. So doing a research on your vulnerabilities, right? It's very, very useful. And then there's the vulnerability research module that is available on TryHackMe. I want to say I've done this already, and I have. So vulnerabilities 101, exploiting them, and of course the capstone project. But then there's of course the CompTIA Pentest Plus playlist that I already have started, and we're almost towards the end of that, which means that the entire section and under reconnaissance and vulnerability analysis and all of that, it's already ready to go. So we talk about pretty decent strategies for exploitation or finding vulnerabilities, I should say. Because I'm on the exploitation module right now, and then after this one, we're going to be going to the post exercises and things like that. But all of the recon stuff is already done, and all of the vulnerability analysis is already done. And that's more advanced than the stuff that you'll see in the vulnerability research module of TryHackMe. Metasploit is a really, really big tool. So the Metasploit module is already also done inside of this specific channel. So you can actually go find Metasploit introduction, exploitation, and the Meterpreter. So you can find those. But again, once we get to the practical exercises of CompTIA's Pentest Plus, we're going to be using Metasploit and Metasploitable, which is a victim machine that's available through the Metasploit people, to do a bunch of different types of attacks. So you'll get to see what that's like. So if you're not following the channel, I would recommend you subscribe to the channel, because when we get there, you're going to want to see all of that stuff. And then of course, the Burp Suite module we did in Junior Pentester. So I know for a fact that all of these things are done. And then there's also other videos on Burp Suite that are available on this channel. So there's a lot of stuff. And then most likely we're going to end up using Burp Suite when we go through our pen testing CompTIA as well. So all of this is available to you. So these are the protocols that we just talked about, and they're unencrypted and encrypted versions. So we have FTP and then FTPS, right? And then HTTP, HTTPS, IMAP, IMAPS, POP3, POP3S, SFTP, and then for SFTP, which is the secure version of FTP, which is basically you have FTP and then you have FTPS and SFTP. And then we have, did not mean to zoom in like that. And then so what do we have? Secure shell, right? Secure mail transfer protocol, SMTP, or excuse me, it's SMTPS. So simple mail transfer protocol, and then there's the secure version of it. And then there's Telnet, which is clear text. It's for remote access. You do not want to use Telnet ever. Just to let you know, do not do it. I don't care where you are, and I don't care what you're doing. Don't do it. Hydra is a very efficient tool. We have used Hydra a lot as well, and there are very many videos on Hydra on this channel as well. These are just some of the common elements of it that you want to create your query to use Hydra with, and then launch your exercise. So that's pretty much it. So now we have completed the 8th room inside of the network security module, meaning that the last thing that we have left inside of this module is this network security challenge that is at the very, very end of this, which is basically, I think it's going to be just a bunch of different exercises that we're going to end up doing to prove that we have learned everything that we've learned inside of the network security module. So I think it's going to be mostly practical exercises and various types of attacks that we're going to do against the network, which is always fun because everything that we talked about so far has been like lectures and theories and concepts and stuff. And in the next video, the episode right after this one, we're going to be doing straight hacking and attacking, and that's where it all gets extra fun. So that is pretty much it for our video today. If you found value in this video, and if you would like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And of course, drop a comment if you have any questions about what we talked about today or any other types of questions, or if you just want to say hi or whatever. But then there is all of the stuff that's already on the channel that I also encourage you to go check out. So for example, there's the stuff that will show up on the homepage, all the playlists, and we have CompTIA Pentest Plus over here, Network Plus, Python for Hackaholics Anonymous. This is exclusive to the community, the paid community. And then there's the CompTIA Security Plus, Linux Plus. There's a lot of playlists, right? And then these are the member-only videos. And then we have the SOC Level 1 over here, SOC Level 2, and Security Engineering, all the posts at the bottom. So this is the homepage, right? If you actually go to the Videos tab, you'll get to browse through everything that's available on this channel. And there are literally hundreds of videos. So currently, at the time of this recording, there are 405 videos. And you can go through all of the playlists as well if you wanted to. Or you just click on the search box right here, and then you just search for something, right? So for example, Hydra. You will search for Hydra, and then you get the videos of Hydra, right? Very, very cool. You can also do, for example, Metasploit. So you search for Metasploit, and then you get the videos of Metasploit. And then you can do, for example, Burp Suite, and then you get the videos on Burp Suite. So there's a lot of stuff that's available on this channel. So if we do vulnerability, right? So let's do vulnerability as a key term. And then Vulnerabilities 101, the dark art of weaponizing vulnerabilities. CySec 101, episode 47, the vulnerability scanner. Apple will pay you $2 million to hack them. That's just a short that I created for the Apple bug bounty program. But there are so many videos on this channel, and I promise you, you will find what you're looking for in the context of cybersecurity and pen testing, right? And as we get more and more advanced into the contents, there are going to be all this stuff for CompTIA Pentest Plus, which is very advanced, and then we're going to go into Certified Ethical Hacker, and then we're going to use AI to create cybersecurity agents and so many other things, and you don't want to miss this kind of stuff. I geek out over this kind of stuff. You can tell that I get really excited about it, so I promise you I'm going to keep uploading videos, and you just want to be here for that, especially if you're interested in cybersecurity and if you're interested in ethical hacking and pen testing and AI and using AI to be a cybersecurity person, because AI is going to replace very many jobs. And if you don't know how to properly train AI and use the API of AI and all of that stuff, then you're going to be left behind. I'm telling you, you want to be around for that. So if you haven't done so already, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on that notification bell right below this video to make sure that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And then, of course, there's Hackaholics Anonymous. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. But the Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. In episode 30 of the Junior Pen Tester Training Series, we're going to be going through the Network Security Challenge inside of TryHackMe's Network Security module. which is basically just a bunch of questions that they're going to ask us, and they want us to run all of the exercises that we did prior to this video so that we can see if we learned something, right? So there isn't going to be much information as far as what we should be doing. We just got to figure it out by ourselves. So there are literally, it says 3 questions, or 3 tasks, I should say. So we have 1, 2, and 3. The first one is the intro, the last one is the summary, and in the middle right here we have all these questions that we got to answer, and that's pretty much it, right? So they don't give us much as far as instructions or information is concerned. Just a basic network security challenge that we got to do to try to get some reconnaissance, to try to do some password hacking, retrieve some flags, all that good stuff. So it should be fun, really easy to do. I don't know if it's going to be really easy to do, but I'm hoping that I will have learned enough that I can do it, and it should be relatively easy, I should say. This room was developed on the TryHackMe platform by Strategos, so thank you so much, Strategos, for all of your efforts in everything that you've done for us in network security, because this was actually really, really cool. I really enjoyed this module. And it is a subscriber-only room, so you do need to have a paid membership with TryHackMe, but in my humble opinion, it's totally worth it. I get nothing from this. I just have learned so much from TryHackMe that I highly, highly recommend the use of this platform. Now, that being said, we're going to get a quick message from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we're going to jump into the challenge. If you're serious about your SysAdmin education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you will be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let's jump into the network security challenge. All right, the introduction really isn't that much of an introduction. They're just saying that we're going to be testing the mastery of the skills that we've acquired in this module for network security, and all the questions can be solved using Nmap, Telnet, or Hydra. Okay, so easy enough, I would say. So we've gotten at least the 3 tools that they want us to focus on, and I am very familiar with Nmap and Telnet and Hydra, so I think I'll be able to give you a really good walkthrough, like a good instructional on what you should do. I don't want you to just get the answers from me and then go ahead and answer the questions so you can pass the room. I really want you to apply all of the exercises. I'm going to walk you through my mindset behind these exercises, and I'm also going to show you my failed attempts using each one of these tools so you can see, how we got to the conclusion. I don't want to just give you the answer. I want to teach you how I found the answer so that you can learn from the process itself. Pen testing in general and many things in ethical hacking and pen testing have iterations, right? So it's very rare that you'll get something right the first time around. So I want you to see what that process is like as we work towards getting the final answer. That being said, I am very open to receiving the answer on the first try. So if it does work on the first try, I'm very happy that it will. But if it doesn't, then we're not going to be discouraged. We're just going to push through and we're going to go get the answers that we need. So that's pretty much it for the introduction. I've already launched the virtual machine, which is going to be our victim machine up here, and I've already launched the attack box, which was originally with this split view button. It was just saying start attack box. So we now have it, and I just want to make sure that they load, and it usually takes about a minute. So we will give it some time for it to load, and let's see how it goes. So if I actually, let's see if it's already launched. Nope, it still says, oh no, wait, I think it is launched. Okay, great. So now we can go ahead and expand on this because this is way too zoomed in, and we will open it up in a new window, and then from there we'll launch it. This is kind of crazy. This is so zoomed in, it's insane. All right, hold on one second. All right, cool. So question number 1, our machine is up and we're all ready to go. And the question says, what is the highest port number being open less than 10,000? So we want to scan the top 10,000, I guess I should say. So we're going to go ahead and open our terminal here. And we want to run this quickly because scanning 10,000 ports could actually be kind of a pain in the butt. So we'll do Nmap, we'll do SS, and I think I actually need to do sudo typically, but I think I'm also a root user. Yeah, it does it. It says it. I'm a root user, so that's all good. But typically when you do the stealth scan with Nmap, the SS option, it requires that you actually have root permission. So I'm just going to do it normally. Typically, if you aren't root, but you're on the sudoers list, you would do sudo, nmap, etc., etc. In this particular case, I just know that I'm root, so I can just do that. And I'm going to be scanning this machine right here. So we're going to do this. So that's going to be the thing. But we want to go from basically port 1 to 10,000. There we go. And that's it. And I'm just going to do -V so I can get a verbose output and press enter. And there you go. Wow, that was actually very fast. Okay, so we have 22, 80, 139, 445, and 8080. The highest port is 8080, so we're going to try that for question number 1. Question number 2 says there's an open port outside the common 1000 and it's above 10,000. So we're basically going to repeat the same thing that we did before, but now instead of doing that, we're going to do this, right? So I'm just going to do 10,000 and then I'm going to do dash after it, so just implying that I want to do 10,000 plus, right? Anything above 10,000. So hopefully that actually works, and we run that, and I think it's going to be scanning basically everything that starts from port 10,000 and it goes all the way up. So there you go. So 10,021, and the service is unknown, but it should be 1021. And there we go. So we got that. So that was question number 2. Fairly quick questions, these two. So let's see what else we can find here. Question 3 is also, I think, going to be really quick. So it says how many TCP ports are open. So we basically found this port, right? And it actually says what? TCP, right? And then if we go up right here, these are all TCP ports. So we have what? 5 here and then another one. So that's 6. So that should be the answer. There we go. So the answer is 6. Okay, so far, so good. Now we're going after flag hunting, so this should be a little bit more complex, I would hope. So what is the flag hidden in the HTTP server? So that's question 4, right? So what's the flag hidden in the HTTP server? So we can actually retrieve that fairly easily using Telnet. I'm not gonna... I think I already have this copied, but I'm just going to do this one more time. I'm just going to make sure I copy this guy right here. And so now we can clear the screen just to make it a little bit easier for us. And let me see here. We're still, okay, we are recording. For a second, I was like, dude, did I accidentally stop recording? Okay, great. So, all right, so we're going to do very basic, right? So Telnet, and then we're going to paste the IP address. And then it's on the HTTP server, so it's going to be port 80. And we press enter, and let's see if it actually helps us with this. In order to actually make this work for us, what we need to do is we need to do the very basics of this. So you could do get index.html, which is basically the home page. You can also do this piece right here where you just do get /, which also represents the home page. What you do need to do is you need to give it the version of HTTP that you want to use, and then you press enter. And then you need to give it a host name. So the host name in this case is going to be Telnet, because we're going to be using Telnet, right? And then you press enter twice. The first time that you do it, nothing happens. The second time that you do it, it actually retrieves the information for you. Now, in this case, we actually have in the heading information, we have the server light TPD, and then this is the flag. So this is the format of the flags inside of TryHackMe. And then it actually retrieved the rest of the contents of the page for us as well, right? Hello world, etc. So all of this is basically what's on the web page if we were to look at it manually in the browser. So you see what I'm saying? When we actually highlight anything, it just copies it, which is actually annoying. So if I just do this, I shouldn't even need to copy it technically, but I'm just going to do it because I want it to actually give me the answer. There we go. Okay, great. So now we got the question, 4 question. All right, so we got question 4's flag. And now we need to go ahead and get the next one. This one is for the SSH server. So this is what? Question number 5. So question number 5 is that this is the SSH server header and there's a flag in there. So we're not going to be using SSH because they told us that we're just going to be using Telnet. So we'll do the same thing, really. Telnet, and then we're going to do the IP address, which was I want to say, what is it, 10.201, 115.66, right? That was the IP, or 96, I should say. 96, and then we're going to do port 22, and that's, oh, there it is, just like that. That's it. So that's the flag. There you go. And copy that. I'm just going to, next time, I'm just going to not click copy and see if it actually copies. And so there's the flag. That was the one in SSH server header. Excellent. So we have question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So moving on to question 6. Question 6 says we have an FTP server listening on a non-standard port. What's the version of the FTP server? So we already know that we have 6 ports that are open. We know that 10021 was the non-common port. But we can just kind of get a little bit more information about these guys right here. So we could technically, so I'm just going to close this connection right here. This connection should be, there you go, connection closed by the foreign host. So I'll try this one more time, right? So if I actually go and use this piece right here, I know that I have basically up to that last port, right? So we can do Nmap again, we can do SS, and I can try to do SV as well. And then I will go ahead and paste this IP address. Now, usually SS and SV may not work because SS does not do a full service connection, a full TCP connection, but we might be able to pull this off. And then what we'll do is -P, and then we'll do 1, and then we'll go to 11,000 because I just know that it stopped at that. And this should be relatively quick because the last one was also pretty quick. So it should go through all of those ports, and it should give us some kind of information about the services that are running on it, and we can try to establish what these services might be. So we have these right here. So the versions and protocols, and I mean on this one, it literally just says the VSFTPD is 3.0.5. So I want to say that that's probably the answer. However, one of the things that we know about this is that it's a guess, right? It's guessing that this is the actual version of the thing. It may not necessarily be the version of the thing. So I want to kind of give some room for this to be incorrect. So this is the FTP server. We can see it right here under services. So we can see that this is the FTP server. So that's good. The next piece is just trying to establish whether or not this is actually correct. So if we go over here and if I do VSFTP and then what was it? It was 3.0.5. Oh, that is correct. Okay. I mean, okay, that's fine. So that's not, that wasn't really, I mean, so there's another way that we could do this, right? We could technically just do this. We could do Telnet, and we could do 201.115.96, which is the IP, and then we could connect to that port, the 10021, and then it says it right here. So it says VSFTPD 3.0.5. So that's another way that we could have done that, and so there we go, we got that. So let's close this out. Close my connection, please. Close the connection. Okay, it's not connecting. It's not closing my connection. I will just close the terminal. Okay, cool. So there is that question. Now we got 2 more questions left. Okay, so question 7 says that we have 2 usernames that we got using social engineering, which are Eddie and Quinn. And what's the flag hidden in one of these 2 accounts and accessible via FTP? So first we need to get their passwords to be able to log in as FTP. And the hint says, yeah, use Hydra with the passwords from the word list. So, okay, very easy, very simple to do. Or, you know, it's just a couple of steps, but it's still, I think it's actually very easy and simple to do. So the first thing that we want to do is run Hydra on these guys and see what we can find. So the username, the first one was Eddie, and the password, we're going to do capital P, and then we're going to do the word list. So it was in the share word lists, and then it's rocku.txt, okay? So now, we know that the FTP port is an uncommon FTP port, right? So if I actually do this right here, if I do the IP, which was what, 10.201, I want to say, where is it? 10.201, 115.96, right? So 10.201, 115.96. If I do FTP, it's going to try to connect to port 23. So what we need to do is we need to do -s to actually give it a non-standard port number, which is that 10021, right? Yeah, 10021 is the port. So that's the one. And then so we'll do -v here so we can get some verbose output with this. And it's going to try to do what it does on port 10021 for the Eddie user. So I'm going to open up another one and go for the same thing. And we're going to do the Quinn user to try to get these things to work kind of simultaneously and hopefully get this done for us. So word lists rocku.txt here. Oh, there you go. It found Eddie's password real quick. Great. So that's great. So now we have Quinn. And so what's the piece right here? So 10.201.115.96 FTP, and we give it the S flag 10021-V. And then we're just going to go with that. And so there it is. So we already have Eddie's password. So that's great. And let's see how long it'll take for us to get Quinn's password. There we go. So we got Quinn's password too. So now we have both of these guys. I'm just going to leave these open, and we'll just open up a third terminal. Hopefully it won't slow down the virtual machine too much. So open up a third terminal. And now we just want to use FTP to actually log in as these guys and see what they have inside of their file transfer stuff. So we'll do FTP, and we're going to do the IP, which is 10.201.115.96. And then we're going to do the port, which is 10021. So there's that. Okay, so now there we go. So now it says you've been connected, right? So what's the name? So the first guy is going to be Eddie. And then now it says what's his password? And Eddie's password was Jordan. And okay, so login successful. Excellent. So we're going to list where we are, and the port command successful, directory is okay, and there is nothing in the directory. So I guess nothing actually exists for Eddie, it seems like. Okay, so let's go on to, let me see if I can close this out like that. How do I close this? I think it's exit. There we go. Goodbye. Okay, so there we go. Now we can do FTP and try to connect to Quinn. So 10.201.115.96, and then same thing, same port, right? And then now we're going to do Quinn as the user, and his password is Andrea. And there we go. So we'll do ls. Okay, so there's actually something in here, and look at that. It's called the FTP flag.txt. Okay, so there it is. So now we need to switch to ASCII so that we can actually download the file, right? So we're going to do ASCII, press enter. We have switched to ASCII. Now we're going to do get. This is not the HTTP version of get. This is, you know, get this file for me, basically. It's like download this file onto my local computer for me. That's basically what I'm doing. And so I'm going to be downloading the FTP flag.txt. And there you go. The transfer has been completed. Excellent. So now I can go ahead and exit this right here, clear my screen, do ls, and there is the FTP flag. Excellent. So now we can just type that onto the screen. So FTP flag.txt, and there's the flag, baby. Just like that. Okay, so I highlighted it. I didn't click copy. Let's see if it actually copied that. So if I go here, there it is, dude. It copied. Hey, all right, all right, all right. Okay, last one. So question 8 says, when you browse to this, it displays a small challenge that will give you a flag once you solve it. And the hint says, experiment with different scans that use different TCP flags. Remember to press the reset packet count button prior to running each new scan. If it doesn't work, try running it on the attack box, or if it doesn't work on your local machine. So I'm using the attack box, so this is all good. I'm just going to close these because I don't need these anymore. And the idea here is to first figure out what the challenge is. And then obviously we're going to be using Nmap to try to solve this challenge. And then from there, hopefully I'll figure it out sooner than later. It's supposed to be on port 8080, which is our web server port. So if we go over here and just paste this, press enter. Okay, so your mission is to use Nmap to scan this IP address, and this on this machine and as covertly as possible and avoid being detected by the intrusion detection system. Okay. All right, fine. So that's basically what I'm going to be doing. And I wonder when I zoom in, does it, okay, because on my screen, it gets like darker on my screen. So I was hoping that the actual recording doesn't get darker. Okay, so I mean, the point is to run this as covertly as possible and avoid being detected by the IDS. So I'm currently at 100%. So we're going to do that to get at 0. And so what we're going to do is let's do like the stealth scan just to give us an idea of what it's like if we do the stealth scan. And 10.201.115.96, 10.201.115.96. And so chances of being scanned, I haven't even done the scan and I'm at 4%. So, okay, so there we go. We did that. And I still have to do the reset packet because I didn't even finish the scan. So we'll do that again and then finished. And so chance, okay, 100%. Okay, so the stealth scan was 100%. So that's definitely not it. So let's see. I mean, you can always increase the paranoia, like make Nmap a little bit more paranoid. So I'm gonna do this before I click. The reset button. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna do the T, which is a version essentially of like the timing, right? How frequently it sends packets. And if we do T0, it's going to be super paranoid. But if we do T1, it'll be kind of slow. And that's kind of it, really. So I'm just going to try that for now. And let's see what this does. So we'll do this, and then we'll reset the packet count. Go back here, press enter. And this is probably going to take some time. Because, I mean, I think I can like scan the specific port to make this go a little bit faster. So that might be a good idea because this is going to take a while because it's going to be doing it super slow. So I'm going to cancel this out and we're going to do all the ports that we know are actually open. How about that? So we'll do that. Instead of doing everything, we're going to do Nmap and we're going to do SS, we'll do -T1, and then we're going to do the 10.201.115.96, and then we're going to give it the ports that we want to actually scan. So it's going to be 22, 80, 139, 445, and 8080, and then those 5 ports. So I don't want it to scan everything. I just want it to scan those 5 ports, but do that slowly. And then let's see what will happen with that. I feel like it's still going to take forever for this to do, but we'll see. We'll just see how long it takes and then we'll come back to it. Okay, that took about 2 minutes. And what happened was we still showed up under the detection of this thing, but 4% is actually not bad. So I'm guessing that we don't want to be detected at all, right? Because it says avoid being detected. Now, what we talked about in the Nmap room. So if we actually go over here to the Nmap advanced port scans, it's actually right here as well. So it says learning techniques like the null scan, fin, XMAS, right? The XMAS scan. The null scan is actually an interesting one because it sends no packets, right? So it doesn't send anything. Like it doesn't have any flags that are sent. I should rephrase that. So it's not that it doesn't send any packets. It doesn't send flags with the packets. It's a null scan. So we can potentially do that. So I'll do Nmap, and the null scan is -s, lowercase s, uppercase n, and then you give it the IP address, right? So that's the IP address. Now, this is what it is. That's just a scan by itself. We don't need to really go crazy with this. And I'll do -v just to give us a little bit of verbosity. And before I press enter, I'm going to reset the packet count. Let's make sure that it's at 0. There we go. And then we're going to press enter. And it's going to start doing it. It finished. Oh, exercise complete, task answer. So there you go. Detection was 0. And there's the task right there. The flag that we needed was right there. So the idea is to not be detected. That's basically it right now. I don't know why I can't copy this. There we go. Oh, come on, buddy. Why are you doing this to me right now? Fine. I'll just copy it and I'll take it somewhere else. So annoying. But okay, so here's the thing though, right? So it still gave us the information that we were looking for, right? It gave us these ports. They're open or filtered, right? It doesn't know if it's open for sure. In the previous scans, when I did the SS scan, it actually was open. Like it gave me an open status. Even with the SS on the slow version, it still gave me the open status. This right here, it's saying it's either open or filtered. So it doesn't know for sure. So it's not the most reliable version of the scan when you do Nmap with the null flag, meaning you haven't sent any flags and you're basically just trying to probe the system just to see how it's going to respond with the various ports. So it's one of those things where it's like you don't get detected. There we go. So we got 0% detection, but it's also not the most valuable data that you're going to get as far as the feedback itself is concerned. So I'm just going to paste the answer at the top. Of course, why does it automatically just, as soon as I do that, it automatically freaking copies though? That's so annoying, dude. Okay, but all right, so we're just going to do this then. I'm going to do copy, and I'm going to go paste it up here. And then I'm going to, and it still did that. That's the most annoying thing ever. Okay, so what is it? It's THM, squiggly bracket, and then we have F7443, F99, and then squiggly bracket. I bet other people don't have these problems. Like people always comment in the comment section. They're like, oh, all I had to do was this, and I got the copy to work. And I'm like, okay, bro, I guess, weird flex, but okay. It's not really even a weird flex. I'm just jealous that it works for them and it doesn't work for me. But anyways, that being said, we're done. We finished all of these questions. So I hope you were able to follow along and you got the same responses. So that was it, my dear friend. All I had to do was just go through those answers and we finished it. And officially, we finished the network security module inside of the junior pen tester pathway of TryHackMe. So we're done. We're officially done. And it wasn't that bad, honestly. Like I was very nervous. I usually get nervous when it comes down to capture the flag exercises or anything like that. But it was fairly straightforward. It is junior pen tester after all, and I've been doing this for over a year, so it was fairly simple for me, and I'm very, very excited that it actually was simple. But hopefully you were also able to kind of wrap your head around all of the information and you were able to pull it off easily and get that as well. And that's really all I can hope for, honestly. But that was it. That was pretty straightforward. We were just supposed to do a couple of Nmap scans. We did a couple of Telnet prompts, and then we did Hydra, and then finally we were doing something on a browser, and we were just trying to make sure that Nmap doesn't get detected, which had to do a lot with the advanced port scanning that we were learning earlier in this module for Nmap. And just like that, we are wrapped. If you found this video useful and you would like to get more videos like this one, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially as we continue with Junior Pentester and of course as the CompTIA Pentest Plus videos come out and all of that good stuff. So the CompTIA Pentest Plus is already the channel, or the playlist itself has already been started. So this is the CompTIA Pentest Plus. Network Plus is finished. This is Python for Hackaholics Anonymous, so this is exclusive to the HA community. And then we have Security Plus is finished, Linux Plus is already finished, but Pentest Plus I'm already like building on it, and I think maybe in another month or so it should be done, right? So you will have the full CompTIA Pentest Plus as well as everything else that's available. And so if you're interested in pen testing, these would be the playlists that you would be most interested in, and obviously you would want to subscribe to get and turn on the notification bell specifically to get notified when the next videos come out on these different paths. And there are the members only videos if you're a part of HA, or if you would like to be a part of HA, I highly recommend it. There's SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, Security Engineering. There's over 400 videos on this channel as it stands right now. Most likely by the time that you see this, there are going to be even more videos, so you can always just browse through the videos that are available here and just go through whatever these stuff is and find anything. Or you can just go to the search box right here and then search for something. So for example, let's say Nmap, right? So you search for Nmap and then you just find a bunch of videos for Nmap and advanced scans and live port scan, all of that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that's available, and I think you'll be able to find the things that you would need for cybersecurity, for pen testing, and some system administration and coding. Like I have Linux shell scripting, and I have Python scripting, and building algorithms with Python, and all of that stuff. So all of those things are available as well. So I think you'll be able to find basically the information that you're looking for, is what I'm trying to say. So if you have any questions about what we did today, drop a question in the comment section below, or just drop a comment and say hi, whatever. And then in addition to that, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And then there's Hackaholics Anonymous. If you're serious about your CySec education and you want access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later.